Yes, 22. Yeah,
I'm 33, and man, you have a lot of wisdom, and I really appreciate your knowledge, man. That's why we're all talking to you.
but it's not my wisdom. That's what I want to point out. It's not about me.
You're
I don't
telling
want
a lot
to.
of wisdom, bro.
Yeah, but it's not me. It's all by the grace that maybe has in my life. But it's not about me at the end of the day. I for myself cannot claim any wisdom. It's
You know
all a
what's
gift to him.
interesting about that? What's interesting about what you're saying there is, I had the
Mm-hmm.
same exchange yesterday, and a guy heard me speaking to someone, and he said, "Man," he said, "I'm sorry, but it's refreshing to hear somebody speak with words instead of saying, my nigga, know what I mean, feel me." Like, and I was
Right.
like, okay, yeah, it's basic English, okay, and then but he goes on to say, he's asking me, do I have a platform, this, that, and the third. I was like, well, um, if you knew what I talked about, you retract everything that you just said. But go on. And the bottom line is that he said that I'm God, and uh, I. That's why I can speak this way. Da, 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 da. And I said, well, I didn't create myself, nor did I create language, nor did man,
Mm-hmm.
nor did I create this reality and the coherency within the information that we pass along back and forth to build and manipulate things. That's not because of me or because of any of us. So since that's true, why is it that when I attribute it to something greater than me, people say, well, why can't you just attribute it to you? You're the one with the wisdom. Yeah, because I can think well, because I've given myself up to a higher thought process, I'll say. Because I know what I want to do, but then I know what I should do. And what I should do is infinitely better than what I could ever do or could ever be, which is sad because it makes me feel like a failure. But there's also scriptures for that. I know some of y'all not trying to hear about. What's up, brother? So all I'm saying is, eh, why do people have this allergy to when someone says, "Oh, I've given it to the Creator"? They're like, "No, just why can't it just be just you?" Well, because we know that we didn't put ourselves here, so there's no need to retort with that. Can't you see that that's well? Why is that? Why is that your reaction? Logically, go through it. Every time somebody tries to attribute something to God, why must you feel like? Why isn't it just you? You're doing this. You're a great person. Yeah, that's cool and all. I get your sentiment, but that ain't because of you. You could wake up tomorrow a damn fool, couldn't you?
Sure. Yeah. It's all about the grace. If there's a reason why he would take everything away, then it's his reason. I can't put myself in the seat of saying whatever you're doing with my life is wrong. Even if you would take everything in my life away, that I would proceed as being good. I cannot. I'm not in the position to judge him. If he's saying tomorrow, I'm gonna remove everything from your life. You're gonna live under a bridge and be sick. Then so be it. I cannot comprehend his reasoning, and it's not about my reasoning, right?
Yeah.
So if he's deciding this, then so be it. He has the right. That's the thing. He has the right to take life and give life. We do not have that right.
Most of the time, these things are a consequence of our prior actions that we just don't have in the scope of our view. Like
Yes.
when someone ends up under a bridge, could it be that higher thought told you, actually, no, I know you're a private contractor and you can do whatever you want when you want, but you probably should get up now that the sun is up. You probably should get to working early. You probably should be saving that money. I know it's a good season, but you probably should put that aside. And then when something happens, oh, shit always happens to me. Duh. Yeah, well,
Yeah, we tend to
when you're
forget
eating
about.
shitty, you're eating
Yeah,
shitty, and then you get sick, and it's like, oh, why me? Now,
yeah.
there's some people that are just sick. I don't have an answer for those people, to be honest.
We tend to
I don't
forget
know what.
about. Yeah, you need
Go
to
ahead.
understand if people are born sick, there could be a family. It could be through the family bloodline. You know, if the parents have already done certain things, abominations, you know, that can be passed on, unfortunately, to the next, you know, being. That's why some kids are born the way they're born, right? Because the parents have opened doors and done certain things, as hard as it might
Maybe,
sound.
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we even see this in so-called science, right? Where they say this sickness is through the genetics or whatnot, you know? So yeah, we can be very happy if we have been born without any problems, right? But we need to keep that, right? We should then at least try not to work against, which is what is good, right? You know, maybe it's just me, but I always knew when I think back to my past when I was still addicted to cigarettes and cannabis, even though I had no knowledge of the creator or whatnot, I always knew in the back of my mind that my spirit, my flesh always told me, you know, just smoke, no problem, take next, do this, go have party and whatnot. But my spirit always taught me, you know, if you're gonna keep on smoking cigarettes, if you're gonna keep on smoking in general, you're not gonna get very much older. You're not gonna get more healthy or whatnot, you know. So there was always this contradictionary voice within my head telling me that it's actually not good to do what you're desiring lustfully, you know. I don't know if everyone has that. I don't know. I can't generalize this.
You're extremely mature for someone that's only 22, man.
Yeah, that's. I don't know why, but that was a thing always. Like when I was a kid in middle school, I tend to hang out with the oldest ones. That's where I actually learned to smoke cigarettes because I couldn't have any topics to talk about with people my age. You know, it was always boring to talk to people of my age, so I always talk to older people.
Yeah, man, I'm 33 and I'm still trying to grow up.
Man, I'm also trying to grow up. You know, I'm not the standard here or anything. You know, I don't know. I don't want to see me as anything. You know, to be honest, I just did things and learned from it and so forth. But uh, you know, I'm always gonna learn, even if I'm 90 years old or whatnot. I'm never gonna set myself on a position to say,
I just stopped being an alcoholic about 1 month ago.
man, that's nice.
Thanks, man. Still trying to grow up over here.
I find it very humble and respectful for you to be so honest about yourself. You know, I like that a lot. I appreciate that. Not many people would say that. You know,
It's
that they're still
easy to be
learning.
honest on the internet.
Yeah, I like that, man.
it's still awesome, man. You know, don't let your guard down, because that is basically the area that what I call the evil spirit would find its way back into you. You know, if you get discouraged or whatever, you'll probably turn back to alcohol. That's like a normal thing, but just be aware of that and keep your guard up, you know.
Yeah, man, I'm trying. I got to the point where I began hating the bottle, but I kept on drinking it anyway. But I eventually I managed to put it down.
Well, when I talk to young and old alike, you know, it's who or what, however you want to describe it, you turn to in your time of need. You know, when something bad happens to you, like the other guy was saying earlier, do you turn to the bottle, or do you turn to logos, God's word, or the creator, or nature, or something that gets you back in touch with reality, you know, not taking you into a fantasy world, or a world that your mind is not clear, is a good way to describe it for people who don't believe in a higher being. But there has to be a creator, right? A more intelligent person than me, you and I, a more intelligent person than even that intelligent person, and then an intelligent being that created that person, the way I simply put it. So, but anyway, congratulations on getting off the bottle, because that is a huge deterrent to, you know, being clear-minded and gaining peace and knowledge and wisdom that you need to just walk your walk, you know, an individual walk towards a relationship with the Creator. So congrats again.
Yeah, the alcohol was making me dumb. I became very stupid, and then for a few weeks, it was really difficult. But I think this last week and a half or something, I think I managed to get over it, and it you know it. I don't know how to explain, but you gotta stay smart. It really helps a lot trying to figure this stuff out. You know.
Well, what we've found as groups, especially groups of men who are supposed to be the leader, the spiritual leader of the yourself, the household, and then the community on up. I think that's what's wrong with our communities and families today. The men don't take charge of the, you know, being honest like you're doing now. So that's one really huge step. But you get away from that, things will clear up for you, and just walking forward and don't get discouraged is the main thing.
Well, thanks, bro. I'll remember that. I'll try to do what you're saying.
You have to always remember that you can sit in a crowd of 2 or 2 million, and everyone beside you in every direction is going to have issues, just like what you're going through. You're not, you're not alone in that fact. I mean, I struggle with things, but like I said, it's who or what you turn to. I turn to a higher being. I look up. I lift my hands up when I'm in need. I try and turn my finances and family matters and business matters to the higher being, because I acknowledge that I am not the great I am. As soon as I did that, things got easy for me. My life became very, very, very easy and simple. Now,
That's what I probably should have done. I don't have a time machine, but I turned to the bottle, and I've been on a drinking binge for about 3 years. But now I'm sober, man, and it's a lot easier to try to, like you're saying, try to get better with God and stuff. It's kind of impossible when you're drunk.
yeah, it's definitely impossible when you're not clear-minded, and he tells us to be still, and he'll reach out to us if he knows your intention. So you don't really have to do a whole lot except for seek, and that's easy. But people don't. They would rather take the hard route and get drunk or high or eat too much. I mean, sugar is my drug of choice. There's no difference in between desiring too much sugar or desiring too much, cigarettes or alcohol or whatever. There's no difference. So you have to, be careful. Anything in excess can lead you away from, a sound, clear walk in that relationship. Your choices that you're making are an important part of the relationship, as it is in any relationship.
This is true.
Man, I really appreciate you broke that down. I'll remember this. Thanks for the map. Try to navigate.
Everything
Yeah,
in
no
moderation.
problem.
Everything in moderation.
Yeah, everything in moderation. That's right.
Surprised to hear that from PMAC. He's a good drinker.
Well, you can drink, right? I choose not to, but you can drink. It's just you have to do it in moderation, and when it starts to affect your relationship or relationships, then it's a problem. You're probably doing it in excess. But when you have an issue with it, you should just quit it altogether. It means that's the way that that evil spirit has chosen to get into your life and destroy it, or try to destroy it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, over the last year, my entire family has learned to hate me because I was drunk.
Yeah, they don't hate you, man. They just hate the drunk.
Yeah, I hope you're right about that. I've stopped drinking. It's amazing how after a few weeks, I never thought I'd get addicted to alcohol, but it took me about 3 years to realize I had a problem. But anyway,
The real question: were you the same person as a drunk or as a sober person, Smurf? Or did you change? Did you change when you were drunk?
oh, when I'm drunk, I get an extreme temper. I
Exactly.
become
So
really easy.
I ask yes or no simple questions. Yes. When you drank, it changed you. But some people can drink and it doesn't change them. It doesn't make them a demon. It doesn't make them evil. So what Raki is saying is you can drink and it doesn't make you evil. But sometimes people drink and it makes them a completely different person. So don't let it change you.
It did recently. In the past, it did not change me, but because I have some issues so yes, it did change me in the last few years. But in the past, though, it depends. I think what it is if you have problems in life, like emotional issues or something, and you get drunk, it can be a bad formula.
I would suggest you take the relationship that you feel has affected you the most, like of losing that you think that hate you, which they don't, or if they do, that's on them, and go to them and say, look, I've made the mistake of becoming a drunk, and now I'm trying to get away from that. I need your help to do so, and I'll make a few promises to you, and let's see how it works out. If you put it on them and yourself, like we're gonna do it together, can I trust you to help me because I know I've made a mistake. That way, if they say no, I still, I don't want to hang around you or I don't want anything to do with you. That's pretty much on them. That's something they have to deal with. But at least you're being honest with yourself and with them and trying to make amends of that relationship.
Well, that's a good idea. I might do that. Thanks for the idea.
Well, if you were one of the main causes of having that relationship deteriorate, then you should be one of the main causes of trying to build it back up again, taking responsibility. Admitting where you were wrong and being truthful and honest with them on how you're going to, be different from this point forward. But it usually has to be, a sincere face to face, apology, and let's move forward from this point. And I need your help.
I think I might do that. That's a good idea. Thanks for the idea. I didn't even think of that. That's a good one.
Now's as good a time as ever. You want to just, what I'm saying, make plans to do that right now. That's usually the best time. Good luck, man.
Hey, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, you can even just ask yourself, like, do you make better decisions on sober, 1 beer, 5 beers, or 10 beers? When do you make the better decisions?
Oh, I make terrible decisions after a bottle of wine. Or yeah.
No, I appreciate your answer to the other question before,
I
and you
think
answered honestly. But
I've been drinking.
but this time you didn't answer. But
I
yeah,
don't
but
drink beer.
you answered.
The problem is this:
I don't drink beer. I
where
drink wine. Not about it.
where does the problem come in? 1 beer, 5 beers, the whole crate.
I can
The
handle
problem is, there's no point in drinking one.
Yeah, don't drink one. Most people
What's
have
the
what
point?
we call. Well, most people have the disease because after one they can't stop. That's the whole problem. So don't ever even
That's
start.
me. Yep, that's me right there.
Yeah, just don't start. Just get it out of your life, because that's been a real downfall. It seems you're being honest in that fact. So we all have them. We just have to get away from them as much as we can.
The last couple months or so, it's a bit blurry. That I was drinking. I was drinking about 6 bottles of wine a day.
Yeah,
No
that's not good for
way.
anybody. That's only good for the wine salesman.
Then I quit cold turkey though. I just quit, and it took me like 3 weeks or to maybe longer than that. Three something like that to stop shaking, and I had like withdrawals.
If I got off of sugar right now, I would have the same thing. It's no different, man. You're not alone. It's just a way of that relationship. It all goes back to the simple fact that your creator wants a relationship with you, and there's another power that I think is trying to keep you from that relationship. That's all it is.
It's really only been the last few days that I stopped having physical withdrawals. Actually,
Nice. And then you're able to be honest, it seems, too, which is nice, refreshing.
yeah, it really opens your eyes. If you do something like me, really opened my eyes that how much of a mean person I've been the last 3 years. But now
Smurf, have you ever fasted?
Oh yeah. When I quit drinking, I didn't eat anything for 5 days.
Like just the one time, or do you fast like every day, or is it like once a week, or is it?
Oh, I do that. I do that at random. I randomly just skip eating for a day or two sometimes. Doesn't everybody do that?
But you said you only been. No, since you have not been drinking.
Yeah. I did one time. Since I didn't eat anything for 5 days about a month ago.
Okay, yeah, I see. That's yeah. I mean, yeah, I need. Yeah, I was just checking if you did it once or if you've experienced it. But yeah, if you're talking about the benefits of not drinking, the benefits of fasting are equal or multiplied.
I believe that. Yeah, everything I've read about it. Yeah, I believe that.
So not drinking and fasting is just like a multiplier. It's just like, yeah, I can't even. So like, that's all I'm gonna say is, yeah.
All of y'all are so cool. Um,
It's easy to be cool on the internet.
yeah,
But
it's kind of strange to be sober for the first time in a few years.
yeah, that's the coolest thing I've heard in a long time. I mean, I don't know if you might. My name is Rakia Life, and you've heard me have outbursts and anger issues on the internet. Well, I don't have those in my real life, like in my everyday business and family. I don't. But when I was put on this forum, I think I was called to come here because I didn't have any social media before I was put into this topic and told to come here and tell people the good news. Well, it also gave an opportunity for that evil spirit that you dealt with in alcohol to bring out a side of me that I haven't seen before. So the Discord and YouTube or whatever internet has brought that out and allowed that to come out in me and to give a entryway to hurt my relationship with my creator, and that's something that I've had to work on, and I've had to get away, like certain channels I can't go to. I just got away from another channel because it was so toxic. And that's something I had to realize and recognize and get away from because it was definitely damaging. Although I was doing some good and reaching out to people and turning them back to the creator, I don't think I was doing it in the best way, and it might have been tearing me down a little bit. So there's a little honesty from me. But everyone has issues. You can't sit next to anyone that doesn't have an issue that they're needing to deal with. So
You're right about that. We all
No, I would defend you, and I've heard you at geos, and when you're going at geos, and it's all the globehead retards and all the same anti-flat earthers. Like, obviously, it seems like a fruitless task, but there might be that one person listening where you're the fighter against the atheist globehead liars. So, like, it's an unsung hero where, like, you might go for 5 hours, 10 hours and not get anybody, but then once you get that one person, it makes it all worth it.
yeah, maybe so. And I justified my actions with that, but I've since left Geos. I'm not on that server anymore because of just the way it was not making me act, but the way I was acting there, I wasn't happy with. So, I think there's no coincidences. That's why I clicked on here this morning, and that person that is being honest with me has helped me more than I probably helped him, and he thinks I've helped him. So that's the way it should be.
This is the
No,
best server there is. That
I like you probably don't even know me, but I've heard you on Nathan Oakley's years ago and donating, or I've heard you around, and I've heard you on Geos. Like you may think that nobody hears it. Like I already believe and I already know the truth, but there is people like you need the warriors. Like, you're going against these hardcore atheists. You're not going to convince them, but you need the fighters to be in the battle for that. The on the fencers to actually listen to and hear. So, like,
Yeah, I agree with you, and I appreciate that. I just needed, I just wanted to take some time of reflection
oh,
and get away
I get it.
and then maybe go back with a new outlook, because I do feel that, well, I know I've helped people, like I know that for a fact. They've emailed me and all of that. I'm not against that. That's what the way God sends people into places that he knows I can
Oh,
that I
yeah.
can handle it.
All right.
But I think he's also telling me, look, chill out a little bit, then go back and I'll lead you in the right direction. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I'd be like, whatever. Take some time, do whatever you got to do, and come back with a different approach, and or like come back even if it's the same or even more aggressive. Like, there's nothing wrong with even more aggressive. Like, these people are lying. It's just like, who's listening? So, like, we all know that these people are lying through their teeth. And I know why, you know why. Certain people know exactly why these atheist globers are lying. We all know why.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is to hide the creator. I mean, I think the topic, the people that are in there, that type is for that reason. And I'm there to point out the deceit. I'm not there to tear down that person. I'm just there to let the audience know that that could be a deceit. You need to look into that.
Yeah, we just like, to me, it's just living my life, trying to survive, and speaking the truth whenever I have free time. That's all I'm doing. Just regular. That's like, truth is a way of life. I just speak truth, try to be good and honest, to not hurt people. Like, it's just, how do you live any different? But I know there's a lot of psychos and narcissists, and yeah, so I know the Ephesians 6:12, and yeah, like.
I've realized that now that I'm sober, it's a lot easier to try to. I don't know how to describe it, but it's easier to try to connect with I don't know, is that God or the Creator, what his name may be. But when I was drunk, I was just it's like being possessed, by like some sort of demon or something.
Yeah, like, once the alcohol changes you as a person and makes you violent and aggressive, and then it gets to be like a super bad thing. Like, I would never advise alcohol. I would never advise mushrooms. I would never advise anything. If you can live sober, live sober. But like, marijuana can have certain health benefits, and so, like,
I agree with that. Yeah.
yeah, I don't have scientific evidence of the health benefits, but somehow, I feel like I feel like I know.
Oh, there's plenty of scientific evidence out there. The thing is that it still is a question on a religious or spiritual thing, but there's plenty of science out there to support cannabis. Yeah.
Yeah, even if you go to cannabis, it'd be like, hey, I'm smoking weed. It's a sin. Who am I hurting? I'm hurting myself. Like, so it's a self sin.
Yeah, there's
But
a lot more
imagine if
extent
you like cheat on a woman. Yeah, you cheat on a woman or you beat a woman. Well, that's a way different sin than just smoking weed. So, like,
I'll
yeah,
agree with you.
that's
There's
why.
a lot
Yeah,
worse. You can rack up a lot worse karma doing other things. Yeah.
oh yeah. What goes around comes around. 100%. Pay now or pay double later.
I noticed, yeah, I'm a lot different now. Sober, because when I was drunk, yeah, I was very angry and mean to everybody, and now that I'm sober, I feel really bad about how I've been the last few years.
I don't ever remember you being mean on live stream ever. You may
I'm not. I'm talking about my life
maybe
in general.
in your real life potentially, but
I've been really
okay,
mean
yeah,
to
then
people in my personal life. I say a lot of mean things. I got to the point where I was drinking 4 bottles a day. Then I was drinking 6 bottles a day, and I pretty much just told a lot of people the worst things I could imagine. Insults.
see, one of the things you realize is that 20 years old, you're like, oh, I have tons of time. Life is whatever, we can do whatever. But then at 30, you're like, holy crap, life's kind of running out. And then you realize at 30 that you might get 50, 55. So, like, your life shortens all of a sudden once you hit 30. And then you're like, whoa, shit, like 33. Whoa, what if I'm going to be accountable? And like, what if I'm going to have to justify my actions, and like you start like a man usually starts to think about that at 30 to 35. A man's like, what's the purpose in life? Why am I here? Holy shit, like why, like this life is just fake and bullshit, and like there's a bigger purpose. So yeah.
That's sort of what you just described, sort of what I'm going through right now. Yeah, when I was in my early 20s, yeah, I had all this time, could get away with it and do whatever I want, you know. But now that I'm in my 30s, I'm like, oh, it's just how you described, yeah.
Yeah, it's a regular pattern where, like I said, at 20, you have all the time in the world. You can do this. I can get a career. I can get a job. And then at 30, 31, 32, you're like, holy shit, I'm going to get sick at 52. I only have 20 years left. So you're like, holy shit, I'm running out of time. And then all of a sudden the clock squeezes. Yeah, so not, yeah. That was my experience. And it's probably a different timeline for women, but.
Well, I'm having the same experience that you, yeah. You explain it quite accurately.
Yeah, mine was at like 31 to 33, and then it was like, holy crap. But I was flat earther at 35 till now, so like you learn almost like half your life experience from 30 to 40 or something. Like it's somewhere like you learn, like you think you know everything at 28 or 25, but like just wait till you get to like 37, 39, like especially if you're a flat earther and a truther, like.
Yeah, the schooling in Google tells you know everything. You know it all. What is going on, America? My body, my choice. I'm a man and I can't get pregnant. I have a right to fucking kill my baby in my womb. What the fuck, bro?
Well, we know who's going to win the next Civil War.
You know, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what shape the fucking Earth is. If the Earth is going to hell in a handbasket, that's it. That doesn't matter. And it is doing that. That's all I see, man.
You know, when you're overseas, I was deployed a couple times, and people kill each other out of love, you know, because they're trying to protect their other soldiers. They care about each other, and you know, these crazy commies that are saying they want to kill their babies and stuff. You know, they're not really. I'm just imagining like I read on the internet. There's these mainstream news articles talking about the next Civil War. You know.
Oh yeah.
Next American Civil War. I'm like, yeah. I really don't think that these commies are going to stand a chance. If they want to make murdering children their rallying call, you know what I mean. That's weak.
Yeah.
That's the weakest thing ever.
Republican Democratic states, yeah. Well, obviously the Republicans are going to fucking wipe the floor because they've all got guns.
Yep, that's the other thing.
There ain't no cure for
That's obvious, but I was just trying to go beyond that. Besides that, of course, but besides the gun thing, you know.
The gun thing, the baby thing, the gender thing, the other thing, that other thing. How many fucking things? It's just one thing after another. Fucking cray-cray. There ain't no cure for crazy.
Raise the army around that.
The Putin thing.
But because the left in America, they believe whatever the mainstream news tells them, and they do whatever the mainstream news tells them to do. And the mainstream news articles are saying they're beating the war drum. They're talking about the next Civil War in America, and I'm thinking to myself, really?
Yeah, over here they're talking about 1937, 1939 moment with fucking Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah. Oh, I saw that about the UK. I saw an article about that yesterday.
Yeah, some fucking general decides that this is now like just before World War II. This is the moment. This is our World War II moment. It's just
over a country that most people, Ukraine, 95 or 90% of people at least had no idea where it was or what the flag even looked like before the news started going crazy.
yeah, and let's admit it. It probably was corrupt as fuck. That the politicians there and everything, and I know Putin's talking about Nazism, but well, that's the guise of democracy. You think you're living in a democracy, but you're actually living in the upside down world. It's completely the opposite, but they give you the illusion that you're living in a fucking democracy and you have a right of choice. But they probably are as corrupt as fuck, and they were probably doing things that Russians didn't like. So it's not all Russia's bad. Russia probably has a point of what's going on there, especially when they're talking about joining NATO. I mean, what happened? What happened with the fucking Cuban Missile Crisis? When America thought that there was a possibility that Russia would put fucking nukes in Cuba, they lost their shit. They would basically go to war about that, and that's correct because that's too fucking close to home, right? Well, this is what the NATO and the EU and all these bastards are doing. They're creeping closer, and Russia sees this, and he sees the fucking Europe's getting bigger. Suddenly, Turkey's part of Europe. So,
Hey, I love my country. I love America, but I can tell we are not on the right side of history right now with Russia.
Yeah, I mean,
we're playing the villain right now.
Well, look who's in charge. He's some fucking villain, that boy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just being honest. The fake news likes to lie and act like Russia's the villain. But maybe they were in times past. I don't know. But right now, clearly we're on the wrong side of history right now.
Yeah, right and wrong and all that shit there, and we know it's all a puppet show.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's all one-sided. Yeah, you're right. It's not all one-sided. Russia might have a point in certain fucking things. They're like, listen, you're getting a little bit too fucking close for comfort here. Back off, right? And by the way, yeah, all the politicians that live in they're all fucking bought by the United States or by Europe. They're all fucking corrupt bastards. They're all fucking taking the piss out of people. And we've had enough. So they have a point in that respect. But don't get me wrong. Like, if any country tries to invade Europe or Ireland or UK or America, and they're in the wrong, I'll fight, But
we got politicians on both sides, left and right, in our country that are that own shares in the gas company in Ukraine.
Yeah, the conflict of
billions of dollars.
Yep, conflicts of interests are going through the fucking roof. All these I think it was about 20 senators that have their families have stakes in.
Big conflict of interest. Yeah, it's corrupt as hell.
It is. Every time you look at it, I love Tucker Carlson. I listen to Tucker Carlson all the time, right? And there's a guy called Johnny Rotten, who is actually John Lydon, the lead singer of the Sex Pistols. He put out a thing the other day. It says he put up a little meme about I never thought I'd see the day when the right would be the one sticking up for the small person, and the left would be the insane-looking kind of people.
Huh.
Because 20 years ago, the left was all right. Oh yeah, freedom and rights and all this here, and the right was all fucking establishment. And yeah, establishment's great and all this. But that's completely switched around. That's.
Oh yeah, what happened to the left being anti-war? Now they want to start the Third World War.
Yeah. Exactly. No, we have to.
About individual rights. It's strange how it changed because It's amazing how the left completely believes whatever the television says. On the right, only half of the people on the right believe the television.
Only half the retards on the right.
Yeah, but that's a lot better than like all of the idiots on like the left. 98% of them believe everything, or maybe 95% of them believe everything on TV.
It's
They
like,
believe every mainstream news article. They don't question it at all. But on the right, though, only about half believe everything the mainstream says.
I was always in the middle anyway, and I never did like the right, but it's come over to. I'm starting to like it more, but I would rather. Who was it? Louder Crowder, Stephen Crowder. He says, "I would rather support their views than these lefty fucking crazy people that just want to abort babies, get rid of your guns, fucking fight wars in Ukraine for fucking. This is. I would far rather support a conservative leftist right Republican view than I would, even though I know that it's not, they're both fucking bullshit, but it seems the better fucking choice. You know what I mean?
90-something% of the Democrats in America, the left, they took the shots, and and I think about half of the Republicans. That's where I'm getting my numbers from. I was looking at vax rates. We're not supposed to talk about that here. Sorry, but yeah. So anyway, in the future, the left simply won't exist anymore. They're just they've all did the Jonestown thing.
They drank the Kool-Aid. They drank it. Oh my God.
They all drank the Kool-Aid and it was spiked. Literally.
It's strange, 20 years ago becoming a conspiracy theorist and looking into 9/11, all these kinds of things, and shape of the earth and all there. And you kind of think that the left was right. You're kind of like, yeah, that's good. Yeah, you need freedom of this and freedom of that, and right to this and right choice. But and then you just watch them grow into something that is fucking so ridiculous. It's so fucking crazy.
They were a lot more similar 20 years ago. They weren't that different like today. Not today. They've really diverged.
Yeah. It's getting worse every day.
The media did it. The news did it. Because somehow, I don't know how, but somehow the news hypnotized, and the news did it. It's all from the television. It blows my mind, but I've been trying to make sense of it. It says on the TV, well, I'm not going to talk about 99% chance of recovery, but anyway, they it's a mixture of repetition, and other people have said it's got to do with the flicker rate, on the screen, and it puts them into hypnosis and other stuff, subliminal. I don't know, but television. I don't own a television. I haven't watched television in over a decade.
I wish I could say that.
Why would you watch TV if you got the internet?
Yeah, but I suppose most of my TV is internet. I watch YouTube more than anything else.
Yeah, me too. I don't watch, but I don't have TV. I mean, what you said though, I watch YouTube and other channels, other BitChutes one and other websites.
Oh yeah, mainstream TV is dying. It is dying. It's in the death throes right now.
Yeah. But it's taking people down with them. The mainstream, the TV may be dying, but the TV is also killing a lot of people.
Well, I suppose we did speak about this earlier. It did change the world, didn't it? And as a tool, I don't think it's been the benefit of humanity.
Oh yeah. Do you think they're going to succeed in starting the Third World War?
Jeez, man, I don't know. It's possible, I suppose.
I think they're really going to do it.
Population control and all that jazz. We need more people. Did.
Yeah. You know why they're going to do it? Because the people that plot it, that orchestrate it, they're going to be like on some private island somewhere, some third party, some neutral country. The people the shareholders, the people that really call the shots, they're not going to be involved in any way.
Yeah, no their kids, no their family at all. They're just going to sit and get rich and richer. Well, no. The people who make the artillery, the shells, and the gunpowder and the bombs, you're never going to see their family on the front lines. Eh?
It's really more the shareholders, man. They're the ones that, there's a lot of businessmen that are more actively or directly involved that think they're safe. They may be because they stay in America or UK or wherever, and they send other people's children off to fight the war. But there is some risk involved when your nation's in a state of war. But I really think though that the people truly responsible for starting something like the Third World War, they're not going to be in the UK or the USA or Russia. They're going to be
Who's
the Bahamas.
who is it?
the
Those?
Caribbean.
Name names.
Switzerland.
I want you to name names.
Living in the middle of Venezuela.
Who is it? Name names.
How the fuck do you know who they is, man? Nobody knows who they are.
The people that meet up in Davos, Switzerland.
Secret societies?
No.
You
got Bilderberg Group, far, Trilateral, whatever. But you also got really the people that meet in Switzerland at Davos. I think that's really, those are the plotters right there,
Yeah, like the Zionists, the Jesuits, and the Freemasons, Rosicrucians, Club of Malta, Club of 300.
Yeah,
Bilderberg Group.
You got it.
Oh, them motherfuckers. Large.
All those evil, dirty rats.
I actually think they did open they opened a portal.
Not all Jews are bad, I'm a Jew.
Yeah.
But I wasn't raised religious or anything. But I tell you, they're not all bad. It may be a lot of them.
That's one of my favorite topics. No, I would agree. Not all Jews are bad, but what we consider a Jew is not actually a Jew. So it's probably not even. Yeah, it's probably not even allowed. I shouldn't even.
Probably not.
But
yeah, moving on.
But yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're a Jew, white, black, pink, whatever. If you follow God, a non-Israelite can be closer to God than an Israelite.
I believe that.
So it doesn't.
And I think it's a lot
so
like.
It doesn't matter if you're Jew, white, black, Israelite, this, that. You can be closer to God.
I'm saying.
Yeah, it doesn't matter your color, your race, your whatever you are. That you can be as close to God as possible if you choose that destiny.
What I'm trying to say is I got friends that are Freemasons, okay? And we share a lot of the same values, the Second Amendment, etc. But, the higher up, like one of them told me this. One of them told me, he said it's like any other organization. The higher up, like at the top, is corrupt. Like anything, like any large organization. It's corrupt at the top. And I think it's like that with all these groups we're talking about. Like, for example, the Bilderberg or CFR or whatever, they got people that work for them as assistants and secretaries and paperwork and stuff, and they're not bad people, they just gotta take care of their family, but they're I simplify it, I call them the shareholders. I think that the really evil people are some not all rich people are bad, but there are a lot of shareholders. That's the word I use, that are plotting.
See,
Apparently, they're plotting the Third World War.
the one bad thing is that we are going to be judged on how we made our money. Like, if we made money by building guns and bombs that kill people, or building or if you were just like a cake baker or a bread baker, that's going to be way different than if you're building guns. You're knowingly building guns that are going to kill innocent people, and you're doing it because it's your job. I'm just doing it as a job. So
I would
you have to
agree
be
with you
very
on-
cautious
on
of
the-
what you do.
I agree with you on the big hardware stuff, like explosive stuff. But talking about guns, though, a lot of guns are used to protect people. So I disagree on the. I think it's like making a sword. The blacksmith make a sword, and oftentimes in medieval times, a sword is used to keep your family alive. So
That's the gamble, though. You're making the gun, and you don't know where that gun goes.
I'll disagree on the gun part, but everything else you said, yeah, like people that make. I don't like to say these words on the internet, but yeah, bomb, for example. People that make those things, yeah, that's bad karma. I agree with the people that that's not good.
Yeah, that's my point. Is if your job is gonna hurt
So-
somebody later, that's potentially bad karma for you.
If you run
Like,
the
it's
machine,
bad that you're working on people. But that's just my opinion.
if you run the
Well, what if
machine,
you made what if you make
fentanyl,
knives?
are you a bad person? If you run the machines that pack fentanyl,
Did you say fentanyl?
Pack fentanyl. What?
fentanyl.
Oh, that's bad. I think that's really bad karma. You don't want to be making that.
No, see, you had a better argument with the like kitchen knives, where like you're making a kitchen knife set with a knife, fork,
Yeah.
spoon, and then like somebody uses that knife to kill somebody. That's a lot different than a gun projectile, because your intentional
look at it the
purposes
same way.
was your intentional purposes was to somebody to eat to make it easier, and some crazy atheist used it to kill somebody. But a gun, it's going to be used to kill somebody.
If you're making artillery shells, then that's bad karma.
You know, every time there's a mass shooting in America, it stops when somebody with a gun shows up.
Yep.
Do you know that America is like 18th on the list for fucking gun crimes in the real world?
Hey, check this out. The Uvalde shooter had the same phone number as one of the victims. Because it's
Yeah.
it was staged. It was staged. It may be real. I don't know, but I mean, it was staged. Okay, whether it's fake or real, it's a news story.
You're not allowed to talk about these topics on live stream. You're not allowed to talk about this.
Well, I didn't know that. I was always told that we're just not allowed to talk about the COF 19 because they shut servers down for that. But they don't shut the server down for talking about with the Uvalde or shooting false flags. They don't
Gun
have Discord
control.
shut you down for that.
I don't know about that. Yeah.
You can talk about anything on Discord except for the COF 19.
Yep.
No, I'm not allowed to post memes about it. So how come how come if somebody posts a meme, it wasn't me, and then he was warned because it had the U word in it. So it had the U word in it, and he got a warning. But we're allowed to talk about it in the live stream.
I'm not a moderator, but somebody was going over and above and beyond moderating. But the thing is that what I've always been told here is that if the flat Earth subject comes up, for example, a new person or a globalist wants to debate, then we shift to we prioritize talking about the flat Earth. But when we don't have that debate going on, we could talk about anything other than the COF 19. That's the only
No, that's not true.
You know?
That's not true. No, You need to go through the welcome. I'll go through VC check-in where it's like there's no in the live stream. You have to stick to flat Earth and not talk about shootings, riots, or psyops or false flags.
Well, monkeypox.
Like there is, yeah. So like
Maybe there's some new rules.
the best part is we will be accountable for all our words and actions. If somehow he gets a strike, I didn't say any words. Only the people who said the key words said the key words. So like I'm just warning you.
Helio does
I'm
the
just warning
YouTube
you.
thing, and that's separate. He does that. That's separate from the Discord thing. You know.
Helio got a strike because of they were talking about Russia and Ukraine.
Wow, really? That's BS. I can't believe they did that to him.
We didn't do that.
We can't talk about
No,
the
we
potential.
didn't do that.
There's no free speech.
There's no such thing as free speech anymore.
Well, thanks for letting me know that. I didn't know that he got. I didn't know he was getting flack for that. That I guess we shouldn't talk about the potential war that's going to happen.
World War III. Yeah, World War III is a terrible thing to talk
I
about.
would love like I said the other day to whoever else, like 50% of the topics are off limits. We're only allowed to talk about flat Earth, biblical relations, and bash the globe.
The thought police. You're saying the thought police are cracking down more on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in like the silver text, or yeah, it's like he got there was a 7-day streak because of maybe it was a month ago, 2 months ago. But I'm just letting you know. I didn't say any words. I didn't say anything. You guys were talking about.
Don't tell anybody, man. Shut up.
Hey, this is why
my best strategy. My best strategy is I just come here to bash the globe, speak truth, biblical truths. So like other people, I want to talk about everything. Trust me. Like I want to talk about look at my bio. Like I want to talk about everything. I want to talk about it, but I'm not allowed.
Hey,
so
this
yeah.
is why I've been missing. I go MIA for a long time because the cough thing, the latest cough thing has been a really big thing, and we're not allowed to talk about it here. So rather than being here, I'm watching videos and surfing the net about it. You know,
that's kind of strange, isn't it? On a conspiracy forum or a flat Earth forum where you can't talk about the Jabba Jabba Doo.
The Jabba Jabba Doo, the Jabberino.
It's strange.
I know, that's why I've been MIA a while, because I want to talk about current events, you know, but I understand that the thought police are cracking down.
Oh, big time. You can't talk about World War III.
I mean, yeah, this is the place where this is a collection of the most skeptical people in the world are here at the Flat Earth Channel, and this is the best place to talk about everything, but except if we're not allowed to. I remember when the cough began, there was a lot about microbiology here, like a whole lot, really fast.
You said that earlier, is that what they will do eventually is that people will police themselves. Like, before you say anything, you have to think about it if you're allowed to say it or not. Well, that's
it's like the Soviet Union.
Yeah, exactly.
Neighbors tearing each other in.
Yep. Police themselves. Gilded cages and all that crack.
Because I can't talk about current events here, which is why I'm surfing the net, and there's a bunch of retards out there that are polluting the internet. But I'd rather be talking with y'all about it because, like I said, this is the most skeptical group of people on the internet right here. So y'all rip things apart really rapidly and disassemble bullshit really fast. If I'm not allowed to talk about the bullshit, I have to go elsewhere, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of smart people in this server, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, there's brilliant people here, yeah. I mean, you got to be smart to figure out that you've been lied to about the shape of the world. I mean, the lie is that extensive. You have to visualize all the moving parts and piece it together and see how You need to be smart to figure this out.
What's up, Git?
Hey guys, hello.
Buna.
Nice to hear you guys.
How you doing?
Yeah, enjoying lemonade at the moment.
Sounds tasty.
Yeah, it's very, very hot here. Like 35 Celsius.
What
Shut up.
area in the world you in?
Timișoara, Romania.
Romania.
Wow, you're in Romania.
Yes.
A Dracula.
Yes.
Dude, you know about Pennsylvania, don't you?
I do know, yeah. I happen to be related to the
Wow.
guy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Vlad.
Yo, Smurf, Bambo is telling you to read the VC chat for once.
Yes, Smurf is cool.
That's fascinating.
Salute, ce mă faci?
Salut, bine, bine.
Buna, buna.
You ever get a thirst for blood?
No,
Okay, maybe you're distantly
never.
related.
I'm actually living a aristocratic lifestyle, to say so.
Oh, you posh bastard.
Yeah, I
Hey, party at your place.
Champagne.
well, champagne is fermented, so it's not good. It's alive. It's alive. You know. It comes from the
I've heard that
living.
fermented stuff's good for you.
No, it doesn't do good.
What about
No.
yogurt? Yogurt's good for you.
No. Yogurt. I mean, I wouldn't give it to the children. Not even cow milk, but yeah, fresh cow milk is tolerable. But you need to milk it from one cow, and yeah, that milk you give it to someone to consume. But if you milk 1,000 cows together and you mix that milk, it's no good.
Mucho movie.
So, yeah,
Do you like your steak rare?
I'm vegan. I'm a bread eater.
No, he's related. And
Oh,
he's
no.
related to the dude Pennsylvania, and he's a vegan.
Yeah,
Wow, I've heard everything.
yeah, you do. Actually, the British Empire, they were writing a lot of bullshit about us. Before the Roman Empire, everyone from the world wanted to come in this land, to visit it and to learn from here. But they were not allowed. They were much more extremist than the USA is today with their USA visas, Yeah.
Romania.
Probably a beautiful land.
Yeah, we have some good architecture. If you can see in that photo, the buildings, they're very nice, big.
Hey, how are the gun laws over there? Are you all allowed to have guns?
Yeah, you need a permit. Yeah.
Oh, is it easy to get?
I had for hunting, and yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
you
Are
are-
you allowed to carry a sidearm like a pistol?
A pistol, you need a special permit. That's like defense or protection stuff.
Is that
So,
difficult or is that easy to get?
well, you need to have a clean criminal record, and you can get it, yeah. But
Oh, that's
it's kind
cool,
of
man.
expensive.
That's always reassuring to hear that you still have some freedom out there. I always ask people from different countries, that's how I gauge how much freedom you have.
Mm. But you see, if you go in gypsies communities and stuff, you can see they have weapons with no license, nothing, like black market. So yeah.
PMAC there, he's in a tyrannical, oppressive nightmare state.
Oppressor.
I am, you're right. How the fuck do you know that?
Because gun laws are shit, dude. Pardon my English. Sorry about
Yeah, there's only one law: you can't own a gun. That's it, man.
that. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that is shit.
Yeah.
Man, they're freer in Romania than in UK. Oh god.
Yeah. You're free to do as we say. We tell you. You know.
Yeah, I know that tune.
Yeah.
A lot of beautiful Ukrainian women streaming into your country recently, huh?
Oh man, yeah. I think so. I haven't seen any of them.
Oh, really?
I just got here yesterday.
What was you traveling?
Um, I work in Germany,
Wow,
so
cool.
now I'm in holiday.
You work in Germany, but you are a Romanian.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Yeah, man. I have to go to Germany to fix the robots and all those machines to make them work right, because the Germans, they don't know.
Hey, can you
In
give
the
me a job?
Yeah, in the 90s, we had a very good educational system. So it wasn't like the European ones or like the American. So you were supposed to learn a lot, you know.
Hey, man, I'm really good with technology. You can get me a job, right?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Yeah.
Cool.
There's always work in these fields, automotive and technology.
Well, I'm an American, so I don't go anywhere unless I can get a gun.
America.
Well,
You better
I'm
fly there before the next
with the
lockdown.
guns. I'm not pro guns, but neither contrarian, you know. But I would suggest, hey, a bow is much more fun than any gun.
You said the bow?
Yeah, a bow, compound, yeah.
Wow, I've never used one of those. That does sound like fun. But I tell you,
Yeah.
as an American, I could summarize my entire culture with just one word: is guns.
Yes, true. The law of the gun. That's the respect in it. That's how
Yeah,
you
that's pretty
give the
much all I
respect
care
in
about.
USA. Yeah,
I don't go.
that's how you make. Yeah,
I don't go anywhere unless I can carry a gun.
yeah.
People are going to think twice if they roll into a
But
town.
do you have a permit to carry?
What'd you say?
Do you have a permit for the gun?
Oh yeah. I carry a gun everywhere, man. I was in the army, so I sleep with my guns.
Oh, that's cool. But what about? I mean, when you enter a supermarket store, yeah,
Oh yeah.
you're not allowed to wear a mask when you carry a gun. That's the law.
Oh, what in Romania?
I mean, in USA.
Oh no, I have not worn a mask the entire time. In my state, they
Wow,
never care.
really?
Yeah, I live in Virginia.
You're
They
lucky
never care
bastard.
here.
You're lucky bastard.
well, thank you. Try to be.
I envy you. Yeah.
You lucky bastard.
You lucky bastard.
But I am open to traveling, but only if I can carry a gun. I would never go to the UK because they're anti-freedom.
Plus, I'm here, so you wouldn't like
Well, don't worry. Last night we had 5,000 U.S. soldiers debarking in our country, like the elite soldiers, the best combat masters.
What, last night?
Yeah, last night they came into our country. Yeah.
Is this because of the Ukrainian thing?
Yeah. They want to make a line defense, something here in Romania to mobilize forces and stuff. But actually, I see it's something like they're gonna push us again to fight against the Russians, just like it happened in the Second World War.
And you
So-
fought against the Turks, you kept the Turks
Yeah.
back, and then you kept the Russians back, and then you get the fucking Russians back again.
Yeah.
Per Romanians, bro. These are the front line everywhere.
Yeah, we were always between three empires, at least minimum three
Yeah.
empires around us.
Yeah, I know the history. Wallachia,
Wallachia, yeah.
Well, you'll be all right. You can always resort to just putting their heads on pikes.
Yeah, spear them.
Michael the Brave. Michael the Brave was some guy.
Yeah, Mihai.
A guy.
Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some guy, man.
Yeah, he was a very mighty Romanian leader. But this is recent history. It's like a couple 100 years ago, 500 years ago.
Yeah. Long time ago.
Mm.
You're talking about when they put their heads on the pikes? That was legendary.
Yeah. Well, that guy, Vlad Tepes, was the guy who got this name, Dracula and stuff. But he was kidnapped from his parents. His parents murdered by the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
So the Sultan took them and raised the children. And obviously, the kids were his girlfriends, So
That's what Turks call
and
the
he thought-
janissary.
Wow, I didn't
Yeah.
know any of that. That's interesting history, man.
yeah, you see,
Janissary rule for
Vlad,
foreign people.
yeah, Vlad was his girlfriend, and also Radu, his brother. He was called Radu the Beautiful, and that one fell into this homosexual stuff. So he was in love with the Ottoman Sultan leader, But Vlad wasn't. He was. His heart was poisoned, and he promised the Sultan that if he makes him a leader here in Romania, because the Sultan trusted him, so he gave him this position in Romania to lead.
And then he
And
rebelled.
when he gave it to him, he switched back against the Ottoman Empire, but he did. He was doing horrible stuff because of his childhood trauma,
He was a bit of a shit general too. He lost. He lost one battle. It was absolutely terrible. He should never have lost it.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, I would say he got some revenge, but the revenge is the weapons of the fool. Yeah.
Revenge is.
So.
Yeah, I find it fascinating. Romania always been on the front line against the Ottomans. Just always in conflict. Just good fighting.
Now we have issues with the Hungarians.
Yes,
which are actually remnant people from the Ottoman Empire invasion.
Yeah, the Hungarians they had a massive fucking empire, very very big.
Yeah, they were also an empire with Austria, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I know my history.
Well, my city was actually occupied by them, and they tried to defile the land and destroy everything, but they didn't make it. I mean, it was impossible. They tried to cut all the woods here, but these woods are so big and they regenerate so fast. You cannot cut them. You cut one hill, and in 5 years you can see trees back on it, like a forest. A whole forest is back.
I love the Romanian accent too, man. I
So
love
if
I do.
hey, one of these days I can come visit you.
Well, you have beautiful mountains, and there are a lot of natural simulacrums, like mountains which look like the face of a man, or the face of a man is sculpted on a mountain. The Danube River, the Danube Delta is also a very beautiful place. Um yeah, Black Sea. Uh,
There's a
You know,
lot
in the
going on in
future,
Romania,
someday
no?
after all this current events blow over, you know, with the COP-19, you know, whatever. I'd
mm,
like to come visit someday as a tourist, you know, and check out the mountains and
yeah, yeah, you should. You should. We have many uh, places, historical places, where these Greek mythological events took place. That's where they happened here in Romania. So when you read Greek mythology, you are actually reading about what happened here.
oh, cool,
So
man.
yeah, there is a mountain which is all burnt and nothing grows on it, not a hair of grass, nothing. Because on this mountain, Zeus struck with thunder Prometheus, I think, and that whole mountain burned so badly that after that, nothing ever grew on that mountain.
Wow.
And it's very weird, to see one mountain between so many full of forests and stuff, but this one is bald.
Think
This
roads, yeah.
mountain is completely naked. Yeah. And nobody can scientifically explain why, how, yeah. But they don't even care. Nobody is. Yeah.
All I know about Romania is huge on a map. It's a very large place.
Hmm. No, I will
No,
not say.
not
I
really,
mean,
no.
Germany is so much bigger.
Yeah, it's not,
You know,
not
but there's a lot more people live in Germany.
Uh, no, actually, we are about 14 million. They say 20, but like about 6 are outside.
In
yeah,
Germany,
they
Yeah,
it's
all
80
working
million.
in the UK.
yeah, they come live and work in USA, in UK, in Germany.
Yeah. That's how I learned Romanian. Well, not learned Romanian, but how to say hello, etc. My boss was the boss I used to have
Yeah,
was a Romanian girl. Uh,
yeah, nice.
Yeah, I don't know much about Romania, but I'm just sure it's a beautiful place.
It's worth. You see, actually, Osiris asked a Thracian, a Bulgarian. What is it? What land is beyond this river? And this river, he meant the lower Danube.
the Danube.
Uh, yeah, and he said, "Oh, beyond this river is the land of the fields with flowers and the land of the bees."
There you
That's
go.
what he told him. Yeah. So, but
Milk and
yeah,
honey.
people nowadays, they don't know these things anymore. They don't value them. It means nothing for them if you tell them. Yeah.
Does Romania have a big military?
Well, I would not say big. They like to show off like they are strong, powerful, like the Americans and stuff, but they are not. They are brainwashed. And, the soldiers here are like, they have their indoctrination. And if you try to break through that, you're gonna see them like experiencing cock this, like In that very moment, you address them, and they refuse to accept other kind of views or
So,
perspectives. Yeah.
Do y'all use a lot of Russian hardware, like Russian weapons and vehicles, or not? I don't know because I just wonder.
no.
You're so close to Ukraine and Russia.
Well, we had our own, but
Oh, yeah, you know.
yeah, uh, and we developed many things like the jet engine, yeah,
No.
the laser, yeah.
Does the average Romanian soldier carry a AK-47 or AR-15 or something else?
Yeah, they do have now American weapons
Oh, cool.
and probably from Israel.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So
That's interesting.
we don't have factories to manufacture weapon, but we
So,
had a big factory back in the days. We were making gunpowder and everything, and weapons. Yeah.
A country. You're not really a small country. I think y'all should start. Maybe that's what I should do. I should come to Romania and start a nice gun
Yeah.
factory.
It's the best place to start, if you can ignore the people, but actually historically trying to find out the history of this land and people. There is a lot to learn. There is valuable history here. Um, yeah,
Your language is very similar to Italian, right?
yes.
it's actually, yeah.
Actually, Italian language is a Latin language which is born from. The Latin itself is a language born from the Dacian people language. And also the Greek language is born from the old Romanian language.
No, it's funny you should say that. It's funny you say that, Murph. I
Yeah.
noticed that sometimes in Romanian, when you hear Romanian speak, it sounds very, very Italian.
Yes, yes, yes. Romanian language, even today, we have more Latin words inside our language than Italian itself, or French,
Ah,
So Latin
or
is not a
Spanish,
dead
or
language.
Portuguese.
more
Yeah,
Italian than it.
all these Latin languages, they are not as rich in Latin words as Romanian language is. And this is not because Romanian is a Latin language. This is because the Romanian language gave birth to the Latin language.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I've read that after when the Roman Empire was falling apart, that a lot of Romans fled to Romania.
yeah. Well,
They were named.
you name Caesar, for example. He was saying in the Roman Senate, yeah, I'm going back to the land of my fathers, and he meant in Dacia, Romania today. So yeah, and not only Caesar, but Trajan, Constantine, many of them. You see, vast majority of the Roman emperors, they were Dacians. Even
Is that also where ancient the Greek come from? There, Romania, Dacia, Dacia.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I didn't know that. That's interesting. I
yeah,
learn something every day.
yeah. And you see, the founders of Rome was those brothers, Romulus and Remus. They were Dacians, and they fought among themselves who should be the one to give the name to the city Rome. Yeah, so funny. Like,
I learned from every day.
yeah. So, it is nice. Even when you go in Italy, in Rome, you can see our last king, our true last king, being. There is a wall sculpture, very famous, yeah, and you can see there a Roman general holding the head of someone. Well, that guy is holding and presenting it to Trajan, the Roman emperor. That's the head of Decebalus Pescorilos. That was our last king. He preferred to commit suicide instead of being captured and defeated.
That's
You
legit.
know?
That
Yeah. And then
I respect that.
the general then decapitated him and took his head in the Roman Senate and showed that, yeah, we conquered Dacia. But actually, they conquered only 14% of our country. So, and suddenly, overnight, they taught every Dacian to speak a Latin language. So the Italians, if they were coming here, they could talk with any person, and they understood as if they were speaking their own language. You know.
Yeah, Rome was very good at assimilating people.
Yeah.
Very, very good. They just destroyed the ancient religions, whatever was there. They destroyed that completely.
Well,
Killed off the priesthood.
they couldn't assimilate us because they were descendants from us, you know, the Romans themselves. And actually, what happened is they gave laws like whoever pronounces the word Dacian or Dacia, the name of this land, to be executed on the spot, you know. And this is how they destroyed the culture and knowledge about our mighty empire, you know, that we were. Because none of these empires, the Greek Empire, the Roman Empire, they never dared to say something or like fight us because they were very well known as. I mean, I have to show you their armor. It's in today's museums. Yeah, they had gold, solid gold helmets, breast shields of gold. So all these soldiers and army, they were wearing gold. And when you see an army like this come riding on horses, you know, and even the horses were decorated with gold and gold swords and you name it, yeah, silver and gold, they were full of it. And they were also very beautifully crafted, like they were artifacts, you know. They were masterpieces. So when you see such an army coming towards you,
You think twice.
yeah, yeah,
These guys got a lot of gold, man.
it's very imposing, you know, it's shiny, it's, yeah.
Like
It's
the Scottish.
rich. You can see they're filthy rich. So you're saying, what do I have to give to these people? I mean,
Yeah.
the only thing you see is stuff that the only thing you see is stuff that you can take if you defeat them. You know.
Like the Scottish used to be bollock naked, don't they?
Yeah.
Like bollock, and actually get an erection. Some of the Celtic tribes get the erection to show how not scared they were of the enemy. And that would put the fear of God in the enemy. Like, these guys do not give a shit.
They say they were very priestly, you know.
Bucharest, probably a beautiful city, right?
No, filthy and crowded and very, very loud, and people are not so well mannered, you know.
Wow, good to know.
Yeah. I recommend my city, Timisoara. Timisoara. It's in the west.
Hey, I understand there's some gypsies. The Romani are out there, right?
Yes, yes.
What do the Romanians think about the Romani?
Well, I don't like them, but I know they are part of our culture. They were born here. They were made by Hercules, and
The god?
sorry,
They were made by what?
by Hercules.
Wow.
The god.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Demi God. Yeah,
Demigod.
yeah.
Right, yeah.
Hercules defeated the beast, and he took the dragon snake, something like this, and he took the beast's teeth, the teeth from his mouth, and when he threw these teeth on the ground, they germinated like seed, and an army of rose like an army of soldiers looking like men. They were looking like men, but they were not humans, they were not men. But
Zombies?
yeah, no, not zombies. I mean, even today, you see, I make this analogy between Hollywood actors. I don't call them hypocrites, they look like a man inside and outside, but they are not men because they are acting to be men.
Ah,
So when you are acting, you're not really what you claim you are, So yeah,
You're getting paid for being a good liar.
yeah, clown.
Clown.
Mhm.
hey, what do they believe? The gypsies there. What's their religion? Are they Christian or something else?
Yeah, vast majority of them are Christians or
Catholic.
they look into this Indian culture, because you see, after Hercules, they fled to these countries, India, Pakistan, and they formed these country and population, their own kingdom, and then they started coming back, and they knew that the gold is here, and this is what they did in Romania. They were always living outside the villages or cities like nomads, but they were digging the ground because they were finding a lot of gold being buried, from ancient times. Yeah.
Hey, why didn't they ever just assimilate with the? Why didn't they ever just be normal?
Because the Romanians, they're not normal.
No,
No,
I'm talking
you
about
see,
the gypsies.
Oh, I will.
they were cursed in the end by God to be man,
Another god?
So
That's
this means that whichever gypsy, if he follows a belief in God and he learns to behave and he's humane, he's empathic and all that, then he is a real human, Yeah.
I believe in their ways. I think it's a good way to be. They call us
Yeah,
countrymen.
they're very conservative. I mean,
No
they're
master.
family
Oh
They
yeah.
are family oriented people, and this is very, very valuable, And when people blame them because they arrange these marriages, but I actually understand because you see, two families arrange the marriage between their children, and what do? Well, the boy has to buy the girl. What does this mean? Well, the
About.
family of the boy will pay 100,000 euro, 200,000, 300,000 euros, yeah, to buy that girl. So this money goes to the family of the girl, and this is an insurance that if this boy and girl make children, yeah, they make a family, and then they decide to break up, yeah, and the boy goes with another woman or stuff. Now, this
That's strange.
woman with children will have her own house, yeah, so she can raise the children, yeah. So it's a good mindset
That's
concept,
very
you know.
logical. Yeah, I never
Yeah,
heard of that.
yeah,
You just,
yeah,
as a granddad, just praying.
yeah. They value the
female.
woman, you know, not just the woman, also the men are valued, you know. But they are not like, oh, I marry a woman and then I throw her in the street, you know. Yeah,
That makes a lot of sense,
Yeah,
actually.
that's just cramp.
yeah, yeah. So if you want a piece of
Rich
meat, yeah,
Noah?
it's gonna cost you. You know, it doesn't come free. Yeah,
I still find it unusual that after all this time they've not assimilated. They've preserved their own, their own thing separate from, like how I just, all these centuries went by and they still are separate people.
Yeah. You don't see too many gypsies in America.
No, no, you see all different sort of people, but you don't see them.
Yeah.
I've never seen gypsies in America.
well, even now, you know, the system is like, um, how do I say, not tolerant, but ignorant
It chooses
when it
not to.
comes about gypsies. If a gypsy child doesn't go to school, nobody cares, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then if a Romanian child is not being sent to the doctor to get a vax or to school, you know, kindergarten and stuff, oh, you are mistreating the child. We take it and
No.
yeah.
I
So
can understand. Education makes sense just to get that piece of paper so you get a high paid
yeah,
job.
yeah,
But it's really, I'm talking about America. I don't know about Romania, but in America, our education system sucks. I mean, people go through it and they don't really learn anything practical or useful at all.
yeah, yeah.
Ask them to
I
point to
agree
Romania
with
on the
you.
map. They would
Mhm.
point to Germany. Is it there?
Oh yeah, Germany might have. I'm sure Germany has a way better system, but America, we put more money. We allocate more money to our students than any other
Yeah,
country in the world, and we have the lowest scores in the West. Basically, we have some of the lowest scores in the world. Like, and in depending where you go to school in America, like Detroit, for example, there's children that can't even read that they get their high school diploma and they can't even read this shit.
Huh.
well, it's not even important to read. I mean, what's the purpose of reading if you get online and you see what people talk and write? I mean, you make a
Yeah,
double
that's a good
cross,
point.
you know? Like they speak so colorful, you know?
Now I had a friend over here yesterday, a neighbor of mine. I live out in the country, and he only learned to read like a couple years ago, and he's like in his 50s. And but what he did, he worked for 25 years as a mechanic, and then he married a wealthy woman. She's a millionaire, and
Wow.
that's a success story, I
Well,
guess. He only learned to read a couple years ago.
Yeah.
please God, find me a
Well,
wealthy
but the
woman.
problem is, see, we can make that all the stories to be a successful story. The world could be in that state. We can make that world, but actually, the system that is governing us is actually obstructing, is doing its best in taking away any chance from you that you could be successful if you don't bow to them, you know, like you have to preach only their doctrine and non-scientific stuff, you know.
That's
So you
happening
have
here in
to,
America, buddy.
yeah, I see it
So
here too.
I heard that Romania was occupied by the Soviet Union for like a dozen years or something, right?
Yeah, well, they even took land from us, Bukovina, that's in north, the north. It's now Ukraine, part of Ukraine, and Moldova. But Moldova is not under. When the USSR fell, yeah, it broke free.
I'm surprised that that's still that exists. That Moldova even exists.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And we have
how
in that region at the border with Moldova, we have our region, which we call it Moldova with Moldavian people, but it's the Romanian ones. And beyond that river, Prut, the border, that's where Moldova, the country, yeah.
Romania is kind of like a cradle of life, isn't it? It's kind of a country where everything originated
Yeah,
from.
what's my impression of it? Yeah.
yeah, it sure is. It sure is.
Hey,
I
let
mean,
me
if
ask you.
you
What was when the Soviet Union occupied? I'm gonna guess that when the Soviets occupied Romania, was that like a really dark period in your history?
yes,
So
Oh,
was it
everybody
like
said,
really like a prosperous? Was it like a
but
really nice country before and after?
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Before the Second World War and first, and also after the First World War, it was a very great country. I mean, they had electric illumination on the streets. You know,
them communists just
so,
fucked everything up, bro.
so if you go to London, they didn't have the electric illumination in London.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they had it in my city. It was the first city in Europe.
ahead of the curve, bro.
Yeah,
Wow.
and we had also tramways, yeah, with horses and stuff. But hey, there were tramways, you know. In those times, when you look at other European cities, vast majority of them, they none of them had, you know. So,
I believe you. Hey, so was did the when the Soviets after the Soviets left, did they leave a lasting damage to the country, or did you just quickly recover, act like
oh
nothing
yes,
happened?
I mean they did damage which will never be recovered here. I mean they destroyed very ancient monuments and churches which were mind blowing old. Those churches were mind blowing old. You know, they
Oh, I bet the
predate.
Romanians really don't like the Russians.
Yeah, they predate this Roman Empire. You know,
Well,
so
how does what does Romanians what do y'all think about modern Russia now that the Soviet Union's ended? Do y'all get along with Russia these days or no?
well, vast majority of Romanians now. They don't go with the Ukrainians. We are more on the side of the Russians, you know.
Oh,
But
interesting.
our politicians and army, they are supportive with the Ukrainians, you know, like fighting
Oh,
against the Russians and stuff. But the Romanian people are totally opposite, you know. So
wow, that's unusual.
yeah,
Here in America, people that are on the right, like Republicans, we know that Russia is legit. You know, in the current situation, and the Democrats, the left, the commies, they side with the
yeah.
Ukrainians. You know?
Yeah.
I really have no idea what the military thinks. I was in the military a decade ago, but I don't know. I can only imagine what the military thinks of the what the American military thinks of the situation. It's a big cluster. It's a big shit show. You know.
Well,
Yeah.
apparently there was Americans landed last night, get again.
Sorry?
Americans last night in Romania.
Yeah. They brought 5,000 U.S. soldiers,
5,000.
but the elite combat.
The reason they're there is because the politicians sent them there. I don't know if the military actually cares about Ukraine or not.
Yeah, and
It's starting to look like something not quite like Christmas.
they're mobilizing forces here.
Yeah,
Do you think they're going to drag your country into this?
of course, Romania gets dragged into everything.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You know, I have nothing to say bad about the American people, but against the American government, yeah, that's the bitch.
That is.
That's the fucking clown. You know.
Half of America will agree with
Yeah.
this.
Clown.
Yeah, and I know this. Yeah, but I know that just as American people can't do shit about this wicked system, you know. We are in the same position, you know. But our politicians are like licking the asses of the American government, you know.
They got their tongue right up there, bro.
Yeah, ready. Yeah.
Half of the American people don't like the American government either.
Yeah, I know. So everything they say on TV, it's a fucking lie, you know. Distorted truth is not truth anymore. Yeah, if you twist one truth, that's not truth anymore.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
Man,
Well,
it's
guys,
really cool
I have to leave you.
to talk with you, man. To talk with somebody from you're the only person I've ever spoken with from Romania.
Oh, cool. My pleasure. I'm glad I
why I
could
haven't
share some stuff. Yeah, we are, you know, pretty much the same like the Americans. And
I think it's cool that y'all can have guns over there.
well,
I feel really bad for PMAC.
I will
PMAC
say,
is in a super oppressive, tyrannical state, you know, where he may need a permit to get a knife.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you still need a permit here, but
I mean, I'm not sure if PMAC's allowed to carry a knife in London.
no way. They don't allow you. If the blade is longer than 5 centimeters or something, yeah. If it's longer than 1 inch, then it's a problem. It's a sword. Yeah.
In Romania, are they very conservative? I'm just guessing. Are they very conservative, or are they a lot of liberal or commie? They're probably very conservative, right?
Well, it's funny. Our political system is so funny. I can't even understand it. We had after the communism, the Democrats, the National Salvation Front came to power, and they were claiming they are a democratic system, you know. Then these parties, they evolved and changed shape and ideologies over 2 decades, you know, in the course of 2 decades. And today they are, I don't know, like, yeah, we do have a liberal party, we have democratic, we have nationalists, we have even Hungarian party, you know. And yeah,
Hungarian
if you
party.
come here, you can actually make yourself an American party too. You know, I mean, yeah,
Maybe I should do that.
yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me, you know.
I'm just joking. I wouldn't do that.
But yeah, you don't have in USA a Romanian party, you know, which you can elect the president from, you know, vote.
But you did say that in America, like I can just go to the store and buy a pistol. But did you said that you can get a permit to get a pistol?
Yeah,
So why don't you get? You mentioned you have a hunting license. Why don't you get to? Why don't you get yourself a pistol?
well, probably I will, but I'm with the concept if I raise the sword, then I'm gonna die by the sword, you know. So if I buy a gun, I mean, I don't believe in defending myself, you know. That's how much I believe in God. I don't need to protect
You
myself.
don't have
God
to.
will
You
protect
don't
me.
have to carry it and use
Yeah,
it. But
yeah.
you should get one and just to have one. You could
Yeah, I
keep
don't.
it
Yeah,
locked
the
up
fun.
in
The
your
fun to
closet.
have. Yeah, the fun to have to go shoot something in the wild. Yeah, I
Oh
know.
well, it's not even that. I
I'm
mean,
okay with that.
it's not even that.
Shooting targets. Hey, it's recreative.
Security.
You know, it's
You should
using your
own.
senses.
Hey, you should own a
Mm.
pistol just in case one day you decide that you need to carry one. You know.
Or some crazy motherfucker decides
Yeah.
he's going to kill your family. You just shoot
Yeah,
the bastard in the head.
you keep it in the. You could keep it at your nightstand by your bed. You don't have to walk around town with
No,
it
no,
all the
no,
time.
no, no. I sleep with my door open. I don't close it at night. You know,
Really?
I don't fear. Yeah, yeah. I have no fear of
Oh,
this
you're
world.
like me.
You know.
Yeah, I leave the back door open for the
Yeah,
room. Yeah. I don't.
yeah.
I just think
And
it's
I'm like,
logical
even
to
even
have
my
one.
car.
You don't have to
Yeah,
break it out and use it. You know.
even my car. I don't lock it. I don't leave valuable stuff inside. But I'm like, I trust God so much that I know I can go in peace. And even if God sends a thief to me and he steals something from me, that was meant to be, to happen and everything, you know. I'm not worried
Okay.
about it. Yeah.
All right. So the thief probably
Yeah.
needs it more than you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Hey, but you
As
never
long,
know.
as long, you know, as long as I'm alive, I can go work for my own living. I do my stuff. Yeah. And
You
Bula.
never know if some crazy person breaks in your house and tries to hurt you.
well, I mean,
You're a
why
good
would it
job.
hurt me? For what reason, you know? I mean,
It's
if I
not
don't do
leaving
such
Why I
bad
said
things
crazy.
to people,
Uh,
you know,
hey, crazy people do illogical things. They may not
I know.
be a logical reason. You know.
Yeah, but you see, God keeps away those people from me.
Well, I hope he continues to do so.
That's my conviction. He did, yeah, and he will do. Thank you, thank you.
You have some
That's
faith, bro.
I'm in a forest. I live in the country in the middle of nowhere, but I just feel so much better when I go to sleep with my guns.
You see, I was having something like the same concept. I was making all sorts of sports, you know, being
You,
competitive and being on the top place, you know, number one. And yeah, I was more into street fights and stuff like this.
you used to
And
street fight?
well, I was some sort of a bandit, hooligan, you know, vandal.
Oh. Vandal.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Vandals. I
yeah,
know them.
and
You hooligan.
I fought people on the street to the point where I knew I'm so good, my techniques, fighting techniques and stuff that yeah, nobody can do me, you know. But I fought with people and groups of people, uh, then put their targets on me, you know, and they caught me. Yeah, in the corner, and then I've been overwhelmed, and I saw this, and I said to myself, well, this isn't good what I'm doing. Obviously, I'm being wrong somewhere. Then I realized that it's this soldier spirit that I was nourishing inside me. Then I
Yeah.
gave up to this mentality concept. I said, no, I'm not going to fight with any person. They can swear at me, they can insult me. All they do is words, and maybe throw a glass of water in my face or whatever. I don't mind. Those are the actions of the people. If I don't respond, it doesn't make me weak nor strong. It's just me being different, and
That's very logical. I get what you're
yeah,
saying. In a way, you're de-escalating things by just not
yeah,
participating.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, yeah, someone asked me, "Hey, go away." No problem. That's your wish. You are there. You are here in this place. You're more entitled than I am to be. So I'm going my way. you know. Yeah, that's it.
Here in America, it depends. Different states are different. In my state, if somebody attacks,
Mm.
I can legally just shoot somebody if they attack me.
I know. Yeah, yeah.
Though it depends what
And,
state you're in. Some
mm,
states you're not even allowed to carry a gun, but the Supreme Court just changed that, and the Supreme Court just made a ruling that Americans can carry a gun in every state.
yeah. But yeah, I saw that law, but you see the way they interpret it, uh, it it's very different than what people actually understand from it.
Yeah.
You know, they think, oh, I have the right to defend myself and all that, but
Oh
if you
yeah, those laws
scrutinize,
vary by the state also.
yeah,
Yeah, I was just talking about carrying a gun. That's a different thing than defending. Yeah, it depends what state you're in.
yeah,
I'm in one of the freest states. I'm in Virginia, where we have a lot of rights here.
yeah. Well, I have to go, guys. Catch you later.
Oh man, well,
Be
it's a
great,
pleasure
everyone.
speaking with you,
Nice
Manny.
talking to you guys. Yeah. Take care, Smurf.
You too, buddy. Have a good.
You too,
I
B-Mac.
don't know what time
Yeah.
it is over there. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Ciao.
Later, buddy.
I got mine, y'all.
P-Mac, you got your assault knife.
Hello, sorry. What?
P-Mac, why don't you move to America?
They won't have me.
P-Mac, you need to come to America, buddy.
I asked them.
P-Mac,
They said, nah.
I'm never going to go to the UK because it's I'm not going there. It's too tyrannical. Like what I can't walk around London with a weapon. But the criminals have weapons, and that just doesn't make any sense.
I know. Nothing makes any sense anymore.
If you come to America, you're welcome to come visit me, man. Anytime.
All right, where are you?
I'm in Virginia.
Virginia.
I'll pick you up at the airport, buddy.
No, not West Virginia.
No, but I've been there, and I love West Virginia. It's beautiful, man. You want to go check it out?
Yeah, Mountain Mama. Take me home.
I just feel bad for all y'all people that live in the UK. Hey, where do you live in? Are you do you have what exactly are you? Are you Scottish or?
I'm Irish. I'm definitely Irish.
Oh, yeah, Irish. Okay.
Irishman, I'm a Northern Irishman.
I thought you were Scottish.
I know a lot of people do. A lot of people do.
Well, it's very similar. Kind of similar Irish and Scottish, right?
Okay, there's no that I saw this way. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense.
You live in Northern Ireland?
I'm in the north part, north part.
Wow. I don't really know, but I imagine that the Southern Ireland has more freedom. Is that right?
No, Southern Ireland is actually what it's a republic. So it's what I like to call it is the rip-off republic. It is absolutely fucking terrible. They charge you.
I have not heard this one.
They charge you $20 for a fucking burger and coke. That's
Wow.
crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I actually had a woman the other night at work. She's from Roscommon, which is near Galway, and she was just telling me how bad life is in Ireland, and I completely understood where she was coming from, what she was saying, because it's absolutely terrible. They're just ripping people off left, right, and center.
But hey, I think I read online that in Northern Ireland, Northern Ireland, you can get you can carry a gun.
No, you can't. You can't.
Okay, I read.
No, if you're
I don't know what I was reading.
if you're a farmer, you can apply for a shotgun. Yeah.
You better get you a shotgun.
Shoot that motherfucker.
But okay, I don't want to sound crazy. I'm an American, and I'm also an NRA instructor, which was really a huge challenge. I mean, that's not easy. I had a lot of testing and stuff.
National Rifle Association.
What's that?
NRA, National Rifle Association.
Yeah. I'm an NRA instructor. Yeah, I can train. I train people to get their concealed carry permits nationwide.
Oh, nice, man.
It's in all the laws and all the state laws that if the state requires a concealed carry permit, they put in every single state that requires one, that an NRA instructor can train you and give you a certificate that you can get a concealed carry permit.
Oh, so you're the man.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm just some crazy gun dude. It's something I actually do this for money. I get paid to give people classes on carrying guns.
Wow.
But anyways, that's why I was just saying you should get you something that goes bang, like a shotgun. Whatever you get.
Boom, boom, bang.
Well, I get paid just to give people safety briefings about self-defense, protect themselves, and I also have to take them to the range and make sure they can shoot straight, because if they can't shoot straight, then there's a problem. They might accidentally shoot innocent bystanders. So when in order to get a concealed carry permit from me, I have to make sure they can shoot accurately.
It's not something you just give away like fucking sweeties, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I can't just give it away, or I could get in trouble for that.
Yeah. Do you remember that video there? That's unfortunate. Like about 3 years ago, little girl with on the gun range, and what was it?
Yeah, I saw you talking about the Uzi when she shot the instructor.
The Uzi, yeah.
I saw that, man. That was brutal. That's sad.
It is.
Hey, America's a big country. There's hundreds of millions of people. That's rarer than lightning strike. That was a very rare event, man. That's sad. I once saw a video where there was a ATF dude, and he went to visit like a school or something, and he was given like a briefing, and he was talking a lot about like how skilled he is, and he accidentally shot himself.
Yeah, in the foot.
Yeah, that was funny. You saw that?
Yeah, the black guy.
Yeah, that dude.
Yeah, that was funny, man.
That was funny.
I know we should be laughing, but that was funny.
But yeah, anyway, I'm stupid shit. But I was just saying to you, I feel real bad considering my background. I feel terrible for people in the UK or the British Isles that can't carry a gun. It's like it's extreme communism or something. I don't understand.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but
how in the hell did the British people put up with that?
Propaganda television.
Oh God, that means it could happen anywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Anyway, that's why I say, P-Mac, why don't you come to America?
I told you, because they won't fucking have me.
Well, you're either a free man or you're not. I mean, the difference is you carry a weapon or you don't. You know.
I would actually feel safer walking around with a weapon on my hip. I would. And I would,
Yeah, of course.
like Clint Eastwood. Do you feel
Well,
like?
I help a lot of people carry weapons. A lot of the people in my classes are like elderly, like old ladies and stuff, and I'm really happy to help them out. And they just want to carry like a small revolver or something, you know. But that's awesome, you know. I mean, you imagine some MS-13 or somebody like try to rob some old lady, and she pulls out a revolver.
Pow!
There's FBI statistic that 99% of the time the person with the gun who's being like attacked, they don't even have to pull the trigger. 99% of the time they just pull it out and the criminals run away.
Yeah. Well, so would I.
Now, however, I work security, and I had a couple of friends. One was a really big dude, man, like a tank, you know. And they're law-abiding citizens, and when they were off duty, not doing security, they were walking through D.C. where they didn't have a carry permit. You know, some of our people do that were like former police and stuff, but these dudes, both of them got beat up really bad really bad by some gangsters in DC. And one dude had to be in the hospital for half a year. And this was a huge security dude, he's from Australia, really in shape, like really strong dude. And he got beat up so bad that now if he had his gun with him, he could have just pulled out his sidearm and they would have ran away. But he didn't have his gun with him, and he's a hospital for half a year, dude.
That's bad, man. That's like you can have 6 little rats around you.
Yeah.
You could beat maybe 3 of them, but the other 3, the other 4 just beat the shit out of you, man. It's numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in London every day, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it just breaks my heart, man, that there's places like London.
You can be as hard as you like, but when 6 little rats get around you, you're fucked, bro.
Yeah, and they got weapons. They got some sort of weapons. You know, they don't just go around beating people up with their hands. They carry stuff, man.
So I'll tell you a little story. I grew up in South Africa, and I used to walk around in security with a tourist.
Oh, you grew up in South Africa?
South Africa, man.
Wow, that must have been a trip, dude.
I was. The black people didn't like me. Anyway, I used to carry 38 Taurus stub nose special.
Yeah, you could. I believe that probably even to this day you can still carry a gun in South Africa, right?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no apartheid against carrying a weapon.
That's
About that.
Isn't that strange how there's more freedom in South Africa than Britain?
Yeah, now that you mention it, now that you put it that way.
That's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, hang on. My dad's got a bad toothache. I have to sort him out.
So what's up, Rex?
What's up?
How you doing, bro? We was just talking about freedom. What's up?
I'm down here in Louisiana. I got my piece right in between my legs. It does sound weird, but
I'm in Virginia.
what's that?
I'm in Virginia now. PMAC there, he's in Britain, and he just mentioned he used to carry a gun in South Africa. But and now this whole time I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I've known him. I've been talking with PMAC for a few years now, I think, and I didn't know that he's from South Africa. That's wild. I mean, that place
Yeah, that is wild.
that place is like a movie.
Got to, because all the tigers.
Oh yeah, a lot of people go there to go hunting.
Oh yeah, I know quite a few people that go to Africa to hunt.
That's cool. I don't know anybody, but I probably should go there someday. Go shoot something really some large animal. I don't know if you're talking. If your mic's really broken.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm driving. Let me put it back on me.
You're good, dude. Is there like Louisiana? That's kind of far south. Do y'all got alligators down there or crocodiles?
Yeah, we got alligators. They were on my street whenever I was a kid. There was like a sixer that just chilling.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they eat alligator meat down there?
I do.
What's it taste like?
uh, like a tough chicken. You only eat the tail, I believe.
Tastes like chicken?
Yeah, like some tough chicken. It's pretty good, especially if you got it sauteed or not sauteed. Yeah, especially blackened. Oh, so good.
I'm surprised that it tastes good. I didn't know that. I might have to get me some gator one of these days.
Yeah, in Baton Rouge and then like at Walk-Ons and Bossier City, they serve it. But yeah, we got a few restaurants that'll serve some as an appetizer.
I can kind of barely hear you. You said you was driving, right? Did you say you were driving?
Yeah. No, I was just saying that restaurants will serve alligator. I don't know if you can hear me, but yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's good. That saves me a lot of trouble. I can just go to the restaurant.
Yeah, a lot of trouble.
They always say that because I hear it's really humid down there. Is it really a lot of humidity?
Oh yeah. I'm an HVAC contractor, so I'm out there installing ACs and everything. You'll hear me crying in here sometimes about the heat in the attic.
Ah. Well, that's cool. That's a lot of money in that. That's a good trade.
Yeah, once you get up there and start your own. I've been on my own for 7 years now, so I mean it's chill.
Hey,
I work
give me a
like
job.
there you go. Come down here.
May have to do that.
Um, yeah, you only work like half the year too, so you gotta just know how to save your money. But yeah, it's nice.
I make a small amount of money from the VA, but so I could survive. But you probably make enough money half the year to survive through the year, don't you?
Yeah, as long as the wifey don't spend it all.
That's cool, man. Do you got a lot of crew? Like, do you have multiple trucks, or you just how big is your business?
I had 2 trucks at one point, and it was already starting to get to where it was a headache. So it's just me and a guy.
Oh, okay,
Makes it a lot easier.
cool. Do you use like a van or a truck?
I got a 2010 Silverado truck and trailer.
That's the trailer I got. That's how you do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're like lugging around these huge outdoor compressor, whatever you call those, pumps, heat pumps.
Condensers. Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
those are probably
So
heavy
typically
as
my
hell.
day is I'm normally changing out a system every day.
You said you install a system every day.
For the most part, yes, average. So
Do you
I'll
do
take
like
all the
5 days
inside and
a
out.
week, or 5, 6, or 7 days a week? What do you do?
Sometimes I just do 4. It just depends on how I feel. But 5 to 6 in the summertime is kind of normal.
Man, I bet you make a huge profit off of that, because that's got to. You're talking big numbers to install a HVAC pump.
Well, I make like $800 a day on
Holy smoke!
average.
Wow, dude, you're
Yeah.
like rich.
No. Trust me, it's hard to keep a comma in my bank account.
Well, that's just spending.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I know. If it was just me, I got a wife that doesn't work, which is fine, and 2 kids and 1 on the way. So
Well,
it's
congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, 18 weeks.
How much does it cost the customer to have a heat pump installed? Is that like $8,000 or something?
No, not for just an outdoor unit. It can run up to around 5 at the most, but typically between 3 and 5 grand.
Wow, that's a lot of money. I just have a
But I
window
mean,
unit. I got one of those stick in the window things.
yeah, it's all the same in a way. Um, but yeah, ever since the whole coof crap, you know how everything's been just getting more expensive, anyways.
Yeah. So you driving around all the time? Then is the gasoline eating away at your profit, or are you just charging your customers more money?
Not really. But it's like 425. It doubled, of course, in price for gas. But
It's like
I'm a
580 here in the country in Virginia, and it's even more money across the river in the city.
which river is that? Mississippi?
No, I live near Williamsburg in Virginia.
Okay,
It's like the James River.
I got you. Yeah.
The river goes from the Atlantic into the Richmond, the capital city here. But there's a huge there's a huge naval industry, ship industry by the ocean here.
Yeah. Actually, one of my best friend was stationed there.
A lot of people are stationed here.
Oh
There's
yeah,
more
yeah.
veterans here than anywhere in the country. Virginia has the most veterans.
Yeah, we got I think
All of
the
my
second
neighbors are
biggest.
veterans. What's that?
Yeah. Oh, same here. We got Barksdale Air Force Base, which I think is the second biggest Air Force base in the United States.
Wow,
So we got the same kind of deal.
that's cool.
Whole bunch of military.
I get along with all the people that were in the military. I have never not gotten along with the military person.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of hard to do,
Yeah,
I would think.
now with civilians, you have no idea. By civilian, I mean people that were not in the military. You have no
Right.
idea what the background is. They might be crazy, but people that were in the military, even if they are crazy, I get along with all of them.
I hear you.
What's cool is I live in the middle of nowhere in the woods, but almost everybody, about 95% of the people I know are veterans, and they're all cool as shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have too many friends.
Say what?
I was about to say I don't have too many friends. I just go to work and then go home to the family. My wife is my best friend. Said enough.
That's great, man. I live in it because I live like in the country, everybody knows everybody out here in this area.
Yeah, so it can be a good or bad thing, but yeah, as long as it's good, it's great. That's how it should be.
Far, the last 10 years has been good. There are some notorious people out there, but I'm not one of them. But everybody here has a reputation. That's what's funny about. I don't want to call it a small town because it's spread out, but it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, we had a house. We lived in the village of Casper, so it was like max, I think, like 150 people.
Wow. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Everybody knows each other.
Yeah.
It's like if anything happens to anybody, everybody hears about it.
Exactly. Like I said, it can be a good or a bad thing.
Yeah, I just try to have common sense when I deal with people, and it works out well. What's cool though, what's really cool when you live in a place like I described, if you're ever in trouble or you need anything, the whole town's ready to help you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's meant to be. Like, it's how it's supposed to be. Instead of everybody being pushed to these cities.
But
So
I'm
much.
originally from Northern Virginia, where there's like hundreds of thousands, or depending on the county, there could be over 1 million people, and you're just another statistic. I mean, if you're on the side of the road, everybody will drive past you, kind of deal. But when I
Exactly.
between the work, I would escape down here to the country, and I ended up just staying here the last couple years with the coof thing going on. But you know, I've been so over the course of 10 years, I've been escaping down to the country, and everybody knows me here. But when I'm up in a densely populated area, or across the river, or in the city, I'm just another statistic, man. And you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I do. I'm about to pull up that carrier to get some equipment, so I'm gonna be on mute for a little while.
Oh, hey, go do what you gotta do. You gotta go to work, man.
Yeah, but I'm always in there. No worries.
I couldn't really make out. I don't know if you said you had to go do some work, or are you driving?
Yeah, I'm pulling up to get some equipment, but I'm always in here.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah, I'll leave it be, man.
it's all good.
Cool to talk with somebody from Louisiana. That's where the Cajun Navy is, I heard.
Heck yeah. Oh, like I'm in northern Louisiana right now. Me and my wife's actually debating whether or not we're going back down south because I was born and raised in Baton Rouge, and the food's just not the same up here.
Yeah, the food. I've only heard of it. They got a reputation, but I should go check it out someday.
Oh yeah, dude, it's fun.
I'll let you go get your equipment. You're a working man. Yeah, I talk with you whenever you got your equipment or whatever.
All right, dude.
Good day, boys. Greetings to all. I hope everybody is having an absolutely fantastic day.
Good morning, Kiwi.
Good morning. What's up, dude?
What's up, bro?
I've been chilling in the office today. I'll be quiet. Just wanted to give you guys my audible greetings. You know I love saying good morning to you guys.
Well, we love to say good morning to you too, bro. What sort of office stuff do you do exactly?
I review structural architectural plans for building permits. So people want to build
Wow,
stuff on their
you
houses.
sound like you're rich. Are you rich?
Fuck no. I'm a tech. Techs are never rich. If you're a technologist in your field, you're never rich. You just know how stuff goes
Oh,
together.
okay.
You know,
Well,
architects.
you could probably take your skills and pass some test or something, become an architect.
I'm good with what I do. I like the technical part. Architects are theory guys. Those are the big bucks guys. Not for me.
I
I
saw
like
an architect one time, and he was driving a brand new Porsche.
Yep, I believe it. I gotta go quiet. You guys be good.
Yeah, hey, that's all I know about the architects is the dude who's driving a Porsche. That's all I know. Don't know anything else about how that works.
I caught the voice after I realized it was Smurf. What's going on, Smurf? Good to talk to you, man.
Hey man, it's great. Just another beautiful day.
Amen, brother. Where do you live, Smurf? Smurf Village.
What?
Where do you live?
I live in Virginia.
Nice. Very nice.
It's
All right, boy.
God country. Hey, where do you live?
I'm in Toronto, Canada. Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
Oh my God, you live in the dystopian state of Canada.
Yeah. Dystopian is about right.
Oh, hey, you should escape immediately.
No, my kids keep me here. I'm staying for my kids.
You sound like future refugees.
All right, I'm going quiet. You guys have an amazing day. Smurf, thanks for the chat, man.
You have a great day, buddy.
Thank you, brother. You too.
Every day is a great day that you're above the ground, you know. What else is going on here? Anybody else here?
I'm just having my morning doobages listening in. Morning, everybody.
Oh, good morning. I'm kind of jelly. I need me a doobie myself, which is legal here, by the way. They've made it legal here, which is super cool.
Wake and bake, buddy.
It's always been legal in my home.
Hell yeah. So what else is going on, flat man?
Not too much and fudge. I'm gonna go do some groceries today, get the rent.
You mean get the rent? Are you a landlord?
I have family that does own property, but no, I'm paying rent today.
Bummer, man. You should ask your family to give you a property so you can be a landlord.
No, they're actually they deny it. They can choke on it for all I care. I own my own business.
Oh, cool. What sort of business do you own?
T-shirts.
Wow. Are you rich?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm not hurting. I'll just say that. I can send my sister, my nephews, family money, and
that's so cool. What kind of T-shirts do you sell?
everything and anything. Pretty much, I do reserve the right to refuse an order. Somebody wanted me to print some of the most inappropriate stuff once. I was like, no way.
Hey,
here's an example. I'm posting an example right now.
Hey, you should deny all communism. If somebody has some communism, you tell them no.
Yeah, that and blasphemous stuff.
Oh, good. I like your policy.
Which is what it was. It was a comment about JC, and yeah. Anyways,
you're a good man. You stick by your your ideal morals, whatever you call it.
Ethos.
I respect that.
We do love the Smurf.
I tried, man. What's up, P Mac? Welcome back.
Hello.
I've been trying to tell P Mac to come to America, but you were saying you lived in South Africa, and that's it sounds like a movie.
It does.
I think South Africa is one big movie set.
My life is just one big fucking movie, bro.
Is South Africa like survival every day?
Yeah.
What kind of
What kind of what?
you were carrying? What, like a snub nose pistol in South Africa?
Yeah, Taurus 38 special, yeah.
That's classy.
Yeah. I'll blow a hole in you.
Dude, I saw a video from South Africa like maybe a year ago or so, and there were these dudes, man, up on a hill, and it was a road, right? They were on a road, but the road went up a hill, and they were standing there with rifles, right? There may be a half dozen of these dudes, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, like a good amount, a few, and way down the hill and down the road. Hey, down the road was a huge mob of dudes with machetes and all that other kind of stuff.
No good.
And they were like, it was like they were getting ready for battle. And that was the end of the clip. I saw this video clip. So I didn't get to see what happened, right? But I saw like the beginning where these South African dudes were waiting on the top of this hill. And the mob was like this mob of like 1,000 or maybe thousands of these dudes were approaching. They were pissed. They were angry.
You done? Were you watching a movie?
No,
The
no,
worst-
this was real life. I saw this video on the internet, dude.
One of the like the Tutsis and the Hutus, that is really brutal stuff to watch. This one piece of shit douchebag bought machetes for the one side, and the one side, if they saw the other type of tribe, they just hack them up. Even holding a kid in her arms, hacking them up.
Throwing them off bridges and everything. This is why I would say that life is not very benevolent. I don't know who thought this shit up, but I would.
Have you guys listened to Eric Dubé's latest about the Christopher Columbus crusade?
Yeah, it's funny. Amazing that. I often
guys, this piece, he just released the piece like I think last week or some shit, maybe. But anyways, go to his channel and check out the piece because you guys are talking about machetes and hacking up and stuff. You need to take a listen to that piece, man. It's crazy. Christopher Columbus crusade was nuts.
Where do you find it? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Just search Eric Dubé and then Christopher Columbus. Actually, I'll just find it for you right now. Hold up. I'll get it for you right now.
That was a pseudonym. That wasn't his real name, but yeah.
I'll check it out, buddy. Yeah, man, I never been to South Africa, but I have seen some stuff online, man. That place is a trip.
What I was describing was in Rwanda.
I don't want to ever go there.
It was a mass genocide.
I kind of want that shirt, Kiwi.
On Amazon. No joke. It blows my mind. Go on Amazon and look up flat Earth, and you'll find all kinds of stuff. A flat man. You should print that, man, with Antichrist written on the back.
I
Never mind.
In South Africa once, and she told me they fled South Africa. She said it was a very scary, dangerous place.
Well, we weren't exactly like. I know apartheid is shit. I know it's absolute rubbish, right? But when we went there back in the early 70s, it was strange. Okay, the Scottish, the Irish, the English, we all sort of stuck together. That's the one time that they did. I didn't agree with that shit. I didn't understand what was going on, but I didn't have a clue. I've seen people get arrested. I've seen a black fella get arrested for holding a white girl's hand. Really, they took him. Yeah, it's like that fucking stupid. And you're like, in my mind, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, bro? This is ridiculous. But that's just the way life was over there. But I didn't partake in it. I didn't fucking perpetuate it or make it or, you know.
Well, it went from one extreme to the other now, didn't it?
Well, it did, yeah, yeah. Mandela got out in 92. That wasn't 92, 94. Mandela got out and bang, everything changed. And it's better now. Now they're fucking things up for themselves. Like they always do.
I'm not sure it's better now, but it.
Yeah, but it's better than what it was. Of course, I didn't agree with that shit. Apartheid. That's crazy. You know, like one color skin can ride in a certain bus or go to a certain toilet. I don't understand that. It never computed in my mind. What the fuck is this, man?
Oh man, I can't believe that Corona thing caught on in South Africa of all places.
So yeah, it's funny because I thought to myself, how did 250 Portuguese show up in a country like as big as Brazil or something and take it over? Well, that's easy. They shot people at a distance. Just bang. Whoo! That's the guy, fucking axes and bow and arrow. Bang, you're dead. That wasn't good either. But that's how.
So when you left South Africa, did you have to leave your gun behind?
I did, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, bummer, dude.
I know. I cried.
That's sad.
But anyway,
In the 70s, I wasn't even alive back then, but I'm aware that in the 70s you could travel the world with a machine gun.
yeah.
Now I'm kind of jealous or envy. Like, those are probably the days. Like, I missed the boat, man.
Well, I knew I was in a world of fucking pain because I was surrounded by people that didn't like me because of the color of my skin. But they could see it was the open carry. They could see the open carry, so they were like, okay, maybe not. Because I'd shoot you. I'd just fucking shoot you straight in the fucking head, bro.
Here in America, in the Supreme Court ruled you can carry a gun but before that, and that's still the states have to adapt to. But let me tell you though, currently up until they're gonna anyway. My point is this, right? In Maryland, which is the state right north to me, they don't have concealed carry, right? So, or not yet. They're supposed to any minute, any day now. But what I'm trying to say is in Maryland, it's extremely dangerous. It's really dangerous place. But in Virginia, it's a super safe place because in Virginia, if somebody doesn't like me for the color of my skin or whatever reason, they don't know if they're going to get shot. And so, I don't have to open carry because people in Virginia carry under their shirt. So it's really polite here. Everybody's super polite to each other everywhere you go. And kind of like what you described with the open carry down there.
I think it's a fallacy. I think it's an absolute fucking fallacy. It's a ball bag. It's a ball bag area of a fucking thing. That this gun violence thing, just because guns exist. America is probably one of the safest places to be because people know that there's people with a gun, so they're not just gonna fucking be ball bags. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're absolutely right. But I was just explaining though that in Maryland, it hasn't been legal to carry concealed. So the criminals do attack you in like the city and stuff. But in Virginia, anybody can carry a gun in Virginia. So the thing is that it's super safe here. Like nobody ever bothers you in Virginia.
It's strange how that changes from state to state too, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you just cross the state line, and everybody's super courteous and polite and respectful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah, no.
Well, here's the funny thing, right?
That's why I'm really happy with the Supreme Court right now that they've now finally ruled that every state has to allow people in some way or another to carry or to give them a permit or not require one or whatever the reason, you know.
I think that's fine. I think that's absolutely fine. I don't understand. Like, I know I'm living in the UK or Ireland, right? I don't understand how people give up their right to protect themselves.
Oh, I don't get it either, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very soon here, America is going to be really safe, like in all 50 states, because it takes some time for the states to adapt and stuff. But pretty soon here, yeah, Maryland will be safe like Virginia.
West Virginia. Anyway, I actually used to stand in the mirror, just as an aside. I used to stand in the mirror and fucking see how fast I could pull out.
Oh, yeah, everybody, you gotta do that, man. It's called practice.
That's Clint Eastwood, all in one day. How quick? How quick?
Everybody does that, man. It's called practice.
A lot of practice.
Practice makes
Make
perfect.
my day, punk.
Huh? Yeah, what now?
I said, make my day, punk.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Well,
And I lived in Los Angeles, right, and Long Beach specifically, right.
fine.
And in Long Beach, when I lived there, you could, they didn't give concealed carry unless you were like a retired cop or something. But you really couldn't get concealed carry because they were really arbitrary. The cops determined, and they wouldn't give it to anybody unless you were a cop, right? So basically, the criminals in L.A. they don't expect you to be carrying a gun, right? So one time, a gang of like a dozen dudes like were stopped me when I was walking with my girlfriend, and this dude, their leader, this big fat dude, he said they all had these big white T-shirts, and this dude said, "Hey,
Give me
you
your
got a nice girl." And I didn't say nothing. I kept walking. I was walking towards him because I was going to the store. Like anyway, I was on a sidewalk, and they stopped in the road, and they a big group of them, right? And he said again, he said, "Hey, you got a nice girl." And I didn't say nothing. He said, then he said, "Hey, I said you got a nice girl. I'm gonna take her away from you." And when he said that to me, I pulled out a semi-automatic M&P 9mm, and I waved it at the group, right? And they all started running off like diagonally across the street. And the dude that was talking all that shit, he said, "Whoa, you don't gotta pull your piece out of me, bro."
No, actually, I do.
Yeah, I had to, man. Now, the reason he did that is because you can't get a concealed carry in LA. So they assumed I was unarmed,
I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's perfectly fine to carry a piece in particular.
Oh, yeah, of course, man. That's why I feel real bad for people in Britain,
Yeah, I don't know. We'll probably get stabbed. You get stabbed.
Oh yeah, I know. Now Richmond, okay, Richmond has a lot of gangs or whatever, but they only they're really civilized. Like they're kind of peaceful, They just like do drugs or whatever. But okay, I can walk through the roughest or the poorest ghetto neighborhoods in Richmond, and nobody will mess with me because they don't know whether or not I'm carrying a gun. So it's all about the gun laws, man.
Yeah, no, that's fine to me, bro. I agree with that. I don't understand why. Well, I suppose Europe's our pussies. Oh, pussies. We bow down to the fuck.
If I go to Baltimore, if I walk through a average suburb in Baltimore, and I'm unarmed, they assume I'm unarmed, whether or not I am. They could possibly try to kill me if I were to walk at night, especially even during the day. But if I were to walk at night through any suburb in Maryland, any average or poor suburb in Maryland, there's a very high chance that I will get violently attacked. And if I were to do this every night, it's guaranteed. Like they will eventually attack me and try to kill me. You know what I'm saying? But I can walk to an equivalent poor neighborhood in Richmond, it's the same, same kind of neighborhood, and they will never touch me.
Well, yeah, I suppose if you're on a tube station in London, there's a very high likely probability that some boy will fucking stab you eventually because he knows.
Oh God, that's so bad, but I believe you. I totally.
But if we had concealed carry or open carry, nobody's gonna fuck you, bro. Nobody in the.
Oh yeah, all they got to do in Britain is just change. Be like Virginia or any West Virginia, any of these states, Louisiana, Texas, whatever. They just got to change the law to be like a Republican or a red state, and the violent crime in London will crash. Like it will just drop overnight. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry. That's fun.
We all need some gun
You're
stores, man.
crashing. Have you guys seen Bitcoin?
His cousin's former roommate.
It's been dropping like crazy. Bitcoin jumped off a cliff last night.
Oh man, I got into Bitcoin when it was $30.
Step.
Nice. Guys sitting on Megacoin.
Let me tell you about my Bitcoin story, okay? I put $80,000 in Bitcoin in 2011.
How much?
$80,000.
Fuck off.
Lying to me.
But hey, it gets better, okay? It gets better. My father put $70,000 in it also trying to match me.
Fucking crazy, bro.
Hey, ready for this? Here's the end of the story, okay?
No, I don't think I am.
Okay. My father forgot the password to the Bitcoin.
Oh no.
Oh.
It's like a 20-character length with symbols and numbers and letters, and he lost he had it written down and it misplaced the password.
Was there any way of retrieving it?
Obviously not.
I've been trying to hack this thing for over a year, buddy.
Do you know how much that's worth?
I'm poor. I live off of, I make about $1,500 a month.
$1,500 isn't fucking poor, bro.
What's up?
$1,500.
That's how much money I make a month. But I have a hell of a lot of Bitcoins, and I don't have the password to it.
Furiously typing away.
That's my Bitcoin story, yeah.
What's that password?
How in the world can you get the password? You need it.
I've been trying to hack it. It's an ongoing project. I'm using a lot of different hacking tools, man. All brute force and everything. Not enough processing power. I need to get forensically scan it, and I've been using password recovery tools for Bitcoin. I've been doing so many different. I've been trying to hack this thing for a long time.
I mean, how much did that 70,000 turn into?
I don't want to do the math, dude. There's a few thousand. My dad spent a lot of the Bitcoin. We got several thousand Bitcoins, and he spent a lot of. But we have a few thousand Bitcoins still. Yeah,
it's about the same.
I don't want to do the math because it hurts my head. It gives me a headache. Just thinking about doing the math it upsets me.
Just thinking that. The access is $70,000. You don't password to that upsets me. I'm upset. You can't find the password to 70 grand.
My dad lost the password.
Yeah, that upsets me.
I mean, was it something he commonly used for other shit, or something totally bizarre?
No, he wrote it down, and it was in his desk, and he lost it. Now we went through everything. We took everything out of his office, and I looked through every piece of paper in the office, and it doesn't seem. It seems they have disappeared.
I
We still have.
to my Bitcoin pass.
Maybe try to
I
figure out every
tattoo my
password he's
Bitcoin
ever
passwords
used.
on the bottom of my foot. That way, if somebody tries to see it, I know they're looking.
Hey, no, it's a unique password that and he lost it.
It's probably dates. It's probably your birth date is how many siblings he has, his birth date, birth date, birth date.
No, my I would have guessed that already with my I got brute force decryption, and I've tried all kind of different things like that. I'm still trying to hack this thing.
They probably set it up for everybody who loses their password's never going to see their money again.
Hey, if I
Well, we stored the bitcoins locally on the computer, and I actually have a copy of the wallet. I have the bitcoins, but I don't have the password to the bitcoin.
can I hack it, can I get 20%?
Yeah, but nobody can hack it.
I'll hack it.
Maybe you should see an attorney, see what he give you some advice or something.
No, it's just it's complicated when it's your own family. I would never take legal action on my parents.
I mean, there must be some security questions or something like that.
I mean, go after the company that's
stored on the standard Bitcoin wallet software locally on the computer. It's not like an account online or anything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's encrypted. The password. Okay, what it does is we have the bitcoins, but you need the password to send Bitcoin. It's a private key inside the wallet, and it's encrypted, and you got to have the password to decrypt the private key that allows you to transfer Bitcoin. So I'm a multi-millionaire. I have these bitcoins, but I don't have the password that allows me to send Bitcoin, so I can't.
Oh, that is a bitch.
Use my money.
That is fucked up.
Oh, I know it really. My dad is almost 80 years old, and I love my dad. God bless him.
God, he would love that money.
He got Alzheimer's, man.
Yeah, me too, bro. I love my dad. He's a
My dad is my favorite person in the world, man. And it really hurts me that this happened. I'm really poor. I need to go to the dentist or something, man. I really need. That was my life savings.
Fuck off. Yeah, my dad. Yeah, my dad.
Imagine, got all that money in the bank. You can't get to it.
Yep. I could see it. I could turn on my laptop and it's there. I have a copy of. I have the bitcoins. I just don't have the fucking. Sorry, my language. I don't have the damn password.
Fucking password.
I mean, they shouldn't make it like that. People forget their password all the time.
Yeah,
but it's not an account online. It's locally on the computer. So you either have the password or you don't.
For the computer?
No, it's for the encrypted private key inside the wallet file.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but there's no way. The way the software is designed is the standard Bitcoin wallet. Got to have the password to decrypt it, or you can't use it. So they're just screwed, man.
That sucks.
Yeah, and it's one of these problems I can't just let go. Like I've become a computer hacker, trying to figure out how. I've learned an awful lot about hacking, trying to figure this out.
Well, no, man, I'd make it my life's work to get that money back.
It's become a hobby of mine. Yeah,
I do it every day for 3 hours.
I actually do spend a few hours every day. Not recently, but I pick it up and I work on it for a couple weeks at a time, a few hours every day, and then I take a break for a couple weeks.
Well, it's easy. What's your dad's favorite word, or date of birth, or your date of birth, or his siblings' date of birth? It's definitely
thanks for trying to help, but it's actually I'm certain what it is, that it's nothing like that, because he had different passwords. He kept making them lengthier and random. So I've seen like what it is. It's completely random alphanumeric with symbol, totally random thing. It's about 20 characters long, and there's not enough processing power in the world
Holy fuck.
to brute force decrypt that password.
Oh my god. Once you type in, lost password to Bitcoin account, such and such a company, and see if other people have encountered the same.
There's no company. It's the standard Bitcoin software wallet.
Yeah, but there has to be.
Other people have had the same problem.
Yeah, there has to be some way you could talk to people at Bitcoin.
No, it's like it's the equivalent of having a safe with cash in it that is impenetrable, and the code on the lock for the safe is
in your mind
more than 20 characters long, and it's not just using numbers, it's using symbols and words and all kinds of shit.
Didn't he write it down somewhere? You don't think he wrote it down somewhere?
No, he did write it down, but he lost a piece of paper.
Okay.
I'd be looking all over the
So I'm actually really rich. And I'm going to be rich the rest of my life because I can't spend any of it.
So that's the thing with crypto, man. You can't lose your password to your wallet. And if you have a wallet, like you have your crypto at Coinbase or something like that, if you don't have the keys to those coins, you don't own those coins until you remove them from those platforms and put them into your own personal.
Call somebody.
Did you ever hit your dad in the head and go, "Dad, why you be so fucking stupid"?
Oh, I was drinking and I said so many mean things to my father that I regret saying.
You bastard.
But I quit drinking because the reason I quit drinking is because I realized I have said some really mean things to my father.
Yeah. So did I. So did I a few times. But I do love him. Yeah. So I make sure to tell people.
My dad is my favorite person in the world, even though he did this to me. I love my dad. He's the best.
Yeah.
He didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident.
Without him, you don't fucking exist.
Yeah, that's the truth.
So thanks for that, Dad.
In a way, I made him a millionaire because I did this investment myself, but he saw it and he put money down too. And he has the Bitcoin. He gave me a copy of it, so we both have the identical wallet. But in a way, I made my father a multimillionaire, and he's the one that locked us both out of it. So,
Oh man, it's so terrible.
He messed it up.
That's the worst story I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
That's that's actually fine in my head. I'm actually perturbed.
It's in the back of my mind all the time, constantly. The worst story, it's in the back of my mind.
I would be obsessed. Yeah, you're obsessed.
I am obsessed with it, yeah.
You never have to work again, probably.
No, listen, if only I had the password, but, oh, God, I'm scrambling to find any other way to make money, dude.
Oh, man.
Well, don't you do that by fucking handing out licenses to people who open carry?
Yeah, I do that, but I don't do that full time like every single day. I do that every few weeks, and I make a few $100s when I do that.
Smurf, are you pretty physically able?
Not really. I'm a veteran, and I'm not a really big dude. But one time I made $1,400 on a class. It was the most money I made. Yeah, why do you ask?
Yo, Dan, you're hot micing or something like that?
Yeah, Dan, you're open mic.
We can hear you vacuum clean.
Say what?
Close your mic, Dan, when you're not speaking, please.
There we go.
I was asking Smurf because one thing that I do just to get some some extra money supplement my income is I help out friends and neighbors taking care of their lawn care stuff, and it's a fairly inexpensive kind of business or gig to get into as far as like equipment is concerned.
Good idea. I've been thinking a little bit about that, along with my mind's all over the place. But that's a good idea. I can get me like a trailer and one of those like lawnmowers you ride around on.
Yeah,
Dude, you can make some money doing that.
Yeah, man.
You can
Put
start
flyers
off
all over
with
the
just
place.
you can start off with something as simple as one weed whacker and a push mower, and as you start to get more money, you just get a little bit better equipment, and the equipment pays for itself. Yeah.
That's how my second cousin started.
Dude, get the battery powered stuff, man. It's great. I got a battery powered push and weed eater.
A straight push mower is a lot of work. You should get
battery
with a motor on it.
Battery power is not bad for like your homeowner, right?
Smaller yards for sure.
Yeah, but commercial wise, there's not really a viable battery operated system.
At least for the weed eater, it is.
A battery leaf blower is a good idea, but I never heard of a battery mower.
Yeah, I got a 80 volt.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it would help if you were the silent gardener. You didn't wake everybody up on a Saturday morning.
Yeah, that's funny as hell, dude. That could be the name of the business. That's a good one.
It sounds like a creeper, though. I don't know how many hits you get off the name alone.
Lawn care is probably the most realistic idea. Thanks for reminding me of that. It's one of those many ideas I've bounced around, but that probably is the most realistic idea to get started.
Yeah, it's something you can get into cheap. All you have to do is put a little sweat equity into it, and it's something that automation is not going to take away anytime soon.
You're right about that.
Plus, hey, grass grows around here like every 2 days.
That's a damn good idea. You know what? It's the best idea I've got right now is what you just said.
Besides suicide.
Right.
Yeah, I thought about starting up one of those and just having one of my guys run it. Be a silent owner kind of deal.
Yeah, just rake in the money.
I had an awesome business one time when I got out of the military in Hawaii, and and what I did is I bought 2 limousines that used old ones, and I was just driving soldiers from the tourist area, Waikiki, the drinking area, back to the base. After midnight, I would just drive them back to base because they were drunk. Man, I made thousands of dollars every weekend doing that. But one day,
sweet.
the general shut me down because
That's why.
I got 2 business ideas I could share with you.
What's that?
One is rent a friend. Nothing sexual, just friendship, right? Rent a friend. Like you're new to town, you need a friend. So they can call you up and you could send whoever to hang with them for a few hours or go yourself.
That already sounds
them, right?
Good.
Losers my other business idea I could share with you is, how they have singing telegrams and stuff? Dial a punch. Somebody pissed you off. You don't want to deal with an assault charge. You get big guys that go around and they just knock on the door, and when the person answers, "Are you Mr. So-and-so?" "Yep." "Piff! That's from Mr. So-and-so."
That wouldn't last too long.
Around, and his business idea was Mr. Nice Guy, and it's similar to that. Very similar.
Fuck off.
What does that nice guy do?
Those aren't advisable.
We'll call it Mr. Nice Guy.
What does he do? Come over and just be nice to you?
Not exactly.
You have to bring your knee pads?
Mr. Nice Guy is when you have a problem with a coworker or a neighbor, and you call Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh, kind of like You're gonna handle the dispute between the two parties.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that's challenging.
Only
I think you better
Mr.
mow
Nice Guy
lawns.
doesn't handle this dispute. He settles it.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think people would like that much. Come pull it up. Now, I understand you had a beef with your neighbor so and so. He's like, "Who the fuck are you? It's none of your business. Get the fuck out of
Fuck
here."
off.
Man, it'd be cool if we could get all your flat earthers in a boardroom and we like as executives managing a business.
Yeah, we go like this. You have a problem? Fuck off.
We will spread the gospel of the flat Earth to the four corners of the flat Earth.
What it is just because y'all a bunch of characters and flat earthers are the most skeptical people that ever. So it'd be great to manage some sort of like large corporation. You know, you guys would be great in a boardroom.
We are very skeptical.
Yeah, if we only had a product to sell.
We got a dude selling T-shirts in here.
The product is truth.
Space? I could sell you some space.
We got to compete with Fake X.
We're going to Mars, bro.
Fake X is fucking fake. That's just How about Blue Vagina? That one, that other one.
Blue vagina.
You got Winter Vagina.
Yeah, that Blue Horizon crap. Bezos' gay ass silliness.
He's going to put a blue
That Jeff Bezos rocket ship looked like a big dick.
It looked like it did, didn't it? Look at it.
You know how Austin Powers, they had that, but that's exactly what they're doing today. That's what all the space fake companies are doing. Remember that Austin Powers scene? That wow, it looks like a big
space team.
That's what.
Well, even Boeing's getting in on it now. They're creating their own little space program.
Free money.
Look how long Boeing's been around. Now all of a sudden they want to do it. Oh well, we've been around for a couple centuries. Now let's get into the space
money like that. They got to get in on it because the airline travel is going down, so they got to diversify. It's all Hollywood, man.
Diversify.
It's all a big joke, like the comedian said from Watchmen. It's just a big joke. It's all a joke.
It's amazing how a company like Boeing can go from transporting people through the air, and now they're on like welfare in a way by making this fake space production to try and probably airline travel going down. Well, I guess we could start a show.
So this is new to me.
Donate to us. GoFundMe.
It's the same difference.
Boeing.
How was that new?
I mean, SpaceX is like a GoFundMe for Tesla.
Hey, it's all real. You saw them launch that red sports car in space.
Yeah,
it's headed to Mars. The Mars
on TV.
That helicopter on Mars is going to retrieve it.
Is that
that's
what?
The best one, that
orbiting the Earth? Is that what they're trying to tell us?
No, it's out there just floating around, dude. It's headed towards the sun.
Oh, headed towards the sun. Okay.
I think. I don't know for sure, but it's just out there, dude. So.
Wow.
It's just playing
the tires didn't pop, or the tires didn't pop or anything. The tires didn't pop. It's perfect.
Yeah. Flies by this big circular flat blue marble. Hey, look, there's the Earth.
They didn't attach any cameras to it, nothing. So we could watch it traverse. I mean, get the fuck out of here. You put cameras on everything else, but not this fucking thing?
Yeah.
Fuck out here, dude.
Not this thing that's going to space. Oh, we don't have cameras for that.
That would cost too much money. Oh, really, Elon Musk? That would cost too much money for you?
Yeah. Cameras are cheap. Come on.
That's so strange.
You've seen those rockets where he launches them? They go up and then they come straight down, ass end first.
Oh yeah, but
Shoot, not fire, and then they just like right at the end they cut, and then the next frame it's already landed. It's great.
it's amazing. I believe it.
That's not even the best part. The best part is the explanation they give for that. That is the best part, dude.
Oh, I know. The explanations are always dopier than the first question you ask.
So stupid. Can you see
We got to get in on the space industry, man.
what now?
We got to get in on the space industry. I hear it's free money. Dude, we could probably just start with CGI. Just the whole thing CGI.
That's what NASA does.
We got some talented video people in the flat Earth world. You know, we could pull it off.
And if you really want to make money, just finance a war.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That's where the real money's at, is in financing wars.
Oh yeah. We get in on that too.
Hey, NASA spends about as much money as your dad lost in the with the bit shoot.
You just had to bring that up again, didn't you?
Nah, it's
tear open that wound again.
All right, moving on.
That was my whole life savings, buddy.
War. What is it good for? Absolutely. Say it again.
I currently sleep on my friend's couch.
Profiteering. Yeah, war is very profiteering.
War. Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made there.
What is it good for? Absolutely.
Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
Apparently, profit.
Good God.
Yeah.
War.
What
is good for? Absolutely nothing.
Say it again.
A dumb song.
It is dumb. But it's lucrative.
Oh yeah.
Back in those days, only the hippies were screaming out about stopping war.
We got it right now.
We gotta sell some military satellites to Ukraine.
Oh yeah,
perfect.
It's all just cartoons anyway.
Yeah, I think they could use some satellites over there in Ukraine.
Somebody get to work on them cartoons ASAP, and we'll make a deal. We want $5 billion. $5 billion lets Ukraine brag that they got military sats.
Sounds reasonable.
Oh yeah.
What a waste of money.
$3 into Afghanistan. Well, American families are living.
Russia could crush that place anytime they wanted to.
Well, they showed that within a week. America left. Hey, with the Taliban, we're now in charge, huh?
You guys know that Thomas Sowell is 92 years old? I just realized that this morning as I was looking him up for something.
Who's that, Gospel?
We need $500 billion to drill into this
Thomas Sowell?
asteroid.
Yeah, who is he?
He is a brilliant mind of our era, and he is 92 years old. And he's from a small town in North Carolina, Gastonia.
Good for him. Mm-hmm.
I've done been through Gastonia a handful of times.
Handful.
But yeah, Thomas Sowell. No, he's brilliant. If you haven't heard him speak or read any of his books, I highly recommend just about anything. Just pick one at random, flip a coin, read anything, or listen to anything. He's a smart guy.
Right. Yeah. Is that Thomas?
I mean, what's his main area of expertise?
Economy and sociology.
Interesting.
Hey, so I got this business plan. Okay, we're gonna get a drone, and then we claim it's really a satellite, and we let people rent our satellite, but it's really a drone.
Well, you got to find a way to keep it up in the air for a decade, like Google did.
I say we start an asteroid drilling company.
I don't know. I think we should just rent a drone and just claim it a satellite. Oh, we could put it on a balloon.
Yeah, that's what Google did.
Yeah.
And they kept it up in the air for over 10 years.
Those are called satelloons.
Yeah, we got to build a satelloon and just claim it's a satellite, space satellite. We say it's 450,000 miles away and it's got a really good lens on it, but we just say that it's really just a balloon.
Right, and then you just create the artwork on the computer.
Yeah.
And say, look, we took this picture of Saturn. Isn't it beautiful? Ooh, ah.
Well, we could skip all that hard work and just point the drone at the Earth and just say, it's a spy satellite.
Yeah, the thing about yes, PMAC, that's the man. Thing about Saturn is you can look at it through a telescope here, from here. So that wouldn't be a good one. You got to pick things to look at that you couldn't possibly validate from Earth. So it wouldn't be very useful if you were providing imagery of something that you can already look at from Earth.
Well, I mean, here's how we're going to do it, okay? Because the drone kind of moves around, what you do is you say that you can connect to a lens on the satellite, and they think they're moving a lens around on the satellite, but it's really just moving a drone around.
Sounds pretty fishy.
The government pays $500 for a helmet.
$500 for a helmet? Is that what you said?
I said a hammer, but yeah, we could pull it off.
Oh, hammer. Oh, well. I don't know, man. There's $150 hammers at the local hardware store. So why is $500 a far stretch?
Well,
this is back in 1975.
Oh, well, you have a point there.
If we're charging the government to drill asteroids, I mean, one drill bit could be like $3 million.
You gotta supply the ore,
300 million, more like.
Where are you gonna get the ore from?
You just give them some petrified wood and tell them it's ore from a.
Petrified wood is a good plan. You're putting things together pretty well now. At first, I thought you had a really shaky plan, but once you came up with the petrified wood idea, I think you.
It worked for Neil Armstrong.
You put a bow on it.
We just do them.
They gave out moon rocks, and they were petrified wood.
Sounds like a solid plan.
What's the name of our space company?
Not raping you.inc.
Blue Virginia.
Vagina.
Blue vagina.
Dogs on Mars.
Vagina.
Well, I guess that's the name of the company.
There we go.
If that's what the board decides, then
I'm going to start a space company called Pink Vagina.
whatever sells.
Pink Vagina will definitely sell.
Probably will, yeah.
This is it was a good idea. You could have stopped at the petrified wood idea, and after that, it's gone downhill again.
I say go to the ice wall. Film that bitch.
Show me.
All we need is some nice cartoons.
All we need is to put a rainbow on it, and we'll be successful.
Oh yeah.
We'll send the first tranny to space.
What? No, too late. Too late. Too late. Blue Origin already did that.
Hey, it's a one-way ticket.
Yep, Blue Origin already did that. You got to catch up.
Oh man, those bastards.
We'll have to send the second one then.
Those bastards.
Yeah, now we got to think outside the box here, people. What's even more hipper and weirder and more beloved by the left than a tranny? I have to think about that and get back to you.
Nothing.
Gotta get some brainstorming,
man.
We'll send the Jewish red heifer into space.
That's talk. Now you're talking.
That's the beginning of everything, isn't it? The Jewish red heifer. Some ginger cow.
I've seen the red heifers before. It's actually contraband in Israel. It's illegal to import them. It's a special breed that it's secret. But I've seen it in person before. They actually breed these red heifers here in America.
Hey, let's go into the red heifer business. Wait for that third temple to be built, and they're going to need something to sacrifice over there.
There's a billionaire that lives down the road from me, and he has red heifers, and they're like bright red heifers, and it's a breed you can't even find online. Like you can't even find a photograph of this thing.
Like how bright are they? Like really bright?
Oh, these things are perfectly matched, like biblical description. These and he don't even work them. They relax under trees and stuff in the shade.
Maybe we should get some white tigers too, and we could sacrifice them. That would be pretty amazing.
That sounds pretty badass.
Blood all over a white tiger. I'd be very pleased.
From a red heifer.
Yeah, maybe a rhinoceros or two. Something that's on the endangered list.
I don't know why that brings images.
Oh, we could do space hunting. We could sell tickets to hunt in space.
I say we just nuke the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, fuck them. Look them.
That's a good idea, but how are we going to profit from that?
Yeah, what would be the point in that?
I'm not saying it's a good idea. You know,
first you have to invent a nuke.
I thought we were just going after an
First, we could invent a false narrative that the sea iguanas carry a horrible disease, so we must nuke the Galapagos Islands.
You know, this dude is brilliant. He said we got to first invent a false narrative. That's a great start right there.
That's how it's done in the big leagues.
Yeah, that's the beginning.
It's starting to come together again, okay? First step, invent a false narrative.
Second step, repeat the false narrative until everybody fucking believes it.
Yeah, scare the shit out of everybody with the false narrative for a good solid 2 months.
You two need a VC for yourselves and call it Shooting the Breeze.
Solution, nuke the false narrative.
That's what we do here.
Sometimes. Starting to get a little awkward with the threats of violence to fictitious things. Because what happens is the awkward people that exist in this world take all metaphor, well, all fictitious ideas to be some metaphor for some other thing, and then they accuse you of calls to action or threats of violence. And even when you're goofing off, people can twist your words.
Yes.
Probably correct, but we all know that nukes don't exist, buddy.
Other than
They
like
don't know that.
nobody, there's no like scientific station on the Galapagos Islands or anything, is there? Like nobody lives there.
Research, yeah, there's research facilities there,
Um,
or at least one.
Humans try to inhabit every.
There's a tourist center there. There's a research station. So, I mean, I
Maybe
have a
it's
feeling there are people there that are, I think, full time, but maybe just visiting. Maybe it's like they go there for a period of time and then go back to the mainland.
Okay, cancel the nukes. I thought it was just birds and animals on there.
What we need to do is just launch rockets into the Bermuda Triangle and get paid from the government to do that.
Right. And they already got that covered, so.
They need more competition.
Well, if you really want to compete, then grow really, really good quality food. That's a way you could compete.
Space food.
Like beef?
Like food that isn't adulterated, perverted, or disturbed by alteration.
Oh yeah, we should vacuum seal organic food and sell it to NASA. They're just throw it away, but they're pay us a lot of money for it.
Yeah, it's not really going up there, is it?
Nothing's going up there, man. If anything, the food will just get blasted in the Bermuda Triangle.
Your imagination goes up there.
Yeah, well,
that's true.
Do the Canadians have a space program?
I don't know. I don't think so. Do they have a space program?
Somebody Google that.
My mom's one of my mom's exes worked on the Canadarm that went on the space shuttle.
Oh boy!
Oh, really? I wonder if that's at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle right now.
I guess
I guess it exploded.
The ISS is gonna be retired and they're gonna let it burn up in space or something like this, supposedly.
Yeah, it's probably at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle also.
It's that.
It never existed. It's just a stage prop in a sound studio somewhere.
Yeah, it's more realistic.
I just Googled, does Canada have a space agency program? You know what it said? Eh?
What is that? What's that?
What did they say? What did it say?
Eh.
Yes.
Eh.
I believe they do. I think I saw it somewhere. It's like kind of new or something. Probably part of Space Force.
Space Force. Does Canada have a space agency program? Yeah. You know what it says? Eh. I'm sorry, I'm getting carried away. Eh. Oh, God.
Where do you think NASA's going to say they're going next?
fucking idiots. Like, where we going, eh?
Uranus.
Uranus. Project Uranus. Oh, it's a beautiful place.
Oh my
I think
god.
they might find water there.
I think it's
They're going to start by sending a probe.
That's a good one. Sending a probe to Uranus. Oh boy.
That's gonna hurt.
Who the hell named that thing Uranus? Couldn't they think of a different name?
Well, you have to find out what its original name was and how it got distorted over time.
Uranus.
So if you find out what is the how does that word formed? Is it a US? Is it urine or uran with a US ending? Is it in a NUS ending? Is it a ANUS ending? I have a feeling it's a US ending.
You have a feeling?
I have a feeling. I look up a lot of etymology. Let me. Okay, so
no, bro.
So Oranas is
I
the
think it is
original.
US.
Well, it was actually OS.
Oh.
An OS ending.
Uranus.
Yeah. From the Greek word Oranos, which means sky.
Yeah, so it's Uranus.
That's why they make the big bucks.
It comes from Greek mythology, the god who personifies the heavens, the father of the Titans. I mean, all of the planets are named after some type of pagan god. And
Just to piss God off.
Yeah, So there you go. I mean, that's where that comes from. So why did it go from OU to just the letter U? It's because of how language changes when it's being translated into another language. So specifically from Greek to Latin, blame the Romans for not including the letter O at the beginning. The Latin language is what originally distorted it from Uranus to Uranus.
I knew you would just answer that, man. I fucking.
Yeah, how do you know that, dude?
Just knows it.
Resources. I just looked it up. Adam Online.
You like etymology.
Yes, expert.
Etym Online. ETYMONLINE.com. EtymOnline.com. Good website. Very, very good.
And I thought Smurf was the ass expert.
I have a feeling that NASA's just sitting there going, what the fuck are we going to do? Look at these YouTube videos. They're on to us. They know everything we do is fake. How the fuck are we going to... What are we going to say we're going to do next,
Close
Go to the moon again? Another fake bullshit? No, we can't.
I don't think that they're afraid in the slightest. These exercises that they perform over the years demonstrate their power of control. They literally just say a thing and everybody believes them. So I don't think that they have any reason to fear exposure at all.
We should make a GoFundMe.
At least as far as the masses go.
Make a GoFundMe that we're starting a new private space company to compete with these other ones, and it will make a bunch of it'll get around, get some publicity and stuff, and eventually the government will just have to cooperate with us.
Where did the space agency originate from?
Some Freemasonic lodge somewhere.
From Canada?
What are you talking about, PMAC? Are you talking about what NASA was before it was NASA?
No, I'm talking to Smurf.
Oh, the space agencies come from the Freemason lodges, man.
I was hoping he was going to say Canada, and I go, eh?
Wow.
How about the Jesuit Space Agency? Why high with the Jesuits? They brought you the globe Earth. They brought you the spinning water ball. And now they have their own space agency.
Yeah, it's gross, Flatty.
Check this
That's
out. Commercial.
downright vile.
Hey, check this out, okay? commercial rocket aerospace program. Get it?
It's got a ring to it.
Yeah,
Do you know what that spells out? You get it?
the acronym. Say that again.
Yeah. It's a commercial rocket aerospace program.
Crap. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
It's like that new genre of music, a combination of country and rap called crap.
Ha ha ha.
Make a GoFundMe. The star of this right away.
Or like, go fuck me.
Whoa.
Mm-mm-mm.
Well, I'm sure pretty soon now, what's it? Richard Branson will be giving tours to the moon. You fly around once, maybe come back, cost you like $200,000 or something.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Million 250 grand.
It'll just put you in a plane that never takes off. It just like it shakes around, and the window screens.
Yeah, exactly. Just all a simulation ride like Disneyland or something.
Yeah, and then they tell you you've landed and you've made it back to Earth.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Yeah. We could make a lot of money doing that.
I found it.
What'd you find?
I found Blue Origin.
How'd you do that?
Well, look in the live stream voice text.
Oh, there it is. Oh my god.
There's a business model right there.
That's the business. That is the business model. Excuse me. I'd like to get a loan. Okay. How much? $500 billion.
Yeah.
500 billion. Okay, we don't do that. But what do you have in mind? Just out of curiosity. Oh, I just need to make one of these things right here. This is the business model. You need $500 billion to make that? Yes. Yes.
Well, that's to build a prototype.
That's just the prototype.
Yeah.
That's just the prototype.
Somebody post that Blue Origin thing that looks like a big dick.
Or not.
Did
I think the
William
SpongeBob version here is
think he
better.
went to? Did William Shatner think he went to outer space?
He was almost crying.
About to talk about that, yeah. Oh wow!
Didn't you watch the interview? He was almost crying.
Oh my god! It was so beautiful to see space for real.
While Bezos looked at him with this cringe expression the entire time, a smug cringe expression on his face of just.
This is the man that was talking about how do you explain light years? That's not possible. And this is the same guy is going, wow.
Bezos looked at him as if he couldn't wait for Shatner to stop talking.
Yeah,
it was awkward on all fronts. Even if you're a believer, it was still an awkward conversation, just like when they came back from the moon, allegedly. It was an awkward interview.
Did he say he saw stars and stuff, or what?
I don't know. He said it was life changing, and it probably juiced him up with some type of serum.
Yeah, he was probably high as a kite.
I wonder if he wore the pants in case he shat his pants. William Shat.
Well, you know what? Shatner, from what I understand, my neighbor in Georgia, he lives 2 houses down from where my dad lives, took care of Shatner's horses. So I got, what is that considered? Second party? second person. What is it called?
No,
It's called
you got it from
second
the
degree.
horse's mouth. You got it from the
Second
horse's mouth.
degree. So second, I have second degree knowledge of Will Shatner as a person, and according to my neighbor, who I've known for 20 something years at this point, like he said that Will Shatner's a really nice guy. So I don't like to make fun of the guy. I mean, he's apparently really, really nice, owns a lot of horses. And he's supposedly really down to earth and all that. So I'm not making fun of Shatner. I think that he was duped, and it's sad.
Oh, he must know that he didn't go to space.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that he's gullible enough to probably just go along with all of that stuff.
Never know.
Yeah,
Never know him doing high altitude, and I don't know, but I think he must be in on it, dude.
Maybe. I only know that little bit about Shatner from a close perspective.
I think he's in on it.
What's that?
How long did that flight last? Whatever, the whole ride.
Oh, an hour or two. I don't think it took very long.
I say try to do something nice every day. Hold a door, carry groceries, pull a finger, Help someone out.
I've never pulled anybody's finger. That's ridiculous. I didn't even do that when I was a kid and I was around obnoxious adults who pull my finger. I always looked at them like, you're gross and weird. No.
Yeah, I know. You're totally disgusting. You're just going to fart right in my house.
Yeah. I was around a bunch of goofballs growing up, so I got used to learning how to ignore tomfoolery at a young age.
Like these adults, man, they're a bunch of asses. They don't know anything.
Some of them.
You wouldn't get one of your friends to do it though once in a while? Like, I pulled his finger before. Go ahead, pull it.
No, I was never into that. I was always kind of a rain on the parade kind of. I didn't have brothers, so I was just kind of real serious from a young age.
Only child.
Well, up until 7, and then I had a little sister eventually, so there was that. But
that's nice.
Man, being a kid was awesome because you could get away with anything. When you're a little kid, you get away with anything.
It depends on your situation.
No, I mean, you
mean not go to prison?
People don't. When you're really young, strangers don't really punish. The worst thing they do is bring you back to your parents or complain to your parents about you.
I like not going to prison.
You have to like kill somebody to get in trouble when you're really young. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
we get it.
Just break into somebody's house. Right?
It all depends.
Shit,
Nowadays they're convicting parents of the crimes children are committing. It's kind of an interesting new precedent.
What you mean?
Kids are committing crimes and their parents are being convicted.
Oh, that's what you mean, yeah. I get that.
Yeah, this is a thing that's happening with growing frequency. It's kind of peculiar.
Isn't it strange? Strange fucking phenomenon.
I tell you what, those parents would crack down on those motherfuckers then.
That's because America locks up has the most incarcerated population than any other country.
That's right.
cheap liver.
Well, it's a business now. It's a for-profit business. It's traded on the stock exchange, buddy.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah, what's the ticker? What's one of the tickers for this?
I don't know, but it is on the stock exchange, isn't it? It's huge, man. Well, it may not be on the stock exchange, but man, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, dude.
Is it or isn't it? Make up your fucking mind, bro.
Yeah. I mean, a company is either private or it's publicly traded. So I'm not aware of any publicly traded prisons or incarceration things. I think it's all private.
It would probably be.
That, but man, some of these prisons are massive. They're huge, dude.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just disputing any of them being a publicly traded entity.
The ticker would be BOP, Bureau of Prisons, or an actual name of the prison that's privately owned by a citizen. Like there's 4 debt prisons. Like if you owe a debt, they'll arrest you, toss you in the jail until you pay your debt, and then release you. There's stuff like that as well. So you could not even commit a crime, so to speak. You just could owe enough money. You get grabbed up and tossed in until you pay it off.
You may own prison stocks in these giant ETFs and mutual funds.
Hey, I just checked it, okay? There are at least 2 prisons that are publicly traded. I just typed it in.
Core Civic and GEO Group? Is that, I suppose, the ones that are being associated with prisons?
Corporations America, and yeah, that other one you said, GEO Group or whatever, yeah.
Core Civic appears to be one as well.
I was just guessing, but actually, I'm actually surprised. Yeah, it is a bit surprising, but yeah, actually, it is publicly traded. Look at America, how messed up that is.
Wow, man. I'm not surprised about these things.
They put these prisoners to work being like telemarketers for like 30 cents an hour or something.
I forget. Don't they make like a couple dollars a day or something like that?
They do, yeah.
Yeah, for an 8-hour day.
Hey, did you guys know that Newton proposed an ether?
That what?
Isaac Newton proposed an ether.
I didn't know that. What's up with it?
What up, man? So, 1666, coincidentally, he supposedly discovered gravity, and it's 666 newtons on the Earth. And then a few years later, he has a letter to another guy. It's like something Bernard or something. And he says, of course, I hope that no one attributes gravity to me. The idea that innate brute matter could act on other innate brute matter, the vastness of a vacuum without anything as an intermediate source, is to me so great an absurdity that no man in philosophical matters with competent faculty of thinking could ever fall into it, which is, of course, the modern application of gravity. But then a few decades after he first, quote unquote, discovered gravity in 1704, he said, "May not planets and comets and all gross bodies perform their motions more freely and with less resistance in this ethereal medium than in any fluid, which fills all space adequately without leaving any pores, and by consequence is much denser than quicksilver and gold? And may not its resistance be so small as to be inconsiderable? For instance, if this ether, for so I will call it, should be supposed 700,000 times more elastic than our air and above 700,000 times more rare, its resistance would be above 600 million times less than that of water. And so small resistance would scarce make any sensible alteration in the motions of the planets in 10,000 years." I just want to throw it out there. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah.
What a crock of shit.
What the hell?
Well, okay,
ether is thick as gold. I don't get it.
Well, the implications are that he's saying many decades after he allegedly comes up with gravity, he's still saying the only viable way he can even think of the reason that the celestial movements would occur is if there was like a very, very dense etheric medium. So the idea that they attributed gravity to him in a vacuum nowadays is laughable. decades after he supposedly discovered it, he was saying, no, that won't work. We need something super, super dense. Of
Yeah.
course, Edwin Hubble will tell you that if there's something super dense up there, then that means that everything in the sky is very local to Earth, and that the Earth is very young. I just think it's funny to use their own
What
paradigm.
is he saying? This ether just goes on and on forever into the
No.
void of space?
No, he doesn't make a claim as to the finite or infinite nature of space, but Edwin Hubble will tell you that if redshifts are actually if redshifts are actually Doppler shifts, then that would mean that the quote unquote universe is closed, very, very dense, local, and very young.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what it is, in case anyone didn't know that. So, of course, that's geocentrism, and then we just physically measure the Earth and know it's flat, so they're on our side pretty much. I'm just saying, this is like the best way ever to beat someone's cognitus, I think, is to use like the prominent people against heliocentrism, like the very people that brought them the theory.
But gravity. Oh yeah, that guy Newton. Yeah, let's talk about Newton. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, or like even Edwin Hubble, Stephen Hawking. Okay, so you guys know how they bring up the Foucault's pendulum from 1851. I'm about to give you guys such a freaking silver bullet. So they bring up the Foucault's pendulum 1851. 70 years later, Einstein said, "It's I've come to the conclusion that there's no optical experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth." Now, every flat earther's heard that one. I'm echoing.
Yeah.
So
Dan, thank you.
all right, so the Globers will say, "Oh, he's just saying optical, talking about light and na." And then flat earthers say, "Isn't anything optical? You have to see it." Not the best argument, in my opinion. He is talking about optics, like as in light. But anyway, he has another quote that says, and it's actually from his papers on relativity itself, saying that there is no terrestrial experiment that can prove motion. So that means no experiment on the Earth can prove motion. So then the Globers kind of freak out. And they say, oh, well, he just didn't know about the ring laser gyro, which I'm like, okay, so you're going to disavow Foucault's pendulum then, right? And of course they won't, but that's 70 years later. So they're disagreeing with Einstein if they say Foucault's pendulum proves the motion of the Earth, right? Because he said 70 years later they still didn't have proof. But anyway, so then they say, oh, well, he didn't know about the ring laser gyro. We just have more advanced technology now.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, well, now the ring laser gyro is obviously an interferometry pattern using lasers and light. So his optical experiment, quote, already debunks that claim, right? Because that's using light. But anyway, the mechanical gyro, which they could try to invoke that, was actually created in 1909. So he was saying the mechanical gyro does not prove the motion of the Earth also. So they can't say that. But long story short, I was doing some digging and I found that Stephen Hawking in 2007 cited that quote about terrestrial experiments not being able to prove the motion of Earth in his book, A Stubbornly Illusory Perception.
What a
Meaning
title.
that Stephen Hawking said you can't prove the motion of the Earth in 2007. You can't use any terrestrial experiment to prove it. And all they have is gyros and pendulums long before 2007. Stephen Hawking is, of course, one of their heroes.
Yeah, just because they can't prove it doesn't mean it's not happening.
Okay, we'll just make them admit they can't prove it. We'll take that.
So what's your indication that it is happening? Well, there's not any evidence that it's happening. It's just that they know that it has to be happening. Yeah.
I mean, you can't tell me if there was that much motion they couldn't figure out how to measure that there's motion.
I like it. I like it a lot, Bendy. That's a really important observation to me because that's the one I used to think was globe proof, and then I later found out it's definitely flat Earth proof. That one's near and dear to my heart. So very nicely done.
I'm about to drop the. I'm gonna drop the Stephen Hawking citation.
You see what Bendy made there? What's it? Got an artist
nice.
we got an artist amongst our ranks. He's been doing really good with these graphics and stuff. I really like it. And of course, the PNG on Discord is just exactly. It's really excellent for Discord.
All right, there it is.
No, this is great. Are you planning on putting a video together with all these quotes that you have, like,
Yeah.
or no?
Yeah, dude, it took me forever to put these in meme form and find all these, but yeah, I'm gonna do a video. I'll probably have Kai narrate it though, because it's just more pleasing to the ear, you know.
Oh yeah. Capitalize
and then I'm gonna
on
use it in quote. I think I'm gonna set up a modern day debate that's geocentrism versus heliocentrism, as opposed to just flat Earth. Yeah.
And would you be able to find a component that would not do the whole yeah, but you think it's flat, so like do the weird I forget what that is type
Poisoning the well, actually.
of yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
But yeah, because James will just set it up free debate, right? He'll have to agree to the parameters that it's just about geocentrism, and I think that'll wake up a lot of people where they're like, "Oh wow," and then they'll find their way to flat Earth, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's what the principal did apparently for some people.
Dude, I have so many damning quotes; it's insane. Also, I'm about to go eat with Kai, but I'm gonna drop this video for you guys. F.E. Core did this thing about the sun. Because, you know, if you claim it's a physical object with anywhere from 33 to 40 miles in diameter, we actually run across some pretty serious issues with the flat Earth. Because you can see it from too far away at the same time in the same position. But anyway, they did a year of compilation of longitudinal observations of the sun. And then they had it rendered. And it's amazing what it does. So it looks like the sun is, the perception of the sun is relative to the viewer on the magnetic lines of declination, and it literally maps it out perfectly. So I'm gonna post this video. It's like 20 minutes. It's pretty interesting. Obviously, we don't have to explain what the sun is or what it does to substantiate our position, but that does really shut up their whole like you can't even explain the sun thing, because truth be told, the physical object that's really small and really local doesn't work. For many reasons. Yeah. So it's really amazing what it did. What a coincidence! It made a toroid. So I'll drop the link.
I know you're about to run, but are you under the impression that there is an upper limit or a maximum distance that the sun could possibly be? Because I'm not yet under the impression that there is a maximum distance. I mean, 93 million obviously is pretty crazy, but just in general.
3,000.
Hey,
I'm constantly opposed to the idea. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, have you seen the thoughts about the sun actually remaining in the same pattern, and that the toroidal field over a year kind of breathes in and breathes out, right? Expands and contracts.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, cool. So then it appears to be at your zenith when actually it really stays above the equator the whole entire time.
Well, yeah, and it's not a physical location or object.
Right.
So like this integrates the breathing in and breathing out thing. There's a source, an external source of projection. And then wherever you are as the viewer, you see it. That's the actual rendering of the literal data from a year of data. That's not just some cartoon someone drew. That's the actual data.
Yeah, that's funny. I just watched that last night.
Dude, it's incredible.
Flat Earth Data dropped that in a voice channel, and I watched it last night.
Yep, it's awesome. I super shadow ban. I can't believe I've never seen it. So yeah, and to answer you, Gospel, before I get out of here, I'm staunchly opposed to the idea it's a physical location. So, and I've been saying that for a while. It's so crazy. I just saw this video. I've been saying a naturally occurring holograph So like holography based on electromagnetic polarization, because you can imitate this with a ferrocell. You can imitate that with a magnet. So like magnetic holography would be naturally occurring in electromagnetic field because of polarization if you had an external source of light. And it appears that that's what's going on because the sun is relative to the viewer within this magnetic lines of declination. So it's very interesting. And that's why when you navigate, you never go in a straight line.
Yes,
because you're following the curved magnetic declination lines.
Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. But if you look into it, it's pretty cool. I'm going to reach out to this guy actually because they were supposed to keep doing data compilation. So I'm going to see if I can find if they have anything else. Because, you know, if you see the crepuscular rays and you track those up using trigonometry, right? I mean, like if you use geometry and you track the rays up to the sun, then you're actually going to have like the sun would be right above the clouds.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
The sun isn't right above the clouds. You know what I'm saying? So this
Yeah,
really
tell that to that Jethro guy on Truth Social. Good grief. There's this guy on Truth Social that's doing the moon and the sun are below the clouds stuff, and I'm just like, bro, you're not helping.
Yeah, it's a bad look. Flat earthers
Yeah.
need to learn not to make claims that they can't make because it makes us look bad and it actually
I hear
is
you.
bad. Yeah. All right, I love you guys. I'm about to go get some food, but I'll catch up with you guys later.
All right, Richard.
Yeah, I've had to
work on that, man. It's good stuff.
What if the sun just looks so close because it's being magnified by the surrounding air?
Yeah, I mean, there's a combination of things potentially going on, but that's kind of what this magnetic thing I think is referring to.
Potentially.
Hey, good talking with y'all. I got to go to some alcoholic meeting thing.
All right, man. Have fun.
Be safe, dude.
You're the man.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Later, buddy.
All right.
What are you going to say, Napalm?
I was just going to say I've had to kind of get into it with fairly predominant people in this server regarding the whole sun is below the clouds idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, stop posting this stuff. Bad look, please.
Yeah.
It's not that fucking. Not that cool.
Yeah.
It's not on the clouds.
Yeah, I suppose I would rephrase rather than saying the sun is not at a physical location, I would say when we are looking at the sun, that the place where we see it is not actually necessarily where it is. But to say it's not in a physical location to me I can't make sense of that. Is that what this video indicates in some way? Is this video insinuating the same messaging of the moon in that they are making the claim that neither the sun nor the moon are physical?
It briefly touches upon the possibility that the sun is an electromagnetic. I think they use the term hologram, but it would be the same as the way that I would look at it is if you have a glass dome like paperweight, right, where it's glass all the way through, and you're holding a flashlight outside of it, you can look and you can see that pinpoint of light, which looks like a sun, on the glass itself, right? Meaning that as you move that around, what you're seeing on the glass is not the actual source of the light itself.
Yes, but there's still in the scope of all reality, there is still, even in that analogy, there's the flashlight or the source.
There's still source, yeah. And I mean, this goes into, right, so the further you dig into things like ether, right, and you start to dig into space and counter space, you get into the metaphysical aspect, right, the blurring between the physical and the metaphysical, the background energy, that which is there, right, in order to be able to be induced from somewhere, right? Like, where is the source? Mainstream science can't tell you where the source of energy is, right? So it's kind of, it gets into a more of a metaphysical type discussion, I would say, right? So you have this thing that appears to be a physical presence, but that might just be the point in which in space this source of energy is coming into our reality, not necessarily the source itself, if that makes sense. Or was that too much?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
So you're thinking that sorry about that, guys. The sun and the moon are created off of something else?
I don't know about
your...
So the moon seems to have some obvious traits to it that seem to be solid, right? Like indications of, the craters and all that kind of stuff. So there seems to be some sort of solid form there to the moon. But that solid form of the moon could be just whatever the firmament is, right? And that the source of energy that is the illumination of the moon is not necessarily on that portion of the firmament in which we see these types of physical things. So like if you shine a light through a paper napkin or something like that, you can see all the perforations and everything on the paper napkin with the light behind it. But the paper napkin is not the source of the light.
Can't go to the sun or the moon, man.
Light created on that surface. I got you.
Right, so the surface of the moon could just be some sort of surface that is up there, but what we call the moon might just be one section of a larger thing that just happens to be illuminated by an energetic source.
That's a lot of could be.
Yep. Well, when it comes to things in the sky, it's always a could be kind of conversation.
Yes.
So yeah, these are just some of the speculations, but that hopefully that moon example helps better maybe explain what was talked about for the sun.
Thanks. I'll be back in a little while.
I think the moon is cheese and the sun is mustard.
Yes.
I knew Frankie would agree.
There is no Earth curve.
That is company.
Art is notable.
Where are you getting this thing?
Yes.
No, you'll tell me.
Olknod at det er dis notkurving.
No. You'll tell me right now where you're getting this. You're getting these accents. Clay. It's garbage. Garbage.
You need to go on the website ttsmp3.com and you can do your own.
Yes. Glaflop, do you understand, or you can find this Frenchman that can talk for you?
No, you have enough. You need to post the link in the chat.
Yes. I will post the link in the chat.
You are so sweet. Thank you very much.
No problem, brother.
Now, how to make so it goes into where people can hear.
Okay.
How to make it so can hear.
You are making a little bit of a noise when you talk.
You might want to get a program that is called Voice Mode, for example.
Yeah, mais oui, Zoom appelle à Flutter.
I'm not going to do it. Thank you, Clay, though, for showing the website. I appreciate that.
Zamir's Gleflob, are you fucking...
You might want to get a program that is called Voice Mode, for example.
Oh,
Voice mod? I don't know, Clay. Can you link that too, please?
What are you in space?
Yeah. Hey. A bon chance.
Cool, thanks. Thank you, Clay.
Yeah, you're actually you're making white noise, man.
You might want to get a... No problem, brother.
It's a fag laser. Ow.
Earth is flat.
But we observe it as flat, and we say it is flat, huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem, brother.
Dankjewel.
Yes.
So,
The earth is flat. Even Germans know so common French brother.
Yes. Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's a flat.
W all knået at det is not curving.
It is not curving.
W all knået at det is not curving.
Oh, W, sorry.
Yes.
No, that's gibberish.
Earth is notable.
That's good.
Earth is notable.
Earth is notable.
Yes. We can see way too far.
That is true.
This is true. Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Fact.
What's that, Matthew? The Earth is gay? No, I'm just kidding.
It might be even as gay as you, Matthew.
Yes.
Yes. It's okay, Matthew. Don't worry about it. I don't care if you're gay, Matthew.
We love Matthew.
Yeah. Gay means happy anyway, okay? So.
God made spheres.
Yes.
God made spheres.
The sphere is the most perfect shape in nature, and then we'll say, well, where do you see one? And they'll say bubbles, and I'll be like, that's not a perfect sphere, dude. Well, sometimes it is. Are you sure? Bubbles have all sorts of shapes.
There is no land in bubbles.
Crazy bubbles. This one time, the universe exploded and everything existed. That was crazy, man. Yeah, I see it. It's amazing. Everything came out of nothing. Just so you know. There was nothing, and then there was everything blew up, and there was nothing again. That was fucking crazy, man.
No, here's what it was.
Who created the nothing? Sorry, go ahead, Clay.
You're good. You're right. How'd the nothing appear? Yeah, and then I was arguing on Instagram with somebody about it, and they said, I posted the GIF, an explosion created
the destructive force.
Hold on, man, Jesus. I said, and the GIF says an explosion created monkeys that turned into people, and it was ha ha ha. And then somebody commented and said, correction, an expansion created monkeys that turned into people. So it's not an explosion now, folks. It's just an expansion. that happened. An expansion started itself expanding. Figure that one out.
Okay, that makes sense now. Thanks for clarification.
Hey, no problem. You know, it took a Glober on Instagram to teach me the ways.
I know better story.
Okay.
Which one?
It was the box, empty one. Somebody opened the box and everything come out.
Pandora's box.
Yeah, I was going to say Pandora's box.
Yeah,
It's like a
empty.
cosmic Jack in the Box. How about that?
Just popped out.
That is so disappointing, disconcerting.
Yes.
Whatever that. I can't talk today.
Yeah, you can't. You should just shut up, man.
Inside of box, it was gravity also.
Hey, did the dinosaurs come from that box or a different one?
That came with evolution later.
Oh, okay. Got it. So, but all from the same box, right?
Yeah. But it was nothing in the box.
Yeah.
Got it. And that expanded, right? The nothing expanded.
Yeah, you need to understand first that nothing is everything. If you understand that, then you can go on. Because when you have nothing, then it's everything inside.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If you have nothing.
And then when you have nothing, box with nothing, then you need explosion. And then everything is working, you know?
Yeah, you have everything. Well,
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, when you have nothing, you've got everything, but.
And you got that rotation and stuff and natural load. And water, don't forget, water also was in the box, but you cannot see immediately. But water was expanding only for the Earth, not for other planets.
You have to speak slower for our American cousins.
Oh, fuck, I'm in car.
Fuck him.
That's only Mike what I have in car.
So the way I see it is that everything came out of nothing.
Yeah, that's logical.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And it's not only that, everything became spherical after that. Because it only stands to have your head is spherical, all sport with the ball has the spherical ball, what else? Moon looks like spherical, sun looks spherical, tires look spherical. Everything is spherical.
Yeah, explosions don't rip things apart. They just bring things together. That's what explosions do. Everything just explodes.
Even in car, that's for changing gears. You know, on top it's spherical. Mine, I don't know.
It's logical.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can you imagine changing gears and that you have cube that fucking cannot stay in a hand good?
Hey guys, I just posted in the chat. Billy Preston was trying to tell us in 1974. Because nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You got to have something if you want to dance with me. Y'all continue.
There you go. He's the one. Old Preston.
Something is in nothing.
That's boy, bro. There's nothing.
Old Billy. Telling it like it is.
Let's devote at least a few seconds to where if there's anybody listening out there that's curious about the subject, whether we live on a spinning ball or not, come in here and converse with us. Everybody will be nice except Glat Flow.
That's right. Everybody's going to be nice and cordial. I'll just rip you apart. You feel me? Don't come in here unless you done some serious work there, ladies and gentlemen. I won't tolerate anything but. I'm just kidding. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm Glat Flow. I'll be your host, and just come in and talk to us a little bit about the Earth. It measures flat. I know it really does. So,
is that the real self coming out there?
Crepuscular rays. No, PMAC. You guys have never heard my real voice yet.
Oh, I think we have.
Yeah.
Was there about five seconds ago?
These moments of dead air have been brought to you by the complete lack of evidence for the silly spinning globular model that everybody thinks they live on. Back to silence. Till the next person talks.
Isn't it just silly? You silly Billy.
The only reason we get bored in here is because there is no globe proof, no globe evidence, no scientific, geometrical, nothing. No evidence for the spinning globe in an impossible, uncontained vacuum.
Why does that bring a gift to my head when I'm sitting as a skeleton with cobwebs, still waiting for proof of fucking globe?
Yeah. Yep.
One of them things. You don't get nothing from nothing.
Sure, everybody's seen it. Witsit just posted an interesting video I'll have to check out. Magnetic flat Earth.
Definitely some kind of electricity going on. I believe that before I believe in fucking flat Earth, round Earth. Or Big Bangs.
What if it was a series of little bangs?
You mean like one after the other?
Yeah, yep.
Like a boom, 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 boom.
It could have been intermittent bangs. It could have been like every now and then bangs.
Every now
every now and then. How long did it take for reality to get out of the friend zone and start banging big? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
3,000 little Big Bangs? About 3,000.
I hope somebody listening got the joke.
Imagine being that first little whatever thing of nothing, and you're just floating around in nothing, and then you all of a sudden explode. That would be so cool.
That'd be crazy.
Honestly, I'd be offended.
How dare
you? Could at least give me some warning. It's like floating along, da da da, da, da. Oh my god, I'm exploding! What the fuck?
What a fucking great tune, man. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. Makes sense?
What time is it there, PMAC?
Time, yeah.
Right about whiskey o'clock for PMAC, isn't it?
I was gonna
It's
say.
like 5 in the morning.
PMAC, have you ever been sober? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Oh, yeah, once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was horrible.
How'd that happen? Yeah, I was gonna say.
I didn't like it. Shit.
I hear you.
Yeah, it was horrible, bro. One time I was sober. That was crazy.
Never let it happen again, you feel me?
Oh, I know, I won't. Don't you worry.
Don't want to mess around and get any blood in your alcohol levels.
Blood? The hell's that?
Yeah, don't get any blood in your alcohol content. Might
Blood?
poison you.
What the fuck's blood, bro?
Exactly.
I only do this once or twice a week, you know.
What?
A drink.
Oh.
Get the stupid drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's me. Once, twice a week. That's about it.
I admire your ability to hold back.
Well, if you knew me, you would my ability to be fuck me. Let me tell ya.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
No? Am I speaking English, motherfucker?
Well, you are speaking English, but yeah, I don't know what you said.
Neither do I.
Okay, cool.
What did I just say?
I don't know.
Who knows?
That means we agree, though. So there.
Well, there you go. I'm a pretty cool dude.
That's true.
It's fact. People do love me. They love me. I mean, love me.
I'm in love with you. Wait, what?
I know, yeah.
I know you're.
I know, yeah. You can't help yourself.
I know you're. What, mate?
Kiss me, I'm Irish. It's fucking football. It's full-blown Irish. Anyway. So, how we doing? How you doing? All right.
I'm attempting to communicate with hopefully a critical thinker out there that will actually
Dave.
take a step back and really examine the claims of the globe model, which are ridiculous. Sorry, go ahead.
Redonkulous.
I'll be back here in a few minutes. And yes, the globe is deronculous.
Redonkulous.
I challenge anybody to come in here with even one shred of some aspect of reality represented by the globe model. I don't think it can be done. Prove me wrong. Even something that supports it. Besides
The
NASA.
sky, I see the sky moving all the time. The clouds, they move. I don't understand. Tell me, Dave, how does that work?
Definitely. The place I would look would be the sky when I'm trying to figure out what I'm standing on. Makes so much sense.
The clouds move. Today I saw 2 planes in the air, both flying by me, and I couldn't tell any difference if I was moving or if just the planes were moving.
Yeah, it's a simulation, bro. Move on.
Even just the clouds are they always dispute this, but just think of how much water weight, for example, is in a cloud. So clouds are just floating by, giving a big middle finger to gravity every day, and
Yes,
everybody
sir.
ignores it. Everybody just ignores it. Nothing to see here. Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care.
Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That says we better George Carlin about you there.
Yep, the great George Carlin.
The greatest.
Trying to tell us in the 70s, wasn't he, P-Mac?
Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. God bless him, eh?
Yep, hard to believe. I used to believe believed all that shit. Y'all know what I mean.
Dave, you were like me. Huh? You're like all of us, bro. We all nice. Don't beat yourself
Learned it in grade school. You learned it in grade school. You just put it in the back pocket, and that's all that shit's figured out. Don't have to worry about that anymore, right?
Yeah.
Wrong.
That's it. Where you are here. You're just a little speck in fucking nowhere.
So here's a question for you guys.
I got one.
In order to tell that something is moving, you need 2 points of reference, right? Like if I'm going to tell a car is moving, I would look at the car and see that the car is moving, and then I would see that the background, as an example, is not moving. Therefore, I can tell that the car is moving, right?
Well, do you want an Einsteinian answer or a real answer?
Well, no, I'm kind of painting a picture to try to grasp the idea of a globe moving concept. Because if I was standing on a plane or thing that's moving, what would be my point of reference to tell me that I'm moving?
Hold on, let me tell you real quick. Yes, you're on the right track, but don't try to use anything on Earth to to get to this example. So I'm just gonna. So use this. This is information. This is not opinion. So you need a second Earth. You need a different reference frame than the Earth to be able to see if the Earth itself is turning. So you need to leave the Earth, get on something else, be on that thing, and then look to the Earth to see if it's spinning or not. Which is
Or alternatively, if I'm standing here on Earth, I need to be able to look to something like not on the same plane that tells me that I am moving. Right? You need another reference point. Is that all right? I'm being facetious, but imagine we were to throw a quote stationary object up in the sky for shits and giggles. I would look at that stationary object if I knew it was stationary, and I would be moving around that stationary object. I would have to observe that.
Yeah, but that's still within the Earth or whatever. So, you know what I'm saying? You'd have to leave the Earth completely to see if the Earth were spinning.
To get a reference point. Yeah.
Right.
So unfortunate.
So you couldn't put something up in the sky, like when people say, oh, well, why doesn't the Earth turn under a helicopter? Well, that I don't know. But the number one thing is probably because it's not moving. But even still, the helicopter's within the closed Earth system. You have to leave all of that to see if this motherfucker's spinning.
Make an honest observation. That makes sense. Thanks, Glad. Appreciate you.
You betcha.
So you have to do like Neil and the boys did, allegedly, and just go up there and see the whole ball. And like, man, there's the ball. It's cool. It's not moving. Or it is moving. I'm sorry. Did they see it moving? They just took a picture. They didn't have video back then.
Yeah, it's turning, bro.
They destroyed that technology, I think.
They might have. Did they? I don't feel like doing anything. I'm just gonna lie in my bed.
I see that there is one new person in VC check-in talking to Jimmy the Space Crab. Genius. Maybe he'll come down and join us here in a moment.
Dave, you have the most deepest voice of anybody I've ever met.
Have you met Barry White? No.
Very white.
Dave will mess you up, man. He's got that voice.
You definitely have. You got that voice, Dave.
Dave, how big are you, man? Are you like 6'2"?
Right at 6 foot, 210.
210? Like, are you like farmer strong strength, or are you like, you sound like you would grab somebody's neck and like undertake them right into the ground or something?
No,
Right.
I would consider
What kind of strong are you?
sort of in shape. I'm not by no means any kind of muscle man or anything.
No, but you can definitely hold your own, right?
Yeah, I'm almost 60 years old. Be 60 in October, and I can still defend myself correctly.
Dave's the fucking man. Oh yeah, buddy. I knew it. I love it.
We got that feel about you, Dave.
Yeah, man. You got that presence. Sorry, I cussed on my prior statement.
Fucking presence.
You're apologizing for fucking cussing.
Stop fucking cussing.
It's the father in me. It just kind of comes out. Damn it. That's some bitch. My daughter's like, you owe me push-ups, Dad.
You stop fucking cussing.
Somebody out there in YouTube land or wherever might be listening to this, come help us poor lost souls that can't find any curvature or motion of this globe you think you live on. Please bring us some demonstrable evidence. Thank you.
If we go to live stream too, we can talk about Jabba Jabba Doo and all that kinds of things, right? Anything.
I guess that would be an option, P-Mac. We could also stay here and just be silent and talk about this silly globe. That's another option.
Silly globe. Dave.
Yep.
You're the man.
Part of the blame for all this bullshit is the first humans that were listening to these guys talk about their globe model and people upside down, all this shit, and they didn't immediately execute those guys or whatever, you know. Get the hell out of my face with this upside down people shit and water curving around a ball. That's ridiculous. Forget it. I don't care what you saw in the sky. Just write that one off, man. Bad idea.
Yeah, makes sense, bro. Logical sense.
But all they had to do was put it in the indoctrination system and pretend like they had it all figured out. When they didn't really have shit figured out.
Yeah, if the Globe had any evidence, it would be our chat area would be full of Globers. You know, Globers making fun of us, Globers presenting all kinds of evidence. The fact that there is nobody here defending what should be completely obvious is itself pretty obvious.
Yeah, man. Looks like Copernicus left hung you all out to dry.
No shit.
He threw out his theory, and 50 years later, he's like, no, that's not what I thought, and you're stupid for believing that. Yet people still believe that.
I'll bet none of those people said any of that stuff. I'll bet. Changed my mind, huh? I don't care who said what, when. Just doesn't prove anything to me.
That's a challenge. Bring an argument to the table that wasn't created by another man that tells me that we're not on a plane.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying in general, this isn't going to be a popular opinion right now, but I don't think quotes say anything one way or another. You got an Einstein quote? Are you sure? Who cares? Oh, the Einstein quote happens to support the Globe in this one, but not in that one? Then how do we trust any of it? Did you know Einstein? Is he in your family? No. Like, I don't know. Copernicus, did he have a quote? Nobody knows that. Don't sit here and act like you do. You know, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, Werner von Braun had this quote and that quote. Like, who knows? And honestly, who cares? The Earth measures flat regardless of what anybody did or did not say. Period. Just my opinion.
I second that opinion.
Very good point.
Now, again, that's not to say that those people, especially if, you know, I'll help beg the question quickly. If those people said those things that go against the current and official Globe narrative, well, then I guess great. But to me, it's not like smoking gun evidence, because you can't prove one way or another that those people even existed, let alone said those things. Now, of course, Einstein seems to have existed. I believe he existed. I don't have any proof that he did, but I have the belief that he did. But if we start going into Eratosthenes and Copernicus, Galileo and Pythagoras, I think they're just stories. That's just my opinion.
A few times that I've been talking to a new person about this, I usually try to preface it with if these guys even existed or if they said this, but you just highlight what they're saying is contradictory to what they were,
Right. You go, okay, well, I'll suspend my disbelief. If these dudes, these ladies and gentlemen, said all these things, well, that doesn't look good for the Globe either now, does it? So I get the motivation.
Especially the ones where those guys were saying, we don't care what the evidence is saying, like the cosmic microwave background. We can't be the center of everything. It's a horrific position, or whatever the quote is.
Yeah, it's scary to think that we're the center of everything, so then let's just not think about it that way. It's a lot of responsibility being the center of everything, huh? No, can't have that.
What would you class that as? Running from the truth because you can't believe it?
Incredulity.
Is that what it would be? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's an appeal to incredulity.
At best, their motivation, they're locked into this worldview where we can't be the center, so that's not an acceptable conclusion. There's no way
Right.
to get to
See, yeah, can't be, and this can parlay right into current Globers. It can't be. Something in their mind is telling them if it can't be flat because XYZ. It can't be and not just I don't think it is, or even scientific evidence supports this. They're saying it can't. Like it. Oh man, like they made the whole place. They know all the physical rules, and they're letting us know it can't be flat. Can't be stationary. How do you know that? Oh, well, all the scientists agree on it. They do? Yeah, they do. And you don't see a problem with all scientists agreeing. No, I don't. Got it.
Yeah, you nailed it. Incredulity. Posted it in the chat.
Yep. And you can thank
for that
Drace for my knowledge on that stuff. He used to post these. I'll find a couple of them. These memes that explain all the logical fallacies. They're great. Do we have a logical fallacies section? I think we do. Yep, we do. I posted it in the livestream voice text. That link, it's a nightmare of a link. There we go. Check out that bad boy. That is a whole section of the server dedicated to logical fallacies in the livestream voice text right there. Should just call it the Globers template, the Globers playbook. Also, if you guys can hear that in the background. Right, that's me washing a pillow. My washing machine's gonna break apart into a million pieces because I'm washing a pillow.
Is it the My Pillow as seen on TV?
No.
Flat. This one's for you, dude. Saw this
Alrighty.
yesterday. This kind of messed me up. Bernstein Bears.
No, don't do it. I'm not a Mandela guy.
Come on, just look at it, man. Don't be like that. It's one link. Jeez.
Fine.
It's a dude holding a book.
Don't you get mad at me because Mandela's bullshit.
No, I just want to hear your reaction after you look at it.
Okay.
I need a fan reaction to this one.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Mandela, alright. So are you gonna post it or?
Yeah, it's in the chat, dude.
No, it's not.
Oh shit. Such a rookie. Oh my gosh.
That's okay. He should
I
have
put
it
it
too.
in logical fallacies because that was the last one I jumped into. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna get
No problem.
reprimanded for that. My bad, dog. There you go. Booyakasha.
Boyagaja. Okay, hang on.
That's right. I just said booyakasha.
That's fine.
Oh yeah, just a public service announcement. Today's the last day of LVG ABCYZD Day or whatever. So make sure you celebrate.
All right. Well, my reaction to that video is that I don't know if it's real or not.
I know. It's just weird. Dave, question. What am I supposed to do with that given that I'm a single male? Straight male at that.
Just wear like a rainbow little chip on your shirt or something.
Absolutely not. I'm dressed in all black with a little bit of neon on my shirt that says Nerd Squared. No thanks. I'm good. All black.
Who's a Johnny Cash individual? Listen, you need to find somebody that's on your level, bro.
That's the joke on everybody. Everybody's on the same level, generally speaking.
Exactly. Same plane, same plateau. We're all approximately 150 meters above sea level. Approximately.
There's a pattern.
None
Well,
of
that's
us are
true.
antipodal. Nobody's antipodal. That's absurdly ridiculous.
So there's a pattern happening here in the chat. In this server, Kai and Witsit got married. Kai's pregnant. KJ and I are madly in love, and I'm moving to where she lives within the next couple months. Now, it seems that this server is something of a matchmaker. Dare I say it? Just putting that out there, you know.
Well, it works out for you.
I'm just putting that out there. Oh, Dave, what'd you say, Dave? Sorry, you're pretty quiet.
I'm just saying congrats. Hope it all works out for you. Sounds great.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Ditto those sentiments, my friend. Finding love these days on this flat plateau is a thing of beauty.
I think finding love always is, regardless of what's going on. But yes, I mean, I totally agree. I totally agree.
It would suck finding love if she thought that the world was round, wouldn't it? Imagine that. You find the love of your life, except she firmly believed that the world is round. I guess she wouldn't be the love of your life then at that point, would she?
She still could be. She still could be. It just could be, you know, like one of those testing, trying periods of your life where she is the love of your life, and you have to deal with the fact that she has an incorrect belief.
You have to teach.
Yeah. Well, if you could, you know what I mean. What if it just wasn't going to happen? That she was just going to keep the globe belief the whole time, and you were going to keep knowing the truth, and that, but you're still supposed to be together or whatever, right? That'd be tough, but you know, who knows? When I first found out, the girlfriend I had at the time, she didn't care. She said, you know, I don't care what you believe about anything. And that was a cool thing for her to say.
Congratulations, Sasha. That's amazing news, man.
Oh, thank you. I'm fucking happy than ever.
You're damn right. You finished your working career, my guy. It's time to relax and be recreational with everything you do.
Yeah. I have that possibility now. To come back in high school and start from the beginning. And don't think about money.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This Goldie can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. And my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PD shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out the cog. This number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah.
I have a question.
Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Does a vacuum always has to be contained in a solid container? Thanks for the answer.
That cat, he be cutting and scratching like crazy.
Man, I just thought I accidentally deleted my Discord account. Ah, golly.
Earth is flat.
Earth is notable.
And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
I've never heard that last one before. That was really funny.
Joe Biden's husband?
Yeah, that one.
Oh yeah. You have a great president, by the way.
Oh, I'm well aware. He's the best.
It really underlines the American spirit.
Yeah.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happens?
I wonder if there's a song that's like a compilation of all the stupid things he's said.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's one.
I'll have to find it because that would be hilarious.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
Good lord.
You know, the message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse for God's sake. We choose truth over facts. Maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing
serious research, scientific research and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug. And then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on Space Station.
Come on, man.
Yes.
Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station. Yeah, boy.
At Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And you know, the colors all look like kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. You know, like everything looks too crisp. But we know we didn't really test any of those materials for, you know, is it space hardened or whatever, you know. So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that. And if you look closely, on the dashboard, there's a tiny roadster with a tiny spaceman. So, because Hot Wheels made a Hot Wheels roadster, and a friend of mine suggested, "Hey, why don't you put that Hot Wheels roadster with a tiny spaceman on it, you know, in the car too?" I'm like, that'd be cool. Sure. So we did that. I mean, it's kind of silly and fun, but I think that's, you know, silly, fun things are important. And normally for a new rocket, you know, they'd launch like a block of concrete or something like that. I mean, that's so boring. And I think that's just the imagery of it is something that's going to get people excited around the world. And it's still tripping me out. I mean, I'm tripping balls here.
So nonchalant about it, dude. It's fucking pathetic. Sorry, I'm in a car wash.
Yeah, it sounds like Mike is going through a car wash as well.
It is just crazy, especially the moment, you know, the moment where he says...
Who is that talking in the bot?
Elon Musk. But the moment when he says, and we didn't even test it for space hardened and things, you know. Like, it's even that, as like someone as him who runs a space agency or whatnot, or company... He's talking about space hardened things and stuff, you know, like as if he has no... Elon Musk.
That was Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Sounded different, but okay. Didn't recognize his voice even.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe of the I don't know, quality of the clip. I don't know. Maybe it sounded different for me. Oh. I mean, what is there to actually hear about from him, to be honest? Things he's saying, it's either, you know, bullshit or not sometimes. It gives away information really all times as well.
Yeah.
And does nothing about it even.
Something that absorbs water on the back of your head. Hey, let's use a diaper. I thought that's a clever solution to this problem.
Yeah, pretty neat. They also came up with the snorkel idea too. You know.
Unexpected turn. The astronauts doing the spacewalks will now be wearing snorkels after the last astronaut who performed the spacewalk nearly drowned when his helmet filled with water.
Just my gut inside me said, "That's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy. That's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy."
Snorkel cut from rubber tubing.
This snorkel is now installed inside the suit.
Each of these spacewalks is scheduled for 6.5 hours.
The Earth is flat.
That's facts. I just had a debate against some 18-year-old kids. Fucking retards. Easy debate, man.
Hang on. Don't badmouth anybody, brother. That'll come back to you, and there's no need for it. We're on the right side. We're on the righteous side. Look up the word righteous. So we don't have to talk like that or even feel like that. Now, I understand the inclination, absolutely. And I was just like it. I was way worse, actually. I was calling everybody names up and down, left and right. And it didn't help me at all. It just made me actually feel worse. And it wasn't productive. Didn't get anywhere with the people that I was mocking. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, but it was just funny that a 14-year-old debunked some adults.
Yeah, and, well, there are some smart 14-year-olds out there, but I understand what you mean. Usually that's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the 14-year-old you're talking about?
Me. I'm the 14-year-old I'm talking about. I debunked some adults.
So someone was calling you a retard?
No, yes, but it was actually pretty easy to win this debate because they were like just some Discord mods with no social life and not even like a little bit knowledge about this stuff. Asked me the dumbest questions.
Okay. Globers? Are you talking about Globers?
Yes. I just, it's pretty easy to win a debate against a globe head. Because they were like such dumb. They said gravity is not a theory; it's like a fact, which is pretty funny because I think you know why.
This is exactly what Glatt was talking about yesterday. How old are you, my guy?
He is 14.
Oh, you were the guy that talked about this earlier. Sorry, yeah, you're back.
Yes.
Good stuff, man. Good to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Do you mean this with the...
For being in German, your English is very good at 14, man. I think mine wasn't that good with 14.
Thank you, Fabian. And it's like pretty easy because they think they're so smart because they think the Earth is a globe just because there are like some scientists that say that, but they don't even know what a gyroscope is or artificial horizon. They don't even understand my argument. Which is pretty funny because if a plane would fly like on the Earth's curvature, the gyroscope would stay upright, which is a pretty easy like fact that the Earth is flat.
The official orbiter is here. Hey, that's a great name.
The mechanical arbiter. I would say.
Question. Does a vacuum always has to be contained? Like always?
Yes. No, gas pressure.
But I think a vacuum too, am I wrong?
You can have vacuum in a container. Yes, you can.
But does it
suck out
always
the air
have
and everything? Yes, and make it like a vacuum inside. Yeah.
But does
it
it
needs to be
always
contained.
have-
It needs to be
Okay.
contained. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's like a black hole, right? It just sucks in and it never stops. It never fills up. If it's not a vacuum, then it's just an empty hole that you just keep filling up with no full.
They think the globeheads actually think that there's a atmosphere next to a vacuum, which is the dumbest thing to ever think. The vacuum would just like destroy this atmosphere.
The pressure of the gas is defined as the force the gas would exert upon a surface or container.
Exactly.
Fabian, what do you call gas pressure on German?
Druck.
How do you say
Druck,
fart in German?
Oder Gasdruck.
Okay.
Oder warte mal.
Okay.
Synonyme.
Yeah, like Patrick sucking in.
Yeah, it's Gasdruck. No, there's no other word actually.
Okay.
I don't use translation. I shouldn't tell you that.
I thought there would be another synonym, but it's actually like gas pressure is Gasdruck. And pressure in itself is just Druck.
Okay, danke.
Listen, all I was saying earlier is there's no reason to use curse words in the live stream regarding other people. And I'm a hypocrite saying that, but if we all work on it, it'll be thanks.
Gasdruck.
Gasdruck.
Druck or Druck?
Druck. Not so much with the R, more like Druck.
Soft R? Yeah.
Soft R, yeah.
Yeah.
Druck.
Gasdruck.
Druck.
Yeah.
Yeah, Germans do know a lot about gas pressure. Okay.
Was that a joke?
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows?
I never heard that one. But
You can apply whatever you want into that.
I think I know what you're getting at. Okay. But I shouldn't be mentioning that maybe.
But who knows if that was even the real case? So who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Only the creator. Man, if I just think about how much SpongeBob I watched when I was a kid, and today when I watch it, I just see all these disgusting what is it called?
References.
Reference, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, man, that's disgusting. There's some weird stuff in SpongeBob. I mean, every kid's.
Oh man, the cartoons are fucking awful. Awful.
Yeah.
Whoa.
A lot of them have been banned, and you can't find them anymore.
Dude, the
Nickelodeon,
Teletubbies.
isn't it? Nickelodeon's got the creator.
You guys know what the Teletubbies are?
Yes.
Yes.
You know those things on top of their head, the like dongles, whatever the fuck those things are on the top of their head.
Antenna.
Yes.
They suck on each other's ones of those. It's so weird, dude. All the kids' cartoons need to be wiped off the TV. I remember when the programming was subtle and like the racism and sexism was in there, but that's about it. And the real Ghostbusters cartoon every Saturday, X-Men cartoon, Ninja Turtles cartoons, those were okay, right? But then it just took a turn in the late 90s to where, I'm not going to let my kids watch cartoons. Nope.
I wonder what they I mean, it's been a very long time since I watched anything in the TV regarding, especially kids topics. I wonder what they show these days. If back in my days when I watched, German kids TV, how crazy that stuff was. I wonder what it is today.
Oh man, I bet the German stuff's even worse.
Yeah, I mean, there many German series. Kids TV is mostly like just translated, from America stuff and so forth. But I'll be honest, man, my most favorite one was actually The Simpsons. I really watched that to death.
My parents wouldn't allow us to watch The Simpsons for a number of years before we got, to like teenage years. Then they couldn't really do much. But yeah, we weren't allowed to watch The Simpsons for the first few years of the first few seasons, because it was just so raunchy to them.
I can
and now
understand
look, we
that.
got it. Yeah.
Yeah, my mom always said, "Man, this is stupid," and that's all. But she didn't really like. I think my dad find it kind of funny sometimes. But he rarely watched any TV. Yeah, but today no one in the family actually watches TV. And I can't even remember when that thing was on last time.
That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. I mean, I gotta correct myself. My mom watches a lot of Netflix on her TV.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know if that counts, but it's just, I guess, how everything transforms. Anyways, everything is gonna be these streaming portals.
Yeah, I can still watch that like Netflix and Amazon and such, because there's entertaining stuff still. If you can just ignore all the dumb shit they're trying to pull and push, I just kind of make fun of it. I think it's entertaining. Go ahead.
I watch certain things just to keep updated what they're pushing and so forth. But there's also some series I enjoy. For example, Better Call Saul is something I'm going to definitely finish once the last couple of.
Better Call Saul, buddy. Love that show.
Walking Dead.
Yeah.
There's something for everybody. Even the most skeptical of, into the rabbit hole nonsense person, which is how they get you, by the way, because it's all a distraction. All of it.
Just what I like about Better Call Saul, why I would always, say to everyone to check it out. I mean, at the beginning it's a bit slow, but once you get into it, you understand how good this actually is. Especially from how I love when someone is creative when it comes to camera settings. That's something I learned in the school that I attended, where we learned how, in movies, how they use certain camera settings and so forth. And it just in Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad, the guys who I forgot who the director is, but the camera settings, man, oh man, the camera settings are so creative, and also the whole story in itself. What I like about Better Call Saul is that they have a story that is not like full of like forced action or forced bloodshed or forced sexual scenes or whatnot. It's all kind of natural and logical. That's what I hate about most Netflix series. Everything seems so artificial and over the top, to gain attention from the viewer. And it's just, I like realistic stories, things that make sense and so forth. So I can't really watch most of stuff that is on Netflix because it's just over dramatized,
The thing, I don't know if you've heard this word or not, but it'll help you out next time you want to explain it. Everything that you said you like about the show regarding cameras and the camera work is called cinematography.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet. It's one of my favorite words. So when you started to describe it, I was like, I can't wait to tell him this word.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah,
Cinematography.
exactly.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 6-syllable word. Cinematography. Yeah, I just think it's one of the good ones.
Yeah, but like in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, it's really top notch. Like I highly recommend that. Like you have the feel, like it's like every time you watch a new you watch a new episode, there's just something new regarding the cinema top. Oh, man, I can't even say it.
Yeah, it's once you get it, you get it. It's like riding a bike, but it's not an easy word. Cinematography. What was I gonna say? Oh,
Cinematography.
there you go. Shit, you got it. Second try. Okay. Yeah, and I was gonna say and then in Breaking Bad, one of the early seasons, the main character, he says something about, he goes, well, I could have said the world is flat, and you would have believed me, or something like that. And then his
I've
wife
seen
goes,
that.
you know what I think? I think you accidentally told the truth. Right after he said that. So, I don't know. Really subtle stuff, but anyway, yeah.
As always.
Not subtle enough, though, huh? But I also think that it's by design that we stumble, the critical thinkers stumble upon all this stuff, not necessarily because we're smart, but because they're smart enough to know how smart we are and how dumb we are and what we'll follow and what we'll research. Because, once you start finding out truths and such, a lot of them become unimportant, but some of them are true. And you've got facts, regarding a lot of shit, and that's what keeps our whistle wet, as it were. I know I don't like that term either, but it makes sense in the context. Our whistle is wet with the fact that, oh my God, out of these last 10 things that I researched, 1 or 2 of them are mildly true, and we can't wait to get the next little crumb of truth. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. But, yeah. I happen to bring it back to flat Earth again. I think that's what I was trying to do in the first place. Since the Earth measures flat, that's a fact anyone can go out and check for themselves, right? It's not like the Illuminati nonsense and all that all-seeing eye, and why do they have bruises on one of their eyes? Like, gives a shit. Who fucking cares? You can go measure the Earth, and it's fun. If you can suspend your disbelief in the flat Earth just for a second and say, what if they're right? Let's go measure against the globe math. Do you have the balls to do that, Globers? Let us know.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely see if I can zoom in onto a few ships once I'm on vacation.
I cut up.
That's something I really want to do. And you know what? Sorry. I just want to say, and I'm gonna. You know what I like when I'm on the beach? I like to build these, balanced stones over each other. I'm definitely gonna balance some stones, just to show how nice and stationary this place is. Sorry for interrupting, man. Go on. I talk too much.
No, you're good, and you weren't interrupting me. Somebody else was trying to talk.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in here. I didn't know that you weren't finished, so it's all good. Yeah, I clipped Rolling My Boulder, QE, and AI the other day into a giant clip, and now I cut out a few parts of Rolling My Boulder. Do you want to hear it? It's like 4 minutes.
Yeah, dude. Look it up.
Sure.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation. This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it? QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball and I can demonstrate all kind of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Touche, my friend, I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
Dude,
What would it
you're
matter
too
when
easy,
you're
you're
doing
too
a
easy
beach
to get along with, man. I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked.
By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon, which a lot of Globers seem to make the mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly I might. Well, dude, I'm trying, man. It doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve.
That's
And when you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the
never
Earth.
seen a curve.
And by the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach, and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and I had nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. So you're right, flat and stationary. I agree.
You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, it finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Oh, the penny has dropped so long ago. I have elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And and you could call that and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I.
So,
no.
So they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well, listen.
I got nothing.
And that's it. Long string of concessions.
I want to talk about those for a second, if I may. He sounded like he was being sarcastic and making fun of the fact that even though we backed him into a corner, he's still just kind of going, no, the measure's flat. Yep, no, I don't have any globe evidence. Yeah, well, shit, just kind of like nonchalantly brushing it off, blowing it off, blasé, like, okay, whatever, it's flat, Anyway, and so Matthew does this kind of this, in my opinion, Matthew does the same thing. He's just conceding. He's saying things like, it's almost like a violent concession. Even though he's so calm about it, his concession is like, bam, Earth's not a globe. Here's 3 reasons why. We shouldn't be able to clip out the things that he's said in order to make a stream of flat Earth consciousness and truth revealing. It's I don't know how to explain it. Rolling My Boulder and Matthew sound a lot alike in their gait, I guess, the way they carry themselves online. Thanks.
Oh, I definitely see that. And I think I could probably make a 3-hour video just on that hour-long video, just breaking down all of his manipulative tactics, because he uses a lot of them.
He was not even taking it serious. He was just making like fun. This was like a joke to him. You could hear the
tongue in cheek. He had a smirk on his face. Just one of the sides of his face was smirking.
What do you mean with manipulating tactics?
What I mean is, it's generally referred to as sophistry or use of fallacious argumentation to attempt to deceive the audience or the people listening to him. There are other manipulation tactics that are not technically fallacies when you're talking about the specific manipulation tactic, but all of them fall under the sophistry or are a type of fallacy regardless when you look at it from a logical standpoint.
Okay.
Not only that, I love that, Drace, but not only that, he's what he's, in my opinion, again, what it does is it almost disarms us, because even though we have ammo, all the ammo in the world, they make it seem inconsequential, I've said this before, by just almost dismissively agreeing that, yeah, okay, fine, there's no globe evidence, I can't find the curve, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. But it's still a globe, and they'll fight you tooth and nail and tell you it's a globe, but when you dig down into it, they'll admit that they don't have any proof of it, it's just something they believe.
Yeah, it's almost like when it's like reverse psychology. It's like when a bully goes, "You're stupid," and you just go, "Yeah, you know what? I'm stupid. You're right." They're doing that. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's just meant for the audience to manipulate the audience. I don't think it's actually meant for us.
I mean, he's also keeping a friendly tone, like, let's be friends,
Yeah, sea lioning. It's a common tactic, especially when you want to do something like this. He's just trying to trip people up and trying to find any angle of attack. But when you're dealing with AI and QE, it's not really easy, because they'll dissect your whole fallacy and then shove it right back in your face.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Yep. And it's, again, a tactic and therefore pathetic, and we see through it, and I hope the audience does too. And by see through it, I mean there's no globe evidence, all they have is tactics. Wouldn't you think there'd be at least one instance, let alone countless instances of globe evidence that anyone could provide so that we aren't even here talking about it? Isn't that weird? It's weird. We should not be here talking about it. Bottom line. It should be a globe. Given how fervent you folks are about it being a globe, it should be a globe. But it's not.
Yeah. There should be evidence everywhere. It should be incontrovertible. Like, there should be no argument against the globe.
Yep.
If it were true.
That's right. Correct, yep.
Instead, we find ourselves in this weird limbo where there's just all this evidence for reality being the way reality is, and we just have these beliefs we must accept that it is a ball. And all of this objective reality that we see as flat, non and rotating just means that it is a ball that is rotating, and we just have to internalize that. Or at least that's what they want us to do. They want us to internalize it. And you see that with Rolling My Boulder. He's fully internalized it, and all of his presuppositions have that as its basis. And he doesn't put any value into logic or evidence. And so there's no amount of logic or evidence that's ever going to convince him, because it's not his belief. It needs to come from his belief in order to be accepted. Oh, it matches my belief. Yeah, I accept that. It doesn't match my belief. I don't believe that. There must be something else, something I haven't figured out that explains it, so it is still a ball, because my belief dictates that it must be so.
You can actually test how good this manipulation worked on you. When you look at the sky, like your brain automatically imagines that you live in a ball, because since you were like little, they always told you it's a ball, it's a globe, you know? You can actually see how good this manipulation tactic works when you just look at the sky for 1 second.
Yeah. I remember first after coming to the flat Earth, I would look at the horizon and the sky and be like, yeah, but it still looks like ball to me. And then now I look at it, it's like, no, I don't see any of that, because I understand it better and I don't have these preconceived ideas that I'm inserting into it. It's just like being hypnotized. So I can understand people at sea level just thinking the horizon is bending left and right.
Exactly. Like your brain automatically imagines that it's always a ball, just because you have been told it's a globe since you literally was born or were born.
Yeah, and they start really early with this one, and then weave it into the entire education system, so it becomes a foundation to your ego and your intelligence. You think, if I throw this out, I'll have to throw out all of my education, which is an all or nothing fallacy, which is they're trained to use these fallacies through all of the media, all of the movies, all of the TV shows. All of the characters use fallacies and say, oh, you're so logical. You used a really good logic there. It's a fallacy. It's not logical. Stop lying to the public.
You know, when you're a little kid and they first tell you that the Earth's a globe, then you ask your teacher, what's with the people in Australia? Why don't they fall? And the teacher says, yeah, gravity. He just says this one word, and you never question this, you know? You never question what it exactly is. And when you get older, or right now for me it's my 14 years old, then and you actually want to see what exactly gravity is, you will find out that it's just a hoax. It's just like your imaginary friend. It doesn't actually exist. It's just a hoax and a history.
Yeah, I didn't accept it when my teacher told me that was what kept people on the ball right away. I was like, how does it work? How would that work? And she was like, oh, I don't understand. I haven't gone that far into it. You need to go really far into education to understand that. So you just gotta accept it. And at that point, I was like, okay, maybe, okay. And then slowly over time, through all the movies and space propaganda, I was like, oh, okay, this is how it works. Now I understand it. But I really didn't. I had this Newtonian misconception And then later on in my life, I learn about Einstein, and I'm like, oh, okay. They improved upon it. Now we know how it works. Einstein. But then you actually look into like what they say about gravity at the highest levels of academia, and they say, oh, well, we don't know. Like Einstein's equations actually don't work. We needed dark matter and dark energy to fill the giant gaping hole. So none of it actually works. So it doesn't function with quantum mechanics. So we need to think of a new type of gravity, which we haven't invented yet, called quantum gravity. So we don't know what gravity is.
Exactly. The most people that take like gravity as an argument don't even know what it is. Imagine that. I was like talking to someone. I think it was like a debate or just a discussion, and then I asked him what exactly is gravity, or I just asked what is it, and who discovered it, and then he said Isaac Newton invented gravity. Imagine that. After he said this to me, I just stopped the debate, and I knew he was just dumb. Yeah, Isaac Newton invented gravity. That's actually the dumbest thing you can say. And I just said maybe he discovered a hoax, but I don't think he invented it, which was pretty funny too, actually. Because you just imagine how dumb you could actually be to say that.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't know anything about what he's talking about, because Newton himself cites Epicurus as his source for the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, he did not want it ascribed to him. Like, he thought it was retarded. So to say that Newton was the one who invented it is absurd.
Maybe discovered, but invented is like actually the...
Not even discovered. He did not
nothing.
Anything.
It's just a theory. It's just a theory, actually.
No, he didn't even posit a theory. What we call Newtonian gravity was actually made by Reverend Michel Cavendish and C.V. Boyce, and they just named it Newtonian gravity, even though in Newton's own words, and this, he said, and this is why, or one reason why I decided you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. He literally did not want them to tie his name to it, but they did anyway. He just did the math based on the observations. That's just observing an effect.
Mm-hmm.
And then he used Epicurus' assumptions, which is an ancient Greek philosopher, and did the math on that. And here's a dissertation with all of that theoretical imaginary stuff, just like people want it. But he didn't want it ascribed to him. It's not science. It's not related to that.
Yeah, it's like pretty hard to describe and stuff. But it's like just one of these theories that people use as an argument, but they don't even know it's a theory. Like that was actually in my first weeks that I was like a flat earther. I lost a debate 2 times in my life against a globe head, and I asked him why isn't there any land at the equator. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If the Earth was actually spinning 1,000 miles an hour, the water would be collected at the equator. And then he took, plate tectonics. He took that as an argument, and it was like I didn't have so much knowledge about this stuff, and I didn't even know that it was a theory. And I just accepted it, and yeah, this was like the debate. I just lost it actually. But and many people don't know that plate tectonics is just a theory too, so you can't use it as an argument.
It's also really easy to kill because it's not scientific theories.
Okay.
They're all just colloquial theories or layman's theories. They're not based in scientific validity or experimentation. So in order for it to qualify to be a scientific theory, it needs to have scientific experimentation that follows the scientific method. When you're just imagining how things could work, like, oh, there's unicorns that are making all the stars by rubbing their butts together. that is not a valid scientific idea or theory. It's just an idea, and if my idea says that interaction will create light and we will see it in the form of stars, it matches observation. It doesn't make it scientific. It's just an idea.
What did you say? You didn't. What a theory is like plate tectonics. You said it isn't a scientific theory, but it is. I forgot the word that you just said.
It's just a colloquial theory or a layman's theory. It's just an idea. It's kind of like if you have a weird idea about something, it is the same amount of value. Like you need to validate it somehow for it actually to be valid. It can't just be an idea, and that's one of the things. They try to do that sometimes, like they try to do that with Newtonian gravity and the Cavendish experiment. But when you look into the scientific method and you try to define this so-called experiment by the terms of an experiment or a hypothesis test, you find out that it's not actually an experiment, that it's just a mechanical device, and they have no controls, and so all of the confounding variables are stronger than the claimed effect, so there's no way to assume that this is the assumption that they they started with the conclusion that all mass must be attracting to mass, and then they tried to find something to confirm that. That's not scientific.
Exactly. But you can say this like how much you want. Globeheads are never gonna accept this. They're just gonna say, "Oh, you don't believe in gravity? Why don't you just fly around and this stuff?" Because they say this because they have zero knowledge about anything, which is pretty annoying because they're never gonna accept like the things you say because they're so much manipulated by the elites and stuff and the TV.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I really love gravity, because there's actually more types of gravity. There's Newtonian gravity, which has been debunked. Einsteinian been debunked. They want to find quantum gravity because they have no actually valid excuses for their balls. But there's actually one more type of gravity, and that's specific gravity. And that is literally relative density and based on Archimedes' principle. That's how boats work. That's how hot air balloons work. None of which would work under Newtonian or Einsteinian idiocracies. So we have a gravity that works. We have everything that functions perfectly flawlessly within the natural world, and we understand much of those principles. We don't need to imagine it's a ball flying through a vacuum, because we're not back 2,000 years in the past in some delusion thinking we see through invisible laser beams coming from our eyes, because that's what the Greeks believed at the time when they invented the globe model.
They just, you know why they believed that? Because they just saw the ships disappearing over the horizon,
Yep.
And I think it's like the weakest argument. My geography teacher, as he found out that I was flat earther, he asked me, ships disappear over the horizon, and I just said maybe they don't disappear, but you just don't know how the human eye works. And then I explained this. I think personally every flat earther needs to know why they don't disappear. It's pretty easy. I have good pictures about this to demonstrate it pretty easily, but that's just how the human eye works, actually. And yes, and they, the Greeks just saw this with their own eyes without having any knowledge about their own eye, how this works. Yeah. And then they just take the notes and invented the globe earth model,
Yeah, and the worst thing is that all of the shitty ideas of the Greeks about the globe are the current proofs of today. We have
pretty sad.
We have looking with your eyes and proclaiming stuff, but no evidence.
I always say they could all make us they could all mute us about this if they just would show us the Earth from above, from so-called space, and they would zoom in some parts so we can see what is happening right there right now. Without a fisheye lens, but they're not going to do this. They can't do this. This doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. There is nothing in space that is pointing at us.
At this point, that's not enough for me, because we have tested the surface too extensively. We have excluded all of their ad hoc excuses. There is no globe-bending refraction causing the world to appear flat, but when it's actually spherical. So they can't. They're checkmated. They would be required to discover some new reason for all of that to happen, because we have debunked all of their excuses.
Pretty easily, actually, too.
Yeah, it's amazing how easily. It's just we're all kind of stuck in the cult we came from, so we have these blinders on because we used to believe this stuff. But if you just look at infrared photography, like the whole globe just goes straight out of the water. In infrared, there should be less refraction according to how refraction works and how different wavelengths refract. So,
you mean like the Mirage and stuff?
No, I'm talking about when you use infrared cameras versus visible light cameras. If you look at, for instance, Kanagu, which is a world long-distance photograph.
Look, I'm gonna send you how this would actually look like if it would be actually a mirage or, I think, refraction. You know, I sent it you a picture in the DMs.
Yeah, they're not claiming mirage when they claim refraction, because a mirage is a refractive effect. They don't have any refractive effects. What they claim is terrestrial refraction, or that all light is bending in accordance with the globe curvature and variance based on their imaginary conditions which don't exist. However, if we take them on face value and we say, okay, if the light is all bending around the ball to make it look flat, and we look in this world record long distance photograph and we see mountains at 255 miles away, the horizon should be way before the shoreline even, where those mountains are. So
it's like the same with like the Bedford level experiment. That's like actually the same thing. Samuel Robothm's friend should disappear 5 meters under the horizon line, but that just don't happen.
Yeah, the thing is, they want to argue that the image of him is being bent in the air around the globe to hide the globe. But now that we look at the infrared picture taken at the same time as the visible light picture from the same exact location, we see that there's not a difference between those pictures in how far we can see, other than we can see further in the infrared picture. That's completely impossible if the Earth is a globe and the light is being refracted around the ball to hide the ball, because infrared refracts less. We should be seeing the horizon far closer in the infrared, and we should be seeing far less or far further in the visible light.
Yeah, these things are just like too easy to debunk. And I sent you a picture, and when like people say, you know, the ships go down over the Earth's curvature, and then I show them this picture, and I ask them, do the light, like, do they sink on the Earth's curvature, or is it just how the human eye works? And then they say, yeah, that's just how the human eye works. And that's like the same thing with the boats. You see the lights are like they're like all going down, you see? Because it's like so long. I sent you this picture in the DMs, actually.
Yeah, I love using the hallway analogy as well, because you can literally show them how there's a limit to optics. Because when you take a hallway like this, let me post a different one that's more...
This, look at this. I have another picture of this, actually.
Yeah, if you look at this hallway, for instance, and you just imagine you take the walls away, that point where things are unresolved and cannot be resolved in the middle of the hallway actually extends out into a horizon line. And at that point,
Exactly.
many globers who just are under the impression that if the world was flat, you would be able to see China from the beach.
No, that's just like the human eye can only see like 3 miles. 3 miles is, I think, 4.83 kilometers. And the oxygen it's not that clear that we can actually see so much far away. It's like the same thing when people ask if the Earth was flat, you could see the whole world from the Mount Everest, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like the human eye is not that strong how the globers think, actually.
Yeah, it's also, like you said, the light itself has to be able to reach your eye from the location you're looking at. If it doesn't, you don't see it.
Yeah. Look, they try to debunk you with this horizon thing and stuff, but they don't know even how the human eye works, which is... I always say, just learn perspective and stuff, and then you're gonna find your own answers, and you don't have to ask me this stuff, because I keep answering this question, why do ships disappear on the horizon and stuff? I answer this like 500 times a day, and the people just don't want to accept that this is how the human eye just works, because they're just dumb and manipulated.
I think one of the best ways to demonstrate it is simply because it's based on the
just try it yourself. Just try it yourself, you know.
Yeah, because it's based on the aperture. Your eye has a pupil that is of a certain aperture, and that determines how far away your horizon is, or your diffraction limit. And so when you take a camera that has a really small aperture, like an iPhone camera, the horizon appears to be much closer. And then when you take a P900 or something with a really big aperture, the horizon appears much further. And so when you set those cameras up side by side and you look with your eyes, you have 3 different perspectives. They're not 3 different balls.
Mm. And another way to debunk this is like the human eye can only see 3 miles, 4.8 kilometers, and they say after that ships disappear over the Earth's curvature, you know, over the horizon. I don't know how globeheads want to call it. And have you seen this when Neil deGrasse Tyson reacted to a picture in 121 feet, 1,000 feet above the Earth, and what was completely flat? And he said the Earth is way too big. You can never fly enough high to see the curvature. And then when I showed them this picture, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think everybody knows who this is, they say the ships disappear over 3 kilometers, but you can't see Earth's curvature at 36 kilometers. They just mute it because they can't counter it. Like, how are you gonna see Earth's curvature at 3 miles, but not at 36 miles?
Yeah,
that's just dumb.
Even at 256 miles, or no, what am I?
I think that's a little bit too much.
I'm talking about. It was not supposed to be miles. Let me see here.
Kilometers, feet. You mean feet?
Let me look.
Because this picture that he reacted to was 121,000 miles.
No, I was right. It's the altitude of 250 miles. That's the claimed height of the ISS. And at that height, they're still too close to the surface to be able to see any curve in the horizon. And so the world would still appear flat and stationary from up there.
You know what ISS actually means? It's just International Swim Station, actually, because they just actually in a pool. I think everybody saw these pictures with air bubbles in space, or like they train in a pool and stuff. And I always when I ask a globehead, if you can do make a vacuum by yourself, why do they train in a pool instead of training in a vacuum, the astronauts? Which is pretty obvious that the ISS is just a hoax.
Yeah, it's really bad. not only do they train in the pool, the audio recordings from their spacewalks have the same kind of sounds of swirling water as if they are in a pool. In some cases, we can actually see in reflections scuba divers in space with their yellow scuba tanks and black scuba outfits. Yeah, it's pretty blatant, not to mention the bubbles.
Yes. A couple of days ago, I saw a picture of it wasn't a spacewalk, it was just an astronaut, like showing a little bit of the space station, and you could actually see a fly. And I just asked, how is there gonna be a fly on the International Space Station? You know, which is pretty funny actually, because you can show this picture, and the globe heads are still gonna deny that. They're gonna say, yeah, you edited this, but because they can't take the truth, because this is how hard manipulated they are.
Yeah, it's funny because even the NASA admits that, oh, we found algae on the outside of the space station. How does that work?
Yeah, they can't answer so many questions. It would be actually pretty funny, I think, when NASA or astronaut would be in the server and we could ask him questions. But the problem is, I have a little theory about this. I think if astronauts would actually tell the truth about the Earth, I think the elites would kill their family and stuff. They are not allowed to say this because you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, if you look at Buzz, he's pretty much admitted it, that they never went there. He wants to know why they have never gone there, even though they tell everybody, and everybody just watched the animation. So he's old, and I can understand him being on his last legs, being like, okay, why haven't we gone? It's been so long.
They could never tell us the truth because we don't know if the elites would kill everyone that the astronauts love and their family and stuff. It's I think it's pretty dangerous for them. They would like to tell us the truth, but they're too scared,
Yeah, they're under NDAs and stuff like that.
I think the Illuminati has something to do with this, maybe.
We got to also think about because of compartmentalization and what they get told, some of them might think like I did in the beginning. I was like, oh, NASA is probably hiding all the aliens. That's why they can't show me everything. That's why this guy probably needs to lie about it. It gives them an excuse because, oh no, there's a threat. We don't want people to be upset.
They just want these quick. You know, the NASA gets $30 million a day, and I think they just for this budget. There's actually this big blue marble like Earth Pig, and when you look closer to it, you see that they copy pasted some clouds, which. I don't think it's possible that two exact same clouds are on this picture. This would actually never happen.
Yeah, we found the graphic designer who made the blue marble, and we have quotes where he admits he wrapped a flat map around the ball. His part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. He also admits that he has never seen the Earth from space. So he just has to imagine, and it's a lot of artistry involved in making a globe. It's photoshopped because it has to be.
Yes, I heard that. It has to be, but it's Photoshop, but it has to be, Or Elon Musk saying you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. When he said that? And I personally think that all these, like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, they all just the elites and stuff. They know the truth 100%. And there's actually a video of the SpaceX rocket hitting the dome. But I'm actually like, I don't know. The dome is kind of hard for me to imagine. I think they're hiding land. The Earth is bigger than we think. That's what I actually think.
Yeah.
Because nobody actually knows what's behind the Antarctica because we are not allowed to go in.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny that after the Antarctic Treaty was made, the NASA was actually assembled.
Yeah. After
Yes.
Admiral Byrd
He said Admiral Byrd found behind the Antarctica a land 3 times bigger than the United States.
Yeah, free of ice as well, with a lot of resources. He said it was interesting.
Yeah, we have to discover this but we're not gonna discover this because they want to hide this.
It's really interesting. There's also more. Or they recovered a Nazi submarine from the bottom of the ocean, and on that submarine were letters and maps. And the maps described how you sail the submarine into a hole near the Antarctic, and then underneath the landmass, and then
I think that has to do something with the hollow Earth theory. I think.
Yes, they believed they were in the letters. They believed they were going into hollow Earth. But if you just look at the map and how they oriented the submarine to get through the hole and out the other side, they're not traveling into a ball. They're traveling over a flat plane underneath a little bit of landmass.
I think it was something in the 1900s and stuff. They found a map, a Chinese map. It was like centuries old, where you could see all our continents in a like circle, like on a flat Earth, like on a flat disc. And then out of this flat disc, you could see 28 continents that we have never seen before.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Some people like to say, yeah, it's just some kid probably drew something, or some guy made fun, or I don't know, but it's actually pretty interesting because we don't know it. Maybe it's actually real. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
Yeah, the creator only knows what's out there, and of course, whoever's been there, but they're not telling.
Yes, I think the hollow Earth theory is actually there's actually no evidence for this. You know, nobody actually knows what's behind the Antarctica, so you could probably say you could think there's everything because we don't actually know it.
Well, the Earth is hollow at parts. We have a bunch of giant cavities, and we have whole oceans of fresh water underground. So
yes, but you know what I mean with the hollow Earth theory. I mean, Agartha. I know this theory that some people say Nikola Tesla is inside Agartha, and people there are much smarter than people right now here on the normal like Earth. And you don't get older in Agartha, which they also claim.
Have you read Admiral Byrd's accounts of going to the north?
Actually, no, but I know the most things that he just said after this Antarctic exploration.
Yeah, because the north, when he did an exploration...
But you could send me this if you want. You could send me this if you have like a link.
If you look into Hollow Earth stuff, that's where you'll find it, because they have earmarked it for themselves, because he believed he was going into the Earth, because in his story, he flew a plane to the North Pole, and there seemed to be a hole or an opening, he claimed, where he lost control of his aircraft while over it, and then started plummeting down into the hole. And it was gigantic, according to him. And then after he entered through it, something caught his plane and helped it land, and then he was greeted by this whole Agartha blah 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 blah. That's where the Hollow Earthers get it from.
Yeah, but and that's like no actual evidence, you know. It's not like it's not like the flat Earth that you can just like see a ship disappear over the horizon and just zoom in with the camera and you see, wow, there's no curvature. Like that's an evidence, you know. But the Hollow Earth has no actual evidence.
Yeah, it's just hearsay, but it's an interesting story, though.
Yes, actually.
Science fiction is very interesting.
Yes. You know this theory that Walt Disney is actually inside this lie too? He filmed the moon landing and stuff.
Oh yeah, well, NASA and Disney have a long working relationship, and all of the early graphics for NASA were made by Disney.
Yeah, you can just easily you know this popular picture from the Earth from the moon. What they claim it's like they took this from the moon. You can just put it in Photoshop, and you can actually see that it's just like edited, you know, CGI. You just have to compare the amateur footages of the other planets with official NASA pictures, and you will realize in seconds that everything is just CGI and not actually real. Pretty easy to realize, actually.
Yeah, that's also what I like the most about flat Earth is how easy it is to prove it, and how from no matter what angle someone comes at you with it, like, oh, this proves the globe. If you just dig into it, it will fall apart.
Just like this argument, you know, this experiment with the ring laser gyroscope, that you know, if you would actually put a gyroscope on the globe model, it would like get a 15-degree drift, because the Earth like spins 360 degrees in like one day, so it has to spin 50 degrees per hour. And they tested this with the ring laser gyroscope, and at the first time I saw this, I thought, wow, this actually proves the Earth, like the globe Earth, 100%. But then I just came in the server, and a few people explained me why it's like that, and pretty easy debunk. That's like with the same with every argument that I have ever heard, that how they claim proves the globe Earth. I just come in this server, ask why is it like this, and they answer me this, and pretty easy debunk, actually.
Yeah.
They have no actually proof. Just ask a globe head, can you prove the globe without using NASA, calculation, or theory? And they're just not gonna answer, because they
Even
can't.
using that, they can't prove it. They can just assume it.
The globe is a theory, actually, or hoax, no matter how you want to call it.
It's kind of like with the optical gyroscope. The optical gyroscope didn't prove any rotation. Mechanical gyroscopes proved there was no rotation and no curve, and so
no, you can't prove anything with this gyroscope, like the rotation. I mean, because someone in this server explain that you never know where this drift is coming from. Maybe it's like from something else.
Oh, no, you can with a mechanical gyroscope, because if the mechanical gyroscope is functional, it has the gyroscopic effect. And if it has the gyroscopic effect, it would prove if the Earth were rotating or if the Earth were curved. As you move the gyroscope over the curved surface, the orientation of the thing that's spun up is essentially rigid in space to your original location where you spun it up. So you'll see it change as you change the housing of the gyroscope. That would be very obvious, and I've seen a couple of idiots try to use broken gyroscopes to try to say, "Oh, it's Earth rotation," but they don't know that Foucault, who made the pendulum, and is famous for that, also was infamous for claiming that mechanical gyroscopes proved Earth rotation. And he was proved by the scientific community at the time to be wrong because his gyroscope wasn't functional.
Okay. Yeah, this gyroscope are actually pretty interesting. I think I just said this a couple minutes earlier. You can easily prove that a plane is flying over a flat surface with this artificial horizon and the gyroscope, because yeah, it's pretty easy actually. Is Dave Murphy familiar to you? Do you know him?
Yeah.
Yes, he's actually, I think he was like the first guy that actually made me interested in this topic a couple months ago.
Yeah. He was one of the people when I was collecting information on this back in the day who really had a really compelling argument.
Yes, but the problem is that a lot of his arguments are like for Globehead pretty easy to debunk. For example, if the plane was actually flying on a ball, it would have to navigate like every 5 minutes, against the Earth's curvature. You know what I mean? I can't. My English is kind of bad, so I don't know it. The word.
It would have to adjust for the drop required of the ball.
Yes, but actually, when you would say this argument to a Globehead, you would kind of embarrass yourself because it's actually a really bad argument.
Yeah, because they believe that the airplane is falling constantly down towards the ground, which makes up for the curve.
Yeah, you just ask them, like with Michigan, when you're on the coast of Michigan, why can you see 56 miles straight with a very powered zoom camera and you don't see any curvature? There are pictures of it. And yeah, some of them might say mirage, but yes, I think everybody can debunk this. Then, when I see this picture, I always ask, where are you 8 inches per square mile? Because they claim every square mile there are 8 inches of curvature,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting topic.
Accurate up to 1,000 miles.
There would be actually a lot.
Yeah, you hear some Globers say, "Oh, you can't use 8 inches per mile squared because it's not a ball, it's a parabola." But when you match that parabola to their ball or the claimed size of it, it's accurate for up to 1,000 miles. So
yes, and there are like Navy ships that can target other Navy ships with lasers 100 miles in the ocean. You know how much curvature there would actually be? 6,000 feet, which is actually a lot. So you would not be able to see through, but they take pictures of their targets.
Yeah, it's line of sight targeting. India, for instance, also found an analysis of joint effects of refraction and turbulence on laser beam propagation in the atmospheres. It's a thesis submitted to the School of Engineering of the University of Dayton. And they shot 3 lasers for 93 miles of different wavelengths, and all of the 3 lasers hit the target.
So this would not be possible on a ball where there are 8 inches of curvature every mile.
completely impossible, and there's no argument for refraction that can save them.
You know, when I sent you this picture with this boat, like the refraction, it would show the boat, and then again it would like show it on the head, you know, on the opposite.
Oh, that was a superior mirage. It always gets mirrored or inverted when it gets miraged. When they claim that the Chicago skyline is a mirage, they're actually claiming that it's a double superior mirage. If you've ever seen one of those, they do not look that clear.
Yes, and you can actually see these extremely, like you can see the whole skyline. You can't just see like these tall buildings, like the top part of it, you know. You can just, you can actually see the whole skyline without any problem. You can just see it. It's not a reflection. It's not a mirage. It's just, we just look through a flat surface, not over a curved one, you know. Sorry if my English is kind of bad because it's not my first language.
It's pretty good.
Not really.
I've heard far worse.
It's pretty good.
English is not my first language either, so...
Yes, and I'm just like 14 years old, so I didn't learn that much in school about English. We just learn like these things that I'm actually never gonna need in my life. Like, you know, you probably know some words that you never used in your life, actually, in a real conversation with someone.
Yeah. You're ahead of the game. I'm 39 almost, and yeah,
Whoa.
I'm still learning.
You sound so young.
What country are you from, 14-year-old person?
I live in Germany right now, but my parents are from Albania.
Wow, and you're really 14?
Yes.
Only?
Yes.
Wow.
I actually started pretty like since a lot time with this flat Earth stuff because it just interests me so much.
Yeah. Wow. I just have one more or two more questions. Blonde hair, blue eyes?
No.
Oh. Okay.
As I said, I'm not. I just live in Germany. I'm not German.
Oh, so you're Albanian?
Yes. 100%. Even my whole family was.
14-year-olds are smarter in Albania than America. That checks out.
You're born in Albania?
No, in Kosovo. But I was like pretty young when I came to Germany because my father like lived there. But I'm actually like 100% like actually Albanian. My whole family was in war to that time.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay.
Well, you're intelligent as all get out, and I said it before. You're a smarter 14-year-old than I've heard of 95-98% of American 14-year-olds. You're smarter than them, and apparently smarter than me.
Yeah.
I didn't even like share a lot of information about this flat Earth stuff, but it's actually I spend a lot of time. I invest a lot of time in this topic, and
I guess so. It just sounds like you got it though. You grasped it, and you saying things like "I invested my time." You're very calm and confident about this. When I was 14, if a group of adults were like trying to talk to me about something like this, I would have had such an attitude. I probably would have just made fun of them or something. So kudos to you, man. And I'll shut up now.
Yes, no problem. Yes, I'm actually like new to 14, so I'm turned 15 like next year. So
when I was 14, I was a hard R, if you know what that is.
What is that?
The retard.
Yes. The problem is like most of my friends like, and I have actually a lot of them. They just spend their whole time with like with games and stuff, and I spent my time in getting more knowledge about this stuff. I don't actually care about what they tell me in school, because the most stuff is that I'm never going to use in my entire life. But I'm actually a pretty good student. It's how I get you just have to manipulate the teachers. You just have to say what they want to hear, and they automatically gonna like you. They think you're interested in the topics, but in fact I actually just don't care what they tell me. And this is how you can get good grades pretty easy, just by manipulating them.
Well, that is amazing. Yeah, I was just a delinquent and a complete idiot at your age, so
you just have always to just manipulate them. You just have to say the things that they want to hear, so they think you're interested, you like these things that they're talking about, and they automatically are gonna like you.
Yeah, well, that's some wisdom I didn't have at 14. So
yeah. Yeah, just take the credit. Yeah, you're way ahead of the curve.
Yes, but I think some of these Glowpad teachers are still gonna call me dumb because of this flat Earth stuff, and it's pretty funny because I don't take them serious, because when someone uses as an argument for the globe Earth, ships disappear over the horizon, like over the Earth's curvature. I don't take them serious anymore, because I realize they are dumb. They don't have any knowledge in their own life.
You can always just ask them, how do you know that the horizon is the Earth's curvature?
They're not going to answer this because they're dumb, actually.
But that's the point, kind of, to get them to realize that they don't actually have an excuse for that. It's just an assumption that they took as valid.
And I just ask them, then why does Neil deGrasse Tyson say the Earth is so big that you can't even see the curvature at 36 kilometers high? And you want to tell me that you can see ships disappear over the Earth's curvature at 3 miles? How does this work? And they're not gonna answer, man, because they if you want to win a debate, you need to have knowledge from both sides, not only from one side,
Yeah.
When I hear an argument for the globe Earth or for the flat Earth, the first thing I do, I look if it's got debunked, so I know I'm not using a wrong argument. But the Glowpads don't do this. They heard this argument and they don't care if it's got debunked years ago. They're still gonna use it because they don't have other arguments. They don't have any argument or evidence that the Earth is actually a globe. Drace.
Yes, my man.
I'm gonna send you a picture about this. What Glowpads actually think. That's my opinion. Well, it's a pretty good picture that describes everything pretty well, actually.
Yeah, I'll repost it.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw it in this somewhere in this server, but I forgot where. Motion of the Earth.
Next, they will say that, oh, the pizza is round, therefore it's a globe.
and which is actually pretty funny too. When they ask you why is the sun like a sphere when the Earth is flat, then just ask them, just because your light bulb is a sphere, then doesn't matter that the ground that you're walking on is a sphere too. It's flat. That's like actually pretty nice to describe it too, I think. Gonna look for a picture. Shit. Where's this picture? I can't see it.
We got 3 people in here with no roles. Saffron Lynx 7762, Robo, and Bogdan 7501. The 3 of you should go up to VC check-in and get checked in so you can have a conversation with us.
Hopefully they're glow pads, so can debunk them pretty easy. Real quick. I think this wouldn't take more than 5 minutes actually. Something that I don't understand actually is this magnetic field. Dre's.
There's plenty of things I don't understand. Magnetic field is one of them. I don't know much about magnetic fields. I know a little bit.
Is there anyone on this server that knows everything, like, that is on the server, like, from ether to like the water and time zones and stuff? Like, everything. I think the admin Indio, I think
if you would say who's the best at presenting every argument, it's probably Indio. He's got all of them 100% nailed down, and all extra information you could dream of. He's got it.
QE too.
Yeah, QE has like there's a lot of people with specific skills, and QE has his topics down 100%, and he will go over those topics like all the time. So, like we have different people who have different specialities and look into different things.
Yeah, I'm not good at hardly any of that. I'm just the annoying guy asking for curvature. But what you should do is check out the additional information sections of the server. Scroll down there on the left, almost towards the end, you'll see additional information A through L, or something A through M, and then the one below it is M through Z. And yeah, so look through all that. You should see, hashtags galore about ether and sun and all the gravity and everything that we can come up with so far that has been used incorrectly as a demonstration of what happens in reality. Yes, and then also there's demonstrations of what happens in reality. Laser tests, long distance record holding observations, things that can't happen. I don't care what kind of refraction you got. Can't happen.
Did you listen us like a couple of minutes ago, or did you just join like the live stream?
I've been listening on and off.
Yes, because we were like talking about the stuff with the Navy ships that can target other and stuff with lasers. 100 miles in the ocean. I think everybody should know that there's a 6,000 feet curvature if you were actually living on a ball.
Yeah. Line of sight. That's line of sight. Those 3 words. LOS. Destroy the globe math. The current globe math. Destroy it. It's gone. Done.
Yeah.
That's what you were talking about. Line of sight. With the lasers, they shoot over 100 miles.
Yeah,
has to be flat. Has to be straight.
There's
There's
no
no way that at those speeds they could correct for those deviations. There's no way.
Yes, and like Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example, he said that the Earth is like not an actual like sphere, but it's like a platant spheroid. You know this? It's you can just Google it. It's like just imagine the equator is way bigger than like over the top and stuff, you know. So a platant spheroid, it's like a shape, a 3D shape, and
but nobody made an observation on equator. All observations are, I don't know, in UK, USA, you know.
Yes, and they say if it's a platant spheroid, and Neil deGrasse Tyson said not only the Earth is kind of like bigger under the equator than above it, and like a kind of like a wait, let me translate this fruit real quick.
Cucumber.
No, wait, let me translate it on Google.
Carrot.
A pear. It's a pear. I don't know how you call it in English, actually. Yeah, like this pear, and it's like he said, and everybody says something else. And Neil deGrasse Tyson say it's like a pear. Other astronomers say it's like a egg, and they don't have all the same information, you know. For example, the Chinese guys with the fakest live streams that I've ever seen in my entire life, which is they make me laugh, these live streams, because they're obviously fake.
They have the same information like us. They call sea level wherever they are.
It's always water's always level. There's no way it can water's on a ball. Math is, you know, math is cool, but it can never curve water on a ball. And as we all know, gravity is just a theory. So they don't have an advance that is actually water curved on a ball. It's pretty easy to debunk them. The problem is that the globe heads, they don't want information. Everything you're gonna say in a debate, they're just gonna say fake and don't believe everything that you see on the internet. It's just pretty funny because they tell us don't believe everything you see on the internet, but they think that we are living on a spinning ball, which is pretty funny too.
They're just parrots.
Drace, there have been a few of these famous examples. Have you ever heard of these salt seas in Bolivia?
Yeah, the Bolivian salt flats.
Yes, if it's rain, you know, it looks like a mirror. 8,000 square miles. It's just flat, and you know, I told this like to my teacher one time, and the argument he said, yeah, the Earth is like not a perfect ball. Maybe there is a spot where it's flat. You know, I could call for every cardinal direction an argument that proves the flat Earth 100%. South, west, east, and north.
saying. That's how you make a bowl. You need a bunch of flat surfaces. You put the flat surfaces together, and then you get a bowl, right?
No, because there should be 8 inches per mile, so none of these things is possible. There would never be a actual flat surface over 1 mile on a ball.
Yeah, but they just have a lot of flat spots, and we keep finding flat spots everywhere. So if they want to retain the sphere shape, they need to have these edges everywhere.
I have a flat spot for every cardinal direction. They can choose what cardinal direction I will just tell them this argument, and they just gonna get muted by me, easily debunked. Dr. Professor Gamzee. Nice name. Whoa.
Oh, thank you.
You have so many roles, I think they're called. Like you know, when I go to your pay, to your like.
Yeah, those are honor badges. All of them.
How can you get these?
Oh, you gotta put a lot of work and dedication.
Yeah, you gotta be honorary.
You get it one by one.
Yeah.
Shut up, Drake.
I don't have as many marks as him, so I gotta just follow his orders.
Well, I just have, I think, 1, which is this VC verified, because I don't care about them. I'm not actually very often in the live stream. I just learn in these channels about this flat earth stuff, and I don't talk very often in the server.
One of my favorite ones is Space Criminal, because I steal space from people.
Nice name. It's pretty easy, actually, I think.
He did that to me. I want my space back.
They're not gonna get it back, just the vacuum would calibrate with the atmosphere, as we know.
What? What?
Atmosphere.
What's that?
It would equilibrate with a vacuum if they would actually exist. But I think...
What is atmosphere?
I don't care what it is, I just know it's a hoax.
Do you know that atmosphere is... Atmo mean gas and sphere is shape?
I just know it's like the gas. Wait, let me translate this real quick.
Can air form the shape?
I think no.
Yeah, that's the point.
Wait, what I just want to translate it.
Yeah, you're correct. Gas cannot hold...
It has always to be in a container, you know?
Yeah, it takes the shape of its container.
They say the atmosphere is a gas shell. They say
so
it has always it has always to be contained, and when you tell this to a globe earther, and then he's gonna say, but gravity holds them and doesn't need a container if you have gravity. Yeah, but there's no actual evidence for gravity.
But we can also prove that gravity isn't containing gas and preventing gas from equalizing upwards. Otherwise, that would be visible in all experimentation on the Earth, and we would just be able to live with that fact and demonstrate it. Instead, they don't have any evidence, like you said, and what they do is they appeal to the pressure gradient and say, oh, the pressure gradient must be caused by gravity, Therefore, gravity is affecting all gas, but that doesn't work on gas on anywhere. Like, if it were overcoming the second law and preventing gas from mediating or high pressure from moving to low pressure, vacuum cleaners would no longer work. Straws would not work.
The vacuum would literally I think equilibrate or collide with the atmosphere. It would like it would suck the atmosphere off, actually.
Do we have any good flat Earth videos about this?
Variable volume, sorry.
What?
There's a distinction if you say that the space would suck or the vacuum would suck, they would correct you on that because that's not how it works. It's more that high pressure always goes to low pressure, so the higher pressure gas would expand and fill the available volume, so it would go into the low pressure, not the other way around. It's kind of like with the vacuum cleaner. You create a low pressure system inside the vacuum cleaner, and then the air outside rushes into it.
Do we have any good videos on this, by the way? Like, yeah, we can argue our point when we're talking to people, but there's nothing like a good presentation, you know what I mean? Like, is there like a really decent 5-minute or 3-minute video that goes over the whole gas in a container thing that some flat earthers put together?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's made a very cohesive presentation on this, because this is essentially just how gas works and how we can demonstrate gas to work on the Earth in real life.
Yeah.
They want us just to believe that it can't do some other stuff high up in the air because of their assumptions. That's just not good enough for us.
Exactly.
I don't really understand their assumptions, though. Like, that's the bit I struggle with. They're saying it's gravity, right? But isn't the gravity stronger at the surface of the Earth? So how does that keep the gas? What's their argument for keeping the gas within the Earth at higher up?
Like you said, it would have to be stronger at the surface, and so therefore it would be easy for us to demonstrate it at the surface, where it would prevent gas from expanding up and out of open containers. Instead, that's not how we store gas. We need to have a closed container because the gas will expand up and out of the container. And so they just don't have any evidence that their ideas are real. Instead, they just point at the pressure gradient, which we can measure, and say that must be caused by gravity. There's no coherent excuse or experiment or anything to validate that it is caused by gravity, but then they jump from that assumption into saying, oh, look, the pressure gradient proves gravity can hold gas, even though that violates the basic principles of how gas actually functions.
What do they mean when they say pressure gradient? What's that?
That is, at sea level, it's generally around 13.7 psi or about there. And as you rise, the composition of the air changes, and it gets colder and colder. And according to Charles's law, gas, when subject to temperature changes, either expands or contracts. And so the air contracts as it cools, and there's less pressure above. They think that's caused by gravity, but there's no gravity here.
Right.
No evidence or evidence. I don't know how the right word is.
We just have basic scientific principles, like how thermodynamics works, and then we have the different compositions of the gas itself. Because it's not like it's an inhomogeneous medium. It's not like it's a homogeneous medium. It's an inhomogeneous medium. It's mixed with all sorts of gases, and those gases are not an equal composition. Like we have a humidity gradient also reaching up into the sky that is the most dense at the ground level, but gets less and less dense the higher it goes, until eventually, as it gets compressed, rising, it turns into clouds where it condenses back into liquid and falls back down. We have a cycle of these gases cycling. There's no vacuum like for the gas to go into. We just have dynamic pressure differentials based on our dynamic system, because we don't live in a static world. We live in a dynamic world where the sun is constantly adding heat to the system, heating up the gas, making it expand and rise, and that causes the colder gas at the north and the south to rush in. And this creates all sorts of weather patterns and creates the circular motions of the hurricanes, and they have nothing. It's amazing how little they have, and it's all based on things that came from the ancient past that has no science or validity behind it. And in the modern day, we have already discovered all of the things, and it's not flat earthers discovering it. It's actually globe believers who discovered it. They just didn't put 1 + 1 together and get 2.
The most of them have nothing, actually. They just have this, they just ask you, why don't you just fly? Or why does this pen fall on the ground if there's no gravity? But they don't even know what actually gravity is. They don't even know how, hard it actually is. It has so much to do with math and stuff, how hard it is to, actually just understand what it is. So, they just heard from their teachers, so I don't know what actually gravity is, and they don't have any evidence for it. They're just repeating the stuff that they hear from the nation, that they're all manipulated from the elites, actually.
Yeah, I mean, saying the Earth is flat is one thing, and then you go and say gravity isn't real, and that sounds even worse to them sometimes, doesn't it?
The most annoying thing as a flat earther when you have a debate against someone is when they take gravity as an argument, when they take the horizon, or this philosopher, Aristoteles. Bro, I had this guy, oh my god, he was so dumb, actually. He just, they say he was a scientist, but they don't actually know what Aristoteles actually was. No, he was not a bitch, he was a philosopher. And when I say that he's just dumb, he just watched the ships disappear over the horizon with his own eyes, without knowing how the human eye works to that time. And that's all they have. They have the same arguments for centuries ago, They never change. They always have the same arguments. They're never gonna change, which is pretty dumb. And then they ask you, why would they lie? The best thing to do...
Oh yeah, the worst one is when they say, who cares if it's flat? What difference does it make? What difference?
Or they ask why would they lie? The best thing to do, the best thing to control. So also, if you want to control someone, the best thing to lie to them about is the very world they live upon.
Yeah.
The world is run by psychopaths who want to keep us in slaves. They don't want us to know the truth form of the actual Earth. They want us to think that we are just one of a septillion other planets, and that our life has no actually natural, and that we just evolved from monkeys. and we are nothing. We are just one of all the septillion like planets in the endless expanding universe. I like to compare this to a sand corn on the endless beach. You know, that's like the best thing to lie to someone if you want to control them. It's just the very world we live upon.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty easy to understand if you just research 10 minutes, but they're not gonna do this because they're scared of the truth.
Well, sometimes you show all this truth to them and they still don't buy it.
No, they're gonna avoid it and stuff because they grew up with everybody lying at them, and then they're just gonna ask. For example, my friends, like in this like age, nobody actually cares about this. I never saw someone like at my age, at 14 years old, actually talking about the flat Earth. They sit on their computer the whole time, say to me that I'm wasting my time with this topic, but they're just sitting on their phone playing stupid games. That's a time waste. Not I'm seeking truth.
There's people like my dad who have actually looked into it, and he's still not a flat earther, even though he's taken the time to sit and watch videos on it. And I've told him about the curvature thing and all that. And he's more convinced by the stupid refraction argument than.
I hate this argument.
I hate that it's so stupid. And he's really convinced about the ISS footage as well. And I've told him how fake it is, and it's just not possible. But
did you show him the air bubbles?
Yeah, I've shown. He showed me the video of that woman giving a tour of the ISS, and he thinks it's so legit that he's like, "There's no way they could fake this." And I was like,
"That's what I thought a couple of years ago, when I saw these spacewalks. I would say like, "Wow, this looks like a movie." It just don't look like a movie. It is a movie. It's a cartoon. These spacewalks are just cartoons, man, to manipulate us. They want to keep us enslaved.
He does think the moon landings were fake, though. He does.
There are actually people that think that the moon landing was actually real. Which, well, I don't think. Just ask them. Do you even know what Cold War means? There's something called Cold War, and in order to beat the Russians, they kind of like fake that,
The funny thing is, like, the Russians must know it's faked as well. So they've done. So what have they got out of it? But like, they must have said, "Look, we won't blow the whistle on your stupid."
Did you see this guy when he dropped the hammer on the moon? He dropped the hammer on the moon and it just fall down like in a second. Like, just imagine when you throw a hammer on the ground right now in your backyard or something, and it was like the exact same thing. And how does this work on the moon actually? Which is pretty funny.
And the USA and Russia is a false dichotomy. They're all in the same club.
I think, it was like the moon landing was like a run between the Americans and the Russians, like who is faster going to reach the moon and stuff. And I don't think the Russians even believed that it was real, like for one day.
Well, the Operation Fishbowl stuff came before the moon stuff, and they figured out there was a dome up there or something from that. So why would they even be a space race if they knew?
And the funny thing
is, guys thinking that we are in an endless and expanding vacuum.
By the way, I want to add to this because Operation Fishbowl was also performed by the Russians under a different name. I don't remember the name of it.
Operation Dominant?
Russian. But they essentially nuked the sky above the entire Russian country in an orderly fashion, and in the CIA papers concerning this, the Russian scientists talked about testing the reflectivity of the firmament.
Or what, like bouncing off radio waves off it or something?
The firmament is actually... I think there are like a lot of flat earthers that don't believe in the firmament, actually.
But what?
I'm not saying the firmament exists. That's just the languaging that the Russian scientists used, and they claim to be mapping something they called the firmament.
It has to be something, though, right? Even if it's not.
I think the Earth is just bigger than we are told. That behind the Antarctica there is more land, hidden land.
Okay, but then what's up then?
Huh?
What's the container holding in the gas?
I don't know. I never saw that so-called container with my own eyes, so I don't actually know it.
Yeah, but you know that there has to be one, right? Regardless of whether you've seen it.
Yes, actually, yes. I know that there has to be one, but it's pretty like... It's actually extremely hard to think about this. It's extremely hard to think about.
Yeah,
we just don't know.
It could be anywhere.
Yeah, we just don't know where it is, how high it is, how far out it is. It could be anywhere.
But when people think the Earth is bigger than we are told, they actually go back to this heliocentric thing, you know? Then everything is just bigger, you know? Which some people don't really like. I can destroy the heliocentric world model in like minutes with an argument. Do you guys know what a ring laser thermostat is?
No.
Ring laser thermostat?
Yes.
No, I've never heard that. Please continue.
Okay. And you know the effect of the sun is that the sunlight is harder than the shadow. You know, when you go in the shadow, it's like more like cold, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's hot. Yeah.
People, which was pretty interesting, measured with this ring laser thermostat that it's extremely interesting that the shadow of the moon is harder than the light, which is the opposite of sunlight. It's extremely hard to imagine that. So this means the moon has its own light, but it's the opposite from the sunlight. It's extremely hard to like understand this when you're new to this topic, but it just means so the moon has its own light. But they're not going to tell us this, the elites, because it will ruin the fact or the thing that they tell us that the moon doesn't have its own light. It just reflects the sunlight, but that's not how it works. The moon has its own light, but it's the opposite from sunlight. So the shadow is like warmer or hotter than the light of the moon, which is extremely interesting because it's so hard to imagine that, because I think everybody, when it was like a hot day and the sun was like, it was so hot, it was like 40 degrees, 30 degrees, and you just wanted to go to a shadow because it's way cooler there. And when you imagine that the sunlight is like cooler than the umbra or the shadow, so-called, it's actually pretty hard to imagine. So the moon doesn't reflect the light of the sun. It has its own light, but this light is the opposite from the sunlight. Pretty easy to like measure with this ring laser thermostat.
Yeah, well, you're not actually measuring if the light is different. You don't know if it's actually the light or something else that you're blocking with the shadow.
Yes, but it's like, maybe it could just, but it's like super precious and stuff, this ring laser thermostat. But I think it's like pretty obvious that with this experiment, or I don't know, test, so-called, you can see that the moon has its own light. It doesn't reflect the sunlight.
Well, no, you're not seeing that. What you're seeing is there seems to be an inverse effect with the moonlight, but you can't actually tell.
Maybe it's actually not like this. Maybe it's just something else. So
it seems to be
not. This is actually not 100% fact, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
we can see an apparent effect, but we can't actually manipulate the cause of it, or the moon, and so we can block out the light, but we don't know if there's other waves propagating there that are beyond visible light, for instance.
Yeah, we don't know it. It's not 100%.
We need to research and look into the wavelengths coming off of the moon and seeing if there's any anomalies or differences between the sun, and testing those waves on things to see if it would cool them. And it's very interesting. I think it's a valid avenue to go down.
Yeah, but it's not 100% like proof. It could be something else, just as you said, but it's still actually really interesting to know. Because if there's actually not something manipulating this ring laser thermostat, then this would destroy the whole heliocentric world view. You know, this would just easily, if it's actually 100% proof, then it would just destroy the heliocentric world model. Pretty easy, which is, you can destroy it with some other arguments too. Pretty easy, because I think everybody could agree with that we are not living in an endless vacuum that is outspreading 24/7, you know. And yeah, but it's pretty nice to know, actually.
It's nice to have many different arguments so that you can show them it's broken from every single angle. Kind of like when you look at the stars appear geocentric. They appear to go around us. This works in geocentrism. In heliocentrism, they need to add a bunch of assumptions. For instance, in heliocentrism, in this idea, when you have the sun on your left hand and the ball on your right hand, and you imagine the ball in your right hand is turning, you standing on the side near or far away from the sun, looking straight up, would be looking at a certain patch of the night sky. But in heliocentrism, or heliocentric beliefs, don't know why I keep mispronouncing that, the globe would have to be orbiting around the sun, and then the position you're looking at during the dead of night would always have to be changing relative to the orbital location of the Earth relative to the sun. But what we actually have happen in real life is all of the stars are always visible above the Earth, just above a certain location. So sometimes they're above the ocean, so you don't see them, or above a different location, so you don't see them. But they're still always there. They're not hidden behind the sun in the 180 degrees away from where you're looking. They're actually in the direction you're looking.
Yes, and actually, you know, the wait, let me think 1 second. Yes, the closest sun, the closest star after the sun is Alpha Centauri, which is 23 trillion miles away, which is actually really big. And they tell us that the stars that we are seeing are already exploded, and it's just the light that is taking so long to arrive to us. You mean? You know what I mean? And you can actually make this experiment with the pocket, pocket lamp. I don't know how it's in English. Let me translate real quick. Yeah, flashlight. I mean flashlight.
There's life? Is it?
Yes,
Is life?
and when you're standing 1 inch next to a wall, the light is really like the flashlight, like the light that is coming from the flashlight is kind of really like small, you know. And if you're standing 5 inches away from the, or like 10, 15 inches away from the wall, the light just kept outspreading. So imagine if actually a light is 23 trillion miles away, and how is it not outspreading? You know, light outspreads the further you go, you know. Just you can test by yourself when you stand, like when you just keep going far away from the wall that you're pointing at with your flashlight, the light just keeps outspreading. So I think this would happen at Alpha Centauri 2, but it doesn't. So this means the stars are actually something else and not that what they told us. Was this easy to understand or like kinda? Because I think yeah, my English is not the best, but I'm trying. But just what I wanted to say, that light outspreads the further you go. So how's this light arriving at us actually?
Please ask your question, Jan.
Hey man, was it you who was talking?
I talked earlier. Seiya was talking last, I think.
Okay. How are you, friend?
There is no Earth curve.
Excuse me?
What? What?
There is no Earth curve.
No.
Earth is flat.
I don't believe it.
Can I have a question?
Yes, please ask your question.
Thank you. Are French people allowed on this Discord?
Yes.
Are French people allowed on the Discord? Yes.
So French are allowed.
Yes.
That's nice.
We can see way too far.
Yes. Do you guys have any questions about Flat Earth? If you want to ask anything, I can answer.
Earth is notable.
You don't really know what Flat Earth is about, so I can answer if you want.
No problem. No problem.
You want to share your story, how you got to the the flat Earth, or is that what you're trying to?
No, I'm saying that if you seem kind of lost about the flat Earth question. You don't know that much about it, so I'm saying I'm willing to answer any questions you are asking. I can help you through this.
Patrick, Schlanger, Campé.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit mistaken, John.
Why do you think that?
Because I don't think you know who you're talking to.
I have no idea who I'm talking to be honest.
Yep. So my
The
guess
Earth is
correct.
You have very little idea where you are talking to. My real name is Jan Nadvorník, but I don't think that that's too much revealing.
Yes.
The Earth is flat.
Okay. Do you have any question about it?
So tell us all about it. How do you prove the Earth is flat?
Well, I can't. But do you have any questions as a person who believes that the world is round? Do you have any questions regarding that?
Do I have any questions about the belief that the Earth is round?
Yes.
No. Do you?
I think I could think of some, at least 3.
You could think of some that you disagree. Please speak up a little bit. It's really hard to hear.
But why don't you know how to prove the Earth is flat? That's kind of contradictory to saying I can answer your questions, guys, that you don't know yet.
If I don't understand the question, if I have any question regarding flat Earth?
No. You asked us. You said when we have any questions about flat Earth, you can answer them. But my question is, how? Then you were asked, how do you prove that the Earth is flat? And you said, I can't answer that.
Well, my answer is I don't know.
Yeah, but that's like so easy to prove.
Well, it's very easy question, so I very easily answer it.
Yeah, how do you prove that the Earth is a stationary plane?
Do you have any more complicated question about flat Earth?
No, I'm asking you the simple question to maybe see at what point you are. I want to see how you explain it.
How do I explain that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
It's kind of hard. I don't know.
There's nothing hard about it.
Well, maybe for you. So can you answer the same question?
Yes, I can. 100%. Everyone in here pretty much knows that I can answer that question, but I'm trying to ask you, how would you go over to someone and tell him that the Earth is flat? What would be your strongest argument?
Well, I already answered that question.
The Earth is flat.
Asking the same question to you. Can you answer it?
No, you have not answered. You just said I can't. I can't. You said you what?
I said I don't know.
Yeah. So how? If you don't know, how are you flat earther?
Well, I think it's pretty given. If you don't know, you are flat earther. That's the answer.
Oh, so you troll.
Yeah, that would be an incorrect answer. That's not what qualifies one to be a flat earther.
I understand how you mean it. I don't know if you are honest, guys, but I understand what you mean, but that's not it.
So let me sum it up, okay? You ask.
Answer. I don't know.
So let me sum it up. You ask us if you can explain to us certain questions that we might have about Flat Earth, why you claim to say that you don't know how to answer the question, how to prove that the Earth is flat. How does that make sense in any kind of circumstance?
I have great answer to this question, but I asked first. How do you know that the Earth is flat?
You haven't given me anything yet, so I asked the question first, and you can.
It's an honest question. I don't know answer, but I'm sorry, answer.
But if you don't know this simple answer to it, why do you ask, or why do you tell everyone that you're able to answer questions if you yourself cannot answer the simple question why the Earth is flat? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I don't know, man.
It seems like you don't have the credibility to answer questions if you can't answer the first simple question.
Well, I have no credibility. We are on the internet.
Oh, okay. So you don't know anything about Flat Earth.
Well, I know some things. But
Yeah, what do you know then? That's what I'm asking. Why is the Earth flat?
I don't know. That's my answer.
Guys, am I wrong here or something? Am I talking with a wall?
You're not wrong. He wants to represent flat earthers with the argument that we don't know.
No,
have you had the 3 points?
Guys, I'm going offline. Guys, I'm going offline. Thanks for the talk. Have a nice day, you all.
You too, man.
All right. Take care.
Yes.
So this shows mine now?
You have the 3 points. So what did you learn in the 3 points that were given to you?
So this is my time now?
No, Jan, this is your time to listen and pay attention.
I'm paying attention.
What did Justin just tell you?
One more time, please.
I'm wondering what you learned out of the 3 points. Do you remember the 3 points?
I hope I teach you something. I haven't learned anything.
So, do you remember the 3 points? Can you list the 3 points to us?
No.
Okay. So then you really need the 3 points again. Is that what you're saying?
Kinda.
Okay. So
are you able to give me these 3 points again?
Of course, this is Flat Earth. And any flat earther in here should be able to give you the 3 points. True flat earther.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand how long have you been here, because you did have the 3 points. You're just going to talk over me?
Yes. Can I have a question?
No. You're going to answer our questions. Okay? You came in here. I need to ask a question of you, not the other way around. And if we're going to play this game, you're going to stay muted and we're not going to even talk. Because it's absolute bullshit. You treat anyone like this. Not just flat earthers. Someone that's asking you a question, you should be able to answer it truthfully. All right? So, now, the question that everyone has is, how long have you been here?
You mean when I first joined, or?
How long have you been in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
You mean when
I can look it up right now. But I wanted you to say it. I wanted you to actually be honest for once.
I don't know.
So it looks like you created the account September 9th and you joined this Discord May 19th.
Okay.
So can you do a little math? How long has that been?
I'm not doing. I'm sorry. I barely.
May 19th. When was May 19th, 2022? When was that?
Very recently.
Very recently. The Thursday. It actually says it in live stream voice text if you're even in there.
You mean
Which you should be in there because that's literally the text chat for the live stream.
Okay.
So everyone is chatting to you in this live stream, but you probably are missing everything because you don't even know where it is.
I don't. Sorry, I'm not very good.
We keep pinging you in it as well, but you've never answered us. So kind of rude in a way. So you went through the voice verification, and they should have told you that the live stream, of course, has a voice text live stream that stays along with the live stream. Okay, and we do have a welcome of the server that should have been read by you, and then you understand what we do here.
I can honestly say that I've read the invite or the first page. I read it.
So you haven't read the welcome of our server where it has all the rules and regulations here?
I've read it.
Great. So that's the first thing that you need to understand. The whole welcome. Okay. Once you get past that, then your mind should be a little twisted because we're not Flat Earth Society and we don't believe it's a disk flying through space. So we don't believe any of that bullshit that they say. Okay? So if you try to put anything onto what Flat Earth Society says, we will shut it down. Okay. 100%. Okay? Because Flat Earth Society is a globe society that tries to make you think Flat Earthers believe in a disk flying through space. But no true Flat Earther believes that. Only fake Flat Earthers will believe that we're a disk flying through space. No one here says anything about shape or size because no one knows. What we have performed in our tests and our knowledge is that there is no curve of Earth that is found in reality. Okay? Of the globe, the globe states, of course, because we truly don't know if it could be this humongous 300,000 radius globe. That could work on what we have tested. But that's not said in any of the calculations that they use. The calculations that they use is 3959 for the radius of the globe Earth. And that is 8 inches per mile squared on the ground level for curvature. And you never see that in reality. Not once. You can't even make a picture in reality, of course, taking a picture in reality and get a one of those 8 inches per mile squared curves. It never is possible. Never. Not even with the refraction that they say is happening. The refraction doesn't even pull that horizon in that far. Never once.
No idea what you said because you talked for so long. I have no idea what you said. What's your point? Can you tell me the point?
I'm just going over every point here. But the main point is that the globe does not have a curve in reality. The globe does not have a curve in reality.
About what you are saying.
Are you hearing me? The globe does not have a curve in reality. Curve. Can you hear me? That's all I'm talking about. Is the fucking curve, Jen.
Okay, you don't need to raise your voice because
how is he not listening to me?
Because he's retarded. It's okay. It's okay, John. Just go find some help. Find some psychiatric
help. It really
help.
is sad that I'm trying to be normal to you, and you just treat me like I'm insane.
I'm sorry if I
No, you are sorry.
I'm not.
You are sorry. That's the whole thing here. I'm trying to help you, and then you just talk over me and treat me like I'm a child.
No, my
Yeah, and doesn't listen to a single word you say.
You
and
haven't
then
listened to a single word.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, exactly. So you're not here to learn anything, right?
I am here to learn, but you talk.
Then why are you treating me like this? I'm very crystal clear in everything I've stated. Crystal clear.
Okay.
I communicate very, very well. And you are telling me that I'm not.
I have to disagree, man.
So you haven't learned anything about what I just said.
No, you were talking for so long that I just phased out. I'm watching TV.
Yeah, because you're a fucking moron.
John, if you phase out, that is
You're
not
a child.
That is not him being poor at explaining himself. He explained himself flawlessly, and you being
everyone else in here knows.
Yeah, and you being incapable of comprehending the words that are coming out of his mouth is on
unreal.
you, John.
Well, no, here, guys. What's worse is he's lying about that.
Lying,
he understands
yes.
everything. He's just being a fucking liar. That's it.
It's 100% lying. Yes.
If I sound
and being dishonest. You are fully dishonest with us right now.
Jan, true or false? You're full of excuses and nonsense. True or false?
I don't know.
Oh my God, he can't even answer a simple question.
And there we have it, folks.
Answer the question.
This is the best
we
that
already
Globe
asked
can
you.
do.
Are you here to learn? That's my question. Are you here to learn?
Of course.
Okay, so the globe has no curve. What have you learned?
Well, globe has curve. It's by definition.
So then you're not here to learn.
Globe by definition has curve, but globe in reality has no curve.
There you go.
Definition: globe has a curve.
Yeah, globe like a globe has a curve, but the water and that what you see from the space, that reality you cannot see.
Reality shows us no curve in a plane. Reality shows us no curve at the ocean. Reality shows us no boats going over this fucking curve of globe bullshit. And yet you just keep saying that the globe is real.
Justin.
Well,
I'm sorry.
What do you mean? You mean globe as that Earth is a globe, or what globe do you mean?
You're here to obfuscate and muddy the waters.
He
Get the
is
fuck out.
so bad.
He means
he is
we
so
spoke about tennis. You know, tennis ball. We are 3 hours speaking about tennis ball.
Yeah, he's trying to use a red herring and twist out of his.
Oh my God!
Imagining we're talking about balls and not deer.
He is so wrong. It is absolutely wrong.
Guys, you know what the weirdest thing about him is, actually? He was in here, and the first thing he said when he joined was, guys, if you have any question about Flat Earth, I can answer them.
And he can't answer any of it. Yeah, exactly. Now he's a
Like,
global.
Well, here's what's going on. He was fishing. He was fishing for anybody curious, right? Fishing for anybody curious to see if he could make the topic look stupid by misrepresenting the information to someone.
He is a full-on glober.
Gotcha.
And not here to learn. He's a troll. Full on.
He's not.
I was crystal clear. I was crystal.
Oh, you always are.
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. And when I step in, I don't step in just to shoot the shit here. I'm stepping in so that I can make sure it gets done right.
Well, I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, but that guy was way too off on his own little tangent to even listen to anyone. So
he reminds me a bit of a guy I met on Jim Panda's channel.
Probably from Jim Panda's, yeah.
That pretends to be smart when talking about. They always try to pretend to be smart by making up stories. They always make up stories to justify the globe. You know, they start telling you about this satellite did this and blah 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 and blah 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 blah. Some cool story to sound smart. to just divert from actually understanding that these people.
But the fact that he said he was a flat earther and then nothing came out of his mouth.
That's why
Earth. It just.
That's why
I was so idiotic to think that you are coming into a flat Earth Discord, trying to be a flat earther, and you don't know anything about flat Earth. That's just awesome.
Right.
It's awesome.
That's why I asked him these questions. Like.
Oh yeah.
How can you...
I listened to it. Oh yeah. And then when I stepped in, it was when he was just totally off his bonkers. It's amazing.
And then they always pretend as if they don't comprehend what you're saying, as if they too. Too captivated by whatever else they are doing while they're talking to you, and then they make it.
Listen, it's sophomoric. It's a waste of time.
And they make it look like as if you are the problem.
I'm going to put that as his note on him. Waste of time. Waste.
There it is. Where is the waste of time roll, by the way? Do we have one of those? Because
I know
it's not a nice roll to have, but
that's
you have
probably why.
Worse ones. Oh.
But yeah, we do have a little bit of.
I mean, I get it, but still.
Let's see here.
That's akin to having a hashtag worthless. It's just, I guess it's uncalled for. You're right.
I mean, we obviously know that he tried to troll, which is really the thing that is actually the most unnecessary.
He just doesn't care. That he's like a hacker in a game that just doesn't care. You're just gonna hack anyways because he has 13 different accounts that he can hack on.
He's taking the piss, mate. Taking the piss.
And it doesn't matter what anyone says, even if we are completely crystal clear. He's just gonna. I got lost because you're talking too long. Even though I was only talking for about 30-45 seconds.
Yeah, they even make
themselves. He just cannot understand anyone speaking for that long. And
we need to clip some of these dudes out and do some mumble rap stuff. I think.
Yeah, they make themselves look stupid. That's the funny thing. They actually the only way of defending themselves is to hide from the conversation is by making themselves sound stupid or not capable of actually understanding 1 minute sentences.
You know what though? Fuck all that. Let's kill them with kindness. Folks, if you think the Earth's a globe, we don't agree, and we feel that we've got the actual information. So if you want to learn, please come in and speak with us. Yep.
We really are here to make
we know that we have the
you care. Like literally you don't know that you don't care. Okay?
We know that we have the
into not caring, even though it looks like you are caring, but you're really not caring when you believe in the globe. So we're trying to open that mind.
But we know that we have the information, right?
Do you want to learn something? Justin.
Trust me,
I always want to learn everything.
Listen, I will teach you. I the only thing what I learned from that guy today is, do you know that globe has a curve?
That's it.
If you're going to unmute him, he's probably gonna
spherical objects curving. Did you know that?
He says it is.
Yeah.
Of course, the sphere does curve, and that's in math, of course, geometry, right? So, but what we were saying and kept saying is reality. So
but I'm saying
what he's
saying
missed.
to us that spherical objects curving, because because that information was so covered. How to say hide? Nobody knows that spherical objects curving, and now he came to tell us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now you know that spherical objects curving. But reality is other story. That doesn't matter.
I bet you, if you would have muted him now, he would just.
I don't know. Let's see. Have you had enough time to listen, Jan?
He would just.
Or even here.
Sound like as he have not understand anything.
Are you speaking about Earth on 24/7 Flat Earth server? Are you kidding?
I know, right?
Listen,
Like,
he will
wow.
play it off as if he does not understand anything we're talking about.
Were we talking too long, Jen, and now you can't understand us?
Anymore.
I'm trying to speak your language, and maybe you can understand this.
I can't really speak. I joined
And now he's like really quiet. Like his mic is away from his
He's
mouth.
choosing his words very carefully now.
We can't hear you, Jen.
I can't hear him. I have him up 200.
I'm sorry, then.
We can't hear you. You need to make your mouth closer to the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's my problem. I don't have a microphone. I have just phone, and I just having it in my
phone.
hand, and I find it everywhere. I'm sorry. That's
Sometimes you get lint in the speaker hole, and I'm not joking you because most people just don't realize it. But if you are muffled, you might have lint in your speaker hole. Take it to like a fix-it mobile shop, and they'll take the lint out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I could hear you kind of better.
Jan, Jan, can I ask where you from?
Jean.
He's got nacho cheese in it. He's used rubbing alcohol to get it out.
I had alcohol and I smiled.
Yeah, where you from if it's not secret?
It's not secret. I'm from Czech Republic, from Třinec.
Czech Republic, great. Can you tell me one thing? I'm interested. How you measure? You have a lot of ski centers, like you have mountains in Czechoslovakia, in Republic of Czech.
Right next to me, I live in Třinec. It's a small city in the east of the. It's in Gorolia. You don't know what Gorolia is, but it's just this place.
Okay.
Yes, we have many mountains here.
Mountains.
I can see from where I live. I can.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me? Do you know the height of any of that mountain?
I know the numbers, but I don't know how tall it is.
Do you know? Do you know? Let's say, do you have mountain like 2,000 meter in Republic of Czech?
Not to the scientists who measured it. I don't know. I think.
And how they measure it?
Well, that's anyone guess. I guess.
Yeah, but what? Let's say one mountain 2,000 meters in Republic of Czech. You know.
I have a voice for.
Whatever mountain, choose one. You know.
Javorovy. I live right next to it.
Okay, and now how we know that mountain is that height?
I don't know. Someone told me.
Yeah, but what is the 0 point?
No, someone told me it's the ocean.
Yeah, but you don't have ocean in Republic of Czech.
No, I don't.
And which ocean you taking reference to measure your mountain in Republic of Czech?
Do you have a point that you want to ask?
That's my point. Which ocean you using for measuring mountains in Republic of Czech?
Is it the last question? Honestly.
Yeah, that's my last question.
The nearest ocean, I think, is Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, great. That means that from there, let's say France, you have 0 and you go 0 to the Republic of Czech and then you measure the mountains.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay.
You have 0 from France to the Republic of Czech and then you measure mountains, you know?
Okay.
I hope that you understand what I'm saying, but okay, that's all.
My point is that I wasn't the one who measured it, so I don't know if it's true.
Yeah. That's all.
Yeah, but that's the one you do have to believe in if you follow the globe side. If you follow the globe side, yes, you do. If you follow the globe side, you have to follow what they say about the globe. Yes, you do. Because that's the fucking globe. You're retarded if you don't follow what the globe says. Then you're not for the globe, but you say you are. That's retarded.
I'm not disputing that I'm retarded. I'm just saying.
No, but if you're saying that the math or measurements is wrong for the globe, then you're not for the globe. You can't be for the globe and then have measurements that are not right. That doesn't work.
Only to add, that curvature, that curve of the globe, it's bigger than that mountain from that France to the Republic of Czech. Do you not know that?
I know that, but
that sea level, in France, it's like a more that it's how to say, it's dropping more than that mountain. Do you know that?
You are talking over me, so you are not listening to what I am saying.
Okay, great. Did you hear what did I say?
Yes, I heard it.
What did I say?
Why are you wrong?
What did I say? Yeah, what did I say about? Sorry.
It's just math, man. It works the same.
No, I stopped now. Okay, you can repeat now.
Yes.
Can you repeat? I'm waiting.
I'm not listening to you. Not listening to me. I don't think this is discussion. I always thought that this would be a discussion. We're just talking. Both you and I are just talking over each other. We are not listening to each other.
Okay.
Can I repeat what I've said?
Yeah.
I'm saying the same measurement that the ocean is 0 meter, and the other of it that I live right next to is 1,000 meters. The same measurement works on the globe and on the flathead. It's not argument.
Really?
Yeah.
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 Okay. In UK, it's Ireland. From which side I measure the sea level? From east, west, south, or north?
I don't think it matters, man.
Because water is curving, you're saying.
I never said that.
Oh, really?
If you accept the globe, then you accept the water curving. Jean, if you accept the globe, then you accept the water curving. Yes, that's how it has to go. You can't go over the fact that the globe states water curves. You can't do that.
You are wrong about it.
How am I wrong when the globe states that? The globe, in reality, says that water curves. I am not being fictitious or dishonest like you are. Okay? I'm being correct. I am being factual, and this is what the globe states is happening in reality. You are being fake right now.
Okay. You sound emotional. I'm sorry to say that.
No, you are sorry. Period.
I am.
If he doesn't understand how those two things conflict with each other, contradict each other, I think he's more like he's just being stupid as opposed to dishonest.
Exactly.
I think so, because I wasn't dishonest at all. I might be stupid. I'm not there.
It's okay, but it's not okay to keep going on with it. So now that you know that you're being stupid, are you continuously going to be stupid? Because now we've corrected you, right?
Not really.
Not really. See, then you're going to continue to be stupid and retarded. Great. Then we don't need to speak to you. It's amazing. These stupid people come in here, try to do this to us. You can't do that. You can't have one way without the other. Sorry. You can't believe in one thing and not the other when they both fucking say the same damn thing. We just want honesty. We don't want stupid or retarded here. Okay? You can leave that at the childish games home. Okay? Where you don't take off your muddy shoes. But in here, you take your muddy shoes off before you enter. How many stories is that, Chris? At least 3, maybe 4 since I've just been here talking. Yeah, 4 at least. Well, the first thing that I just couldn't understand is he went through the 3 points. I mean, he literally had the 3 points on him. So someone gave him the 3 points, yet he had no recollection of that. Maybe because everyone was talking and he just couldn't follow along. He just kept saying yes or okay. Oh, shit.
The Earth is flat. No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. Water farm. The Earth is flat.
Go down. Choose the right synonym for level. So, level, flat, plane. Sorry, level shouldn't be there. Flat, plane, even, smooth means having a surface without bends or curves. That's down on the same page. Now let's roll up to their adjective definition of level. Having no part higher than another. Okay, that's good. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. You got major fucking problems here. They contradict themselves because having no part higher than another, we're just looking at this statement. And conforming to curvature, curvature is defined as changing elevation, whereas the first part says no change in elevation. This first statement is a contradiction just inherently.
Whoa. Curvature is defined as changing slope. Am I right?
Yeah, and slope is what? Is the measure of the change of what?
Position.
Elevation, you fucking retard. So, back to my point. They not only contradict themselves inherently within their little definition, adjective definition, but they train themselves for the second time when they say level is a surface without bends or curves.
I agree. So either Merriam-Webster is full of shit, or the word level is complicated and misunderstood.
Number one, they just contradict themselves. This is the only contradiction I have seen in the definition of level.
Right. So they could be full of shit.
So Merriam-Webster? Yeah, but that's an all or nothing fallacy. There's a lot of definitions they do get right.
Well, yeah, but how would we discriminate?
Well, basic reasoning and discernment. Simple. These have no contradictions in them. From dictionary.com and Cambridge, level, having no part higher than another. There you go. That's the same thing Merriam-Webster said before they contradicted themselves. Flat or even surface. Level, being a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. Level, to make a level, even or flat. So level is flat. From Cambridge, level. Not rising or falling or higher on one side. That's saying the same elevation. But even in all directions, horizontal or flat. So flat and level are synonyms. Something that is level with something else is at the same height. Elevation again. There you go. There's no contradiction in these. So we're good.
And so level alone just destroyed the globe. Just the simple definition of level just destroyed it.
The Earth is flat.
At this point, Globey is just cringe, trying to defend
All
the
his
globe.
runaway about.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Something that absorbs water on the back of your head. Hey, let's use a diaper. They thought that's a clever solution to this problem.
Joe Biden's husband.
Pretty neat. They also came up with the snorkel idea too, you know.
Oh shit.
Unexpected turn. The astronauts doing the spacewalks will now be wearing snorkels after the last astronaut who performed the spacewalk nearly drowned when his helmet filled with water.
Just my gut inside me said, that's my dive buddy and I should be with my dive buddy. That's my dive buddy and I should be with my dive buddy.
Snorkel cut from rubber tubing.
This snorkel is now installed inside the suit.
Each of these spacewalks is scheduled for 6.5 hours.
Space Station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs.
What the fuck?
And Pig
He's talking about Angry Bird.
stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got to eggs on Space Station. Yeah, boy.
Don't ask me, because it's never possible. I'm just giving you a load of shit. And you believing it.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
Houston.
You know, that's the people you gotta believe in. Believe in when you're a Glober. And the credibility of these people.
Space Station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on Space Station.
The scientific process of hypothesis, experiment, and all of that, that doesn't happen. It's much more about playing and about trying things.
Yes.
I got an answer. This Jean guy actually accepted, I guess, or maybe agreed. I would say agree. He said point taken when I told him that he was still in the shock stage. I don't know
It is
if that's an
photoshopped,
agreement.
but it's has to be.
Yes, the Earth is flat.
I would love almost more than anything to get a chance to ask Elon Musk exactly what he meant by that. Because, I mean, it kind of seems to defy all basic levels of logic. Like, okay, so you're saying CGI can make something X
better
look more realistic than pointing a camera at X.
Yep.
And just what that video would look like. Like you know, elaborate on that thought.
Please. We need the answers.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, that would be just, yeah.
Did you know that the Earth is flat?
I'm sorry?
Would Bigfoot, like, I guess the same thing applies to him, right? You know, like, oh, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Like, it's just nonsense.
Yes.
And we're supposed to believe that, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Did you know that the Earth is flat?
There's the video of Bigfoot, you know? Like, they had that foggy video. Could have been a guy in a costume. You don't really know.
And the space station stuff, too, the CGI stuff. I saw one just last night. This guy was out in the woods or whatnot, and then he got to, like, he was just, like, kind of walking through it, just normally talking about things, and then he points the camera up to the sky and then starts saying some bullshit. But not even going with the CGI that's on the screen. You get what I'm saying?
Truth over fact.
So he's not even talking about what is actually happening on the screen. He's just saying shit. Oh, what is that? Wait, what am I looking? Oh my gosh, what and then of course the CGI kind of makes spaceship things happen in the sky, and it blasts off in the sky, and then he's like, oh my god. But he's not even talking about what is actually happening on the screen because he doesn't know until he puts the CGI in it. You know what I'm saying? It's all with all movies. They don't watch the CGI first to know what the CGI is going to look like. They put the CGI in after they do their acting.
We choose truth over facts. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
I mean, the CGI does look full on excellent. But when you don't have the actor talking about the CGI or what's actually happening in the CGI, then you know it's fake.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
But you know, like with the space launch where people were recording it, there was an accident that happened because people were looking up at it and slowing down on the freeway, and other people behind them were looking up at it but going the speed limit, so they slam right into other people. Now, of course, that's in the fucking sky. That's in the sky. You're seeing it in the sky. You're actually having people give accidents over it because of the fact that it's literally in the sky happening. Yet with all of these UFO videos, they're faked. They're so faked. And it's amazing. You can tell. You can tell. You can so tell.
Wait, hold on. We're talking about UFO videos now?
I just was going off on the UFO tangent because they show us these videos, like I say, in the acting is so good, but then there's no acting talking about the actual thing that's happening on the screen, the CGI. It's, like I say, the CGI happens after the acting in like movies and stuff. So yeah, I'll get off of that. The Earth is flat. I don't see a curve. Show me the damn curve, and we can leave.
Yeah, the only way that a video would ever come close to proving the Earth to be a spherical object, and I mean even come close, like it actually wouldn't fit my standard of evidence. I'm just saying it would come close to it. It'd probably fit a lot of other people's. My standard of evidence is a little bit higher than this, higher than a video. I'd have to see what I'm going to describe in person, which is a physical direct measurement made out of solid materials, showing an arc segment measurement of the alleged curvature of the Earth. So a video recording of the construction of this and the existence of this, again, I'd have to go and see this in person myself in order to accept it as truth, because that's my standard of evidence. It's high. But, what I'm saying is the closest that a video could ever come to ever proving the Earth to be a ball would be a video of a measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
That you can
wouldn't be a video from the vacuum of space, Mystical or Narnia.
See, that's the only thing I would believe in is if I can actually go and do the test myself. Even if it's like $10,000 or whatever, and I have to have that $10,000, I'll still believe in it if it's a test I can do myself. But when it becomes fact, I don't have to believe in it anymore. I can show it as factual evidence. So, John, I'm sorry, buddy, but you never answered any of my questions. You never really told me anything but stupid. So it's not that I don't like you. It's I don't like the communication skills that you have.
He wants to chat with Indio in the voice text or the voice chat now.
I mean,
he's in the debate text.
If you're gonna be that way, it would be back and forth, truthful and honest conversation. But I'm the only truthful and honest person in the conversation, which makes a waste of time.
I'm pretty sure he's clowning. You should read what he just wrote in debate text. It's pretty stupid.
And if you realize that your mic has been unmuted, then you're not retarded.
Oh my God, you're right. He's crazy. So Indio said, so it's an imaginary equipotential surface of gravity? ?
Am I on again?
And then he
If I'm inferring.
Then he says to Indio, let's go to VC, or you are reported to the feds.
To the feds, that's great.
Am I on again?
You're a clown.
Am I on again?
You're a clown.
Yes. Just say yes if I'm on again.
You are a clown.
That's might well be true. I don't know, but am I on again?
So why are you here? Like, really, truly, why are you here?
I just want to talk to people who think the same way that I do.
Is this your first Discord that you've been in?
Yes.
You've never had any other Discord but Flat Earth?
I had other Discords, but it was all related to Flat Earth, I think. Maybe there was, I don't think there was others. Maybe they were, but all I know is that I know.
I really, really want to help you. Okay, but it's very hard to help someone that doesn't want the help.
Okay. I think
you understand what I just said?
Yes.
So, with you not wanting to get help, how am I going to help?
I don't think you need to help, just have conversation.
No, you're not understanding then. So you came into Flat Earth Discord for what?
To talk to people who are...
Okay, you want to get help, correct?
No, I just want to talk to people who are same-minded as I am.
Well, that's going to be hard in here. Because no one has the same mind as you right now. I'm sorry. But I mean, I'm crystal clear with my words, and I'm sorry that if it hurts your emotions or feelings, but I'm being real.
Okay.
I went through a full communications course in college. So I don't use any kind of filler words anymore because I'm pretty good at speaking in my head before I speak out the words in my mouth, so you can understand them crystal clear. So it would be nice to speak to someone that wants the help.
Well, I don't have college degree.
I'm not saying that you need one. I'm not saying that you need one.
What a cop-out.
I don't understand. Where did you get that? Where did you get that in anything I just said?
I'm too dumb to understand.
Like, really? What happened in my communication there where now you think you have to get a degree? What the hell, man? All I'm saying is that I'm trying to help you here, and you do not want the help.
Yeah, I agree.
College degree.
So why are you here? We're trying to help people. This is Flat Earth Discord. We're trying to make sure that people understand what Flat Earth is. What it's about.
You don't need a fucking college degree. You don't need a college degree.
You don't need a college degree for that, though. All I was saying is that I'm communicating with you very crystal clear, and you seem to not think so.
I understand you what you mean. I'm just saying that I'm here to tell you what's that all about.
What?
I'm saying,
see, that makes no sense. What are you talking about?
Tell you what that all is about.
No, you. There's no way that you can, because I already know the truth about Flat Earth. You do not. See how you're laughing and you just giggle at the
This
word
guy is a troll. He's the troll, man.
I know he is, but I'm trying to help. I'm literally trying to help.
First thing I did was ask him if he had any evidence, and he said he didn't have any. So
that's the first thing. Yes.
No, I said I don't know.
That's how.
And that's actually saying you don't have. If you don't understand that, then you really need to go back to grade school. Because when you say I don't know, means that you don't have anything.
That's the perfect example for a glow pad.
It really is.
I think it's like the worst debate.
I say it all the time. I say it all the time that I don't have this information. Because I don't go to space. I don't go to other planets. Yet you want to fucking ask me about these other planets in space. How do you know?
Exactly. Have you been there, dude?
Exactly. So why don't we speak about something that we can both test and verify and solidify in other people's minds that they can go and test and solidify and verify and be honest with everything. That makes sense.
Can I interrupt?
I was talking to one of my friends yesterday.
I think you are right.
Hear me out. I was talking to one of my good friends yesterday, like 2 days ago, about this kind of information. And he said he was in it 20 years ago. Oh, and I got out because I knew better. I'm like, what information helped you to understand that the Earth's not flat, right? So I'm like, what I realized, basically to cut it short, is that we are really like the top of the food chain. Seriously. People like us, I mean, dude, I don't know how to explain it, but because this person is an intelligent person that I know, and I'm like, there aren't very many people like us, dude. There really is not. I mean, we are a very small percentage of human beings on this planet.
It's hard to get them to do what we have done. It's very hard.
And I don't think they ever will. Something's going to have to happen, like worldwide, for them to wake up. Because, dude, I mean, literally, I mean, there isn't. I mean, you think about it. We're like maybe one in 10,000 people. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, not to brag about. I mean, our brains work differently than everybody else's.
We are communicating. We are communicating clearly. And that's the whole thing about it. When you can communicate clearly, then it's hard for others to communicate with you that don't communicate clearly. That's logical.
Yeah.
And the thing,
I have a question.
Right? If hold on, buddy. And the thing is, though, if we could be proven wrong, we would go right back to believing in the globe. None of you motherfuckers can say that shit.
If you can show me, yes, how to test it, boom, I'm out of here. Tell me how to test it. None of you guys can say that. None of them can say that. Tell me. You tell me right now how to test this 8 inches per mile squared and make it factual in reality, so that I can show it to others. Okay, and make sure that others know. And that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is if that can be proven.
I have a question. 56 miles in the ocean. How much curvature should there be?
Oh shit! So we've been only.
Hey, wait, guys, hold on. You guys are talking over Fraud. I wanted to hear the rest of his thought.
I'm sorry, Fraud.
Here's the thing. I don't even remember. I think I stopped because Justin was talking, so it's fine.
You're good.
It's the communication.
I was mostly done, so it doesn't matter. And so what he just said. Why does he need 56 miles? Why do you need 56 miles? Why is it 10 good enough?
See?
Look, 56 miles in the ocean.
I'm trying to think of 57. You know, it's
you don't need 56.
He's trying to say that he can see that, or that's possible to see that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you can see 56 miles in the ocean without seeing any curvature. Look, 100 miles in the ocean, there should be 6,000 feet of curvature.
Yeah. Yes.
Then target other Navy ships with
lasers. You're answering.
No. He's saying. Listen. Because literally, that's what Navy ships do. Is
they take pictures of their targets. 100 miles in the ocean.
That's what he's saying.
The salt seas of Bolivia.
You're answering the flat Earth question right there, buddy.
Correct.
They shouldn't be able to see that. Don't you understand?
So that's what he's trying to say. He is trying to say that.
How do you not get that? They should not.
No. He's another person. This guy's another person. This guy's he's actually here. Globe skeptic. He's a globe skeptic. The other one's muted. That one he was.
No, I'm not globe skeptic. I'm flat earther.
He's trying to figure it out himself.
I'm not.
How do you say your name? I know. You're fine. You're fine. We got it covered. But how do you say your name?
Saya.
Okay. So Saya is saying that he is able to see up to 56 miles, or that he knows that you can
from
see
the
up
coast
to 56
of
miles.
Michigan.
You can
see clearly. You can see Chicago, and it's not a mirage. It's not a refraction.
Exactly.
You can see the whole skyline.
Yeah, post
you know what
what
a gyroscope is? Do you know what a gyroscope is?
Yes. Again, you talking to the guy that's muted, or are you talking to us?
No, he's talking to us. Let's communicate here. Let's go.
Do you know what a gyroscope is? Do you know what the artificial horizon is?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If the plane was actually flying over a curved surface, the artificial horizon, which is based on a gyroscope, would start to roll back.
Exactly.
So, but when you ask a pilot, why doesn't this happen? He will say, because the artificial horizon is electronically designed so this doesn't happen. But when you actually look, when you look how this thing is built, how the artificial horizon
isn't it a water bubble? Isn't it a water bubble?
No. Just let me finish, man.
Go ahead. Sorry.
But if you look how this artificial horizon is built, there is no electronic involved It's mechanically. This doesn't exist on if the plane was actually flying through a curved surface, the artificial horizon would roll back. But this doesn't happen. That's an evidence that the plane is flying through over a flat surface. The Earth is not a globe; it's just a fairy tale.
Correct.
And it doesn't rotate. That's pretty obvious.
It's a really good fairy tale. I'll tell you that much.
A vacuum or gas pressure must be contained in a container. This doesn't work that there is an endless vacuum coexisting next to a atmosphere which is outspreading from time to time.
That's typically the third point, right? That we use. You skipped right over the second point and went right straight to the third, but you did say the second point while saying the third.
Yeah, I mean, that's it must be contained. There's no way that there's a pressurized atmosphere next to a vacuum without a solid barrier. You know what I mean? And I think glowpets are gonna actually just counter that with gravity, but they don't even know what gravity is.
Let's ask.
It's just a hoax. It's a theory. You can't use gravity as an argument. You can't use plate tectonics as an argument. You can't use the NASA as an argument. You can't use the ISS, the International Swim Station, as an argument.
So yeah, when Justin talks, he's trying to bring it back. So he's asking now, Jan, the question based on your earlier talking.
I just want to ask the Goldberg. You said let's ask Goldberg. So is he even here?
I think he got debunked.
You are unmuted. I have to tell him that he's unmuted, else he won't know that he's unmuted. Yeah, you're speaking in the chat right now, but you are unmuted. If you actually look at your name, it unmutes. The red thing goes away.
Maybe he got debunked and can't counter the argument.
He's a little bit slow on his phone, but it's fine. Just remember when the little red thing goes away that's on your name, it means that you're now unmuted.
Okay, so I'm unmuted?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi. We had a question. Did you not hear it?
No. Can you repeat it?
Saya, would you like to ask him the question?
The first or the second one? With a gyroscope, you mean?
I'd ask him both. Just go with the one first. Yeah.
And you know, in the plane, there's an artificial horizon based on a gyroscope. Do you know what these two things are? What does this mean?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Then I'm gonna ask something kind of easier. Okay, if the Earth was actually spinning 1,000 miles an hour and it would be a Platon spheroid, then why is there land at the equator? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If the Earth was actually spinning, the water would be collected at the equator. But I mean, if you spin a wet tennis ball, then the water kind of shoots from the equator. I mean, but how is there land on an actual spinning ball that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? There could not be any land at the equator, actually. Do you understand?
I don't think that's a good argument, Say a better one would. It's a good one, but let me help you though with that.
You didn't.
Let me point out something to you, Saya. Let me point out something to you, because he's not going to understand what the hell you just said anyway. So let me just point out something to you so that you can transform what you just said into a better argument to say to someone else.
Argument. I did this. I did this. I know that it is a weak argument, but you don't even know what a gyroscope is.
Done it.
But it's not entirely a weak argument, though. It's only half of it's weak. I want to point out what part of it's strong and how you can replace the weak half to make it an entirely strong argument. Because this actually has a good part to do with why I'm a flat earther myself, is I actually tried to prove that the Earth was spinning on an axis and orbiting the sun. I was trying to prove that to myself, and I failed. And that's how I came to the full, complete realization that, in fact, the Earth is not spinning and orbiting the sun. It's stationary. And so what I'm trying to point out to you is that you can, if the Earth were spinning, a spinning ball, and orbiting the sun, with those two vectors, the 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and the 66.6 thousand miles per hour orbit around the sun, these two different vectors.
Can I add something? So, if you would calculate this, the sun spins 60 times faster in one side and 600 times faster to the other side. Just to add this.
Well, yeah. But still, just this is a very strong point, though, and it's good for at least I don't know, moderately intelligent people. I guess really low intelligent people. I don't know. It's some people get this, some people don't. But the point is, in the heliocentric model, at the very base level, there's two different vectors. There's that spin, the 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, 900 miles per hour at the equator, whatever, they change it, whatever, and 66,000 miles per hour around the sun. So what this means is that there'd be a drastic increase in speed and decrease in speed by about 1,000 miles per hour over a 12-hour period of time, and then another 12-hour period of time would be decreasing in speed. So there'd be there'd be a patch of dirt in Panama that would be moving faster around the sun at one point in time and slower around the sun at another point in time. And you would be able to measure this directly and very easily with an accelerometer. Now, you're right, it would throw around the dirt and plants wouldn't even grow and the whole thing would just fall apart. You're right. But the point is that just for the sake of proving it to a globe believer, or helping them understand, the fact that no one's ever measured this with an accelerometer, the lack of evidence makes it evident that the claim is just baseless.
Yeah, I know it was a kind of like a weaker argument. I could just say an uncountable argument or this. He didn't even know what a gyroscope is. So if he doesn't know what a gyroscope is, then I'm not even gonna ask him about the stronger arguments because I know he's not gonna understand them. So this why is there land at the equator? It's a weaker argument, but it's easy to understand for a globe head. And I don't think you would be even able to counter this without using plate tectonics and stuff, like theories like that.
I think it's a strong argument for a really dumb person.
Yes, exactly, but I think you know why I ask this. Because he wouldn't understand even one argument. Like, I didn't know what an artificial horizon is, so, yes.
Well, he didn't really understand what a sphere was a few minutes ago when I first tuned in.
You didn't know what a sphere was?
Well, no, I mean, he seemed to not really comprehend what the word curvature even meant.
Guys, I'm 14 years old and I know everything about this stuff. I know what a gyroscope is, I know what a sphere is, 3D and everything. Actually, what is pretty funny, you look through the telescope, it's always 2D. So you can't even say if the other, so-called planets are actually spheres. It's just a hoax that they tell us, a fairy tale. Because through a telescope, you look 2D. And I think, and I know, that the sphere is a 3D shape. Am I right?
The problem with that guy is that when he said the dumb, and this is the fucking problem with these people, because I'm not smart enough to know. Who the fuck says something like that? Seriously, who in their right mind would say something like that with anything in life? You can learn so many things just by putting your hands on it. You don't even have to read books sometimes. Just by practice. And this is simple stuff.
Look,
he's afraid to learn the truth. He's just afraid of it. And that's
like
scary to me.
Every globe head is afraid of the truth. Every globe head is afraid of the truth.
They would rather be ignorant and die in ignorance.
Look, this guy is probably this guy is probably the double H of me, and I don't think he would be able to counter one argument. He didn't even know what a gyroscope is.
But he doesn't want to be able to. That's the problem. He doesn't want to know anything. He'd rather just be dumb. Go eat.
He doesn't want to accept the truth.
Watch movies. Go see Star Wars 18 times. Tell all his friends. Go buy the shirts. Get yourself a lightsaber. I mean, this is how these people are. They would rather die in ignorance than know anything.
He didn't even. Look, he didn't even research flat Earth correctly. He just saw these like dokus and stuff from the government and like from these interviewers and stuff. You have to research this many days to understand it. It's not a topic that you can like finish in like 1 hour. You know how much time I spent how much time I invested in like getting the knowledge I have right now.
You didn't take any collegiate classes. You didn't go to fucking university to learn.
I just learned for myself. You can make these experiments. You can make these experiments by yourself. The problem is he came in this server and without even having like any knowledge about flat Earth, he just thought that people think that flat earthers are dumb, but they couldn't even resist 1 second in a debate against a good flat earther, and nobody could that. But he probably saw one of these spacewalks from the NASA, from not a space agency. That's actually what NASA stands for, by the way. And he said, "Wow, this looks so real." And now he thinks he could debunk everyone because he saw these spacewalks.
I saw Michael Jackson do the moonwalk. See, guys, they must have gone to the moon.
He learned it from the moon aliens.
There are actually some people that still think the moon landing was real, which is pretty funny actually. Because don't they even know what Cold War is? I explain this every time that in order to beat the Russians, the Americans kind of like faked that. But that's just how Cold War works. But they're not gonna accept this because
technically, the Russia did it first with Sputnik, right? So they faked that. You understand it, and then America won up them with the spacewalk and the landing and all that craziness.
They're gonna ignore everything you say. They're gonna ignore everything you say, every flat earther, because they don't want the truth. They're not gonna accept it. All they have is insults and theories, calculations.
And it's just a fear to investigate, and that's just. There's no words to explain that.
Actually, facts, exactly. But there's like one question. Why did he come in this server without having any knowledge about flat Earth and like trying to maybe like debunk or something? I don't know what his like point was.
Well, my knowledge is from Eric Dubai, Jeranism.
Yeah, from Dubai. Maybe like these rich families told you like they were to Earth. just because they have Lamborghini. Hey, brother, just because they have Lamborghini taxi doesn't mean they land on the moon.
ODD TV, check out my man. He's the best.
ODD TV. Did you hear something about is Dave Murphy familiar to you?
Yes, he's the black man from England.
Black man. How do you want to call it? Maybe he's just a normal man, but
he's a black man from England.
Yeah, is that something special that he's black?
I love that guy. I would.
Yes.
ODD is not black.
He debunks you in seconds.
ODD is not black.
No, ODD is Mexicano or something. I don't know what's
But does it matter if he's black?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Yeah,
are we talking about the same ODD?
Did he say he's from Dubai? You from Dubai, Jan? You from Dubai?
Lamborghini taxi doesn't mean that space is real, brother.
And Jan, you know that ODD created the original server.
ODD TV created this server?
The original
Yes,
one.
with Lamborghini
one?
taxi.
Yeah.
With Lamborghini taxi, brother. Just because you have in Dubai Lamborghini taxi doesn't mean everything you hear is real.
Jan, where are you from again? Did you say you're from Dubai?
I'm from Czech Republic.
He didn't say Dubai. He said Eric Dubay. By the way,
Eric Dubay.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Oh, this guy has, I think, more knowledge than Dave Murphy. You know that Eric Dubay was an engineer and he built train rails over hundreds of miles without even they will always straight with no curve actually. And I have a question: where are these 8 inches per square mile?
Okay.
Where are they? Where are these 8 inches? I think you live in a ball where every square mile there must be 8 inches of curvature.
Brother, you're asking me questions that he doesn't know. He already told us that he has no knowledge about anything.
Ah, nice.
Hey, maybe we should go over the base axiom with this guy.
What are you doing?
Let me just ask him a philosophical question. So, Jan, when did you start to trust the U.S. government?
Excuse me?
That's too broad of a question.
Here's the thing. We're Americans here, and we're telling you our government lies and has been lying for decades, probably hundreds of years. And all of a sudden, you're in the Czech Republic. You just believe everything that comes out of our government. So I'm just curious as to why you do.
I don't.
Obviously, you do, because this is the biggest lie that we've ever told. But you're buying it hook, line, and sinker, right? So I'm curious as to know why. Have you never thought that, most people in Europe don't like Americans, but all of a sudden they love the government now because they believe everything fucking that comes out of NASA's mouth, right? But they don't trust anything else, but you believe NASA? Why? I'm just curious.
Are you new to this chat or voice chat, or because I told everything before? I don't know if you haven't heard me or what's the problem.
No, we heard you. You said you were a flat earther, but you don't have any evidence for it being flat.
Well,
so you lied, actually. Maybe you just...
Now he's a flat earther?
Yeah, he claimed that, so...
Oh, okay, well, I don't know who the hell I was talking to then.
But if you're flat earther, can you prove it?
The world is a globe, and they don't have any evidence and still believe it. I don't have any evidence that the world is flat. Other than...
You don't have any evidence? You don't have any evidence. So you've been here this whole time, you don't have any evidence. Do you know what evidence is?
Yes.
Do you know the definition of evidence, right? It's how you build a case to prove something, right? You collect evidence, and then you present your case. So we've been giving you all kinds of fucking evidence.
No,
I literally gave you so many arguments with the gyroscope and stuff, and the water and the train rails. Did you just not listen to this, or were you sleeping the entire time?
Oh, he didn't listen to you. It's because of your age. He thinks that's offensive to listen to.
Oh, man, I'm a 13-year-old. I debunk you in seconds, man. I debunk my teachers and stuff without even trying. I don't even have to activate my brain to debunk them.
Good for you.
That's actually funny.
What if you?
Good for me, because you know why I can debunk them? Because I spend time to get my knowledge. I don't came in the server and the live stream without even having any knowledge. First, I checked everything. I researched. You have to research flat Earth before being a flat earther, actually.
Yeah, but come on, understand him. He's occupied with a very, very important duty of watching TV.
Watching the spacewalks, 4-hour-long spacewalks.
From the International Swim Station, maybe.
I understand how you are confused. I'm just watching YouTube videos, music videos. How is it called? Music videos. I'm not watching TV.
Yeah, but you by your own quote said TV, my dude. That's why I said TV.
Just watch it.
Hey, Saya, I just want to point out that what you just said a second ago isn't exactly 100% true. It is true that it's better to be a well-researched flat earther as opposed to a not well-researched flat earther. That's true, but you don't have to be a researched flat earther to be a flat earther. Case in point, Bushman in Africa.
How are you?
I mean, a Bushman in Africa doesn't believe that he lives in a spinning ball. He is by default a flat earther, just because he didn't grow up with like you and I did.
But how are you gonna believe in something when you don't have any evidence? I mean, I have a lot of evidence for flat Earth because that's why I'm flat earther. You know, I know it's you don't have to research it, but it's like better. You know, it's like it makes more sense.
You do though. Say it. I gotta stop you right there. You do though. It's at the base axiom level. So going back to the example I just threw out there, the Bushman running around in Africa, all right? Yes. He has evidence that the Earth is flat. When he gets up in the morning and walks outside, he sees that the Earth is flat. He feels that it's stationary. That is evidence. Yeah. It's only when you have... So that's evidence at the base axiom level. So that's what he begins... That's what he starts out with knowing. That's what he knows to begin with. Now, moving forward from there, if he were to ever find evidence to the contrary, then he would have evidence to the contrary, and he would know better. But that Bushman in Africa, as you and I know, he's never going to find that evidence to the contrary.
Okay. Yeah, that's a nice point.
Do you guys believe that the world is flat?
No, we know it's flat. You believe it's a ball.
Yeah, there's no belief required.
We know. We don't believe. We know things.
You can't really know, though.
Repeat that, please.
I think it's flat. I don't know if it's flat.
Well, you can look for yourself. Just when you're at the when you're at the coast of.
Okay, too. I mean, that's.
Wait
that's
1 second. When you can test it by yourself. Just watch a ship disappear over the horizon, and then you can just zoom in with a good camera and just like get it back.
Essentially, if you think it's flat, then you should try to find some way to verify it, and we have been trying to supply you with many such ways. Do you understand that?
I heard all of your claims before. I don't think the world is a giant ball flying through nothing. It's ridiculous. I just think that you are being a little bit too... I don't know what the word is in English.
Mean?
Dogmatic? Yeah, dogmatic. You are being a little bit too dogmatic.
Can you give us if you're going to make that accusation, can you give us a specific example of that instead of just throwing that out there?
I'm trying to be honest. You just insult me all the time.
You just called us dogmatic. How are we dogmatic? How?
Well, I just don't have the same view as you, but...
No, see, you just skip right over the fact that we showed you everything that you can do yourself to prove it yourself. That's what you just skipped over.
I have many...
Yes, you just skipped over it.
Okay.
We've showed you what you can do to prove it, and yet you are not going to do that because you accept something that you believe in.
Okay.
We don't believe. We have factual evidence.
Jan, just be honest. Are you a troll or are you actually serious right now?
Maybe I am. Maybe I.
Maybe what? Eh?
Man, what is wrong with these people? Good grief, what the fuck is wrong with these people, man? Gosh. How is this so hard? How is this subject so hard to understand and comprehend? I just don't get it.
No, it's not hard. You just don't want to accept this. We are opening his eyes to see like the reality, but he's keep closing his eyes, you know?
Yeah, but it's just not him. It's people we know, our family members. It's just so it's everywhere. It's just.
But guys, he's saying that we are insulting him.
Well, you are.
I'm insulting you. I'm just trying to give you information. I think that's why what you ask for. I just give you arguments. You could use these arguments in a debate.
And you called me Glober. I think calling someone Glober is.
Is this an insult, or I think you call us flat earther too, or am I wrong with this?
No, I asked you multiple times if you believe the world is flat, and you haven't provided the answer.
Yeah, but I don't think saying globe or globehead is actually something insult. Or do you think that?
We all were globe heads, and we all know the globe 100%. So.
Yeah, I can put on my globe head at any point if you want to. Start talking in fallacies and nonsense.
That's how we know everything. Then we can counter.
But Jan, I just want to know, how am I insulting you? Because you just said this. You don't even know what he's saying yet. I can give you a little tip. Maybe think before just talking, I think this would be actually really helpful for you.
Another thing besides just taking the moment to think is taking a moment to ask the right questions. Because sometimes if you just ask a good question, you can get the answer, which is where you listen.
Wait! I have is here someone from USA right now?
I'm from Iceland, so not me.
Okay. But is it like day? Like where are you right now, Dreis?
Yeah, I live in Iceland, so I don't have night currently.
Whoa! I have night right now. Wait, does the GPS work on Iceland?
Yeah, it's all mapped onto an imaginary sphere, but essentially it's just the ELORAN system between towers.
Yes, on a flat Earth model, the sun circles over the Earth in a clockwise manner.
Yeah, I can actually verify that because I live in the north, and so I see the sun just take a big circle around me.
Did you take any video of this? Maybe.
Oh, I see it every year. It's not something special.
Nice.
The globe kind of requires you to compartmentalize and think of everything in a vacuum, and then you can imagine it might work just when you think about that thing, but you can't think about anything else, otherwise it stops working. And you can see that with the sun especially, because they tell you that all the light from the sun is parallel and the sun is gigantic. But then they tell you also that the sun is just tiny in the sky as we see it, and that sun is getting refracted around the curve to allow us to see it. But what about all the other thousands of supposed lines from the sun that are
Grace,
not getting refracted? You sent me a picture?
Of what you're talking right now, I think. 1 second, please. I'm gonna have a quick look where this picture actually is. I think this would put down your everything you said in one picture. I think.
It seems as fake as the NASA shit. It's just the same. Dre's equals love, wisdom,
Yeah,
and
it's a
harmony.
good picture.
Posted GIF, and it just seems fake. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're allowed to believe everything you like. That's why you just believe it's flat. That's fine.
It's completely different. I don't believe.
Don't talk over me. Say, I posted
Yes.
a little meme I made using 3 different models that are claimed to be true by the globe.
A meme? You made a. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? You made a meme?
Yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit of a meme. It's 48 minutes after the hour. Discord GG Flat Earth LWH. Do you see the problem? It's the lunar eclipse model combined with the seasonal model and the apparent position of the sun model. Problem is, all those 3 models have different claims on how the light gets to us. In the eclipse model, it's all angled into a point. In the seasonal model, it's not angled into a point. It's all parallel. In the actual or apparent position of the sun model, it's just all bent. And so if you start bending those curved rays that are supposed to be or the angled rays that are supposed to be coming into a point for the eclipses, all of a sudden night becomes impossible on the globe. It's just crazy.
I see. But that's like, I think what Globus just don't know how a shadow umbra, so called, works. They just don't know how this works. They're not gonna understand this. You can send them 1 million memes, pictures that are so obvious to the truth, but they are just not gonna understand this.
Yeah, it's just an example of how they have all these contradicting models to try to explain what we see in real life, but those models do not function together at all. They're just used to ad hoc explain away observed effects in reality. Like, it must be something like this, but it doesn't actually function.
How can I send like pictures here? I don't know why I can never send pictures in kind of chat or something.
Yeah, I'll fix you up. I'll give you image perms.
Okay, tell me when you're done, because I can see a lot of these pictures.
I'll just drag and drop into the chat.
There it is. Yeah, it's pretty easy to prove the flat Earth, actually. But the globe heads are not gonna understand it, no matter how many pictures, videos you give him that are so obvious that even a kid would understand it. They are not gonna take the truth, not because they can't, but they don't want the truth. I think this Jan was a pretty good example for this.
Ooh, I like that picture. Here's a GIF of an actual eclipse, and you tell me if you see any penumbras.
I thought Jan said he was a player.
But I have a lot of these good pictures, I think, but I send it you the most of this stuff. But is there someone?
So do you see this one that I just posted right after Dracis? So Dracis has the GIF, but in the actual footage, if you still shot it, you see orbs in the sky, and those are actually verified to be in the sky in reality, not actually on the plane or on the window or anything like that, because they don't actually move. They're solid with the sun and the moon. They're only
these are pretty good pictures.
They're only seen when it's a total eclipse. That right there is a total eclipse, even with the light that you do see. So what are those orbs in the sky? No one talks about. No one wants to talk about, because then they would have to give it up. The eclipse is not made.
They don't want to talk about this because they would continue. Sorry, continue.
It's okay. Just that right there that Drace posted is the true 100% totality. And that's, I believe that's why you get those certain shapes in the shadows that you see on the ground, because those orbs are in the sky when it happens. You guys remember those shapes that are on the ground when the totality was happening? All the shadows were changing into like half circles and stuff. It was really amazing. I can't find my picture though.
You just said nobody wants to talk about this. Of course, nobody wants to talk. They would destroy the world view of everyone else, of the globe hats. They would destroy their whole world view, or their world view about the lunar eclipses and stuff. You know.
I really do want to help this Jan guy, but it's very hard when he only speaks retarded. I mean, I can speak retarded, but it's so hard now that I'm.
Guys, I heard actually that Lana Rhodes actually think the Earth is flat, which is kind of interesting.
6 + 6 = 0. Oh shit! All right, John. Let's hear your story here. Come on, let's hear a little bit more. I just opened your mic, and you still don't understand when you have an open mic. You need to figure that out. Can we help you figure it out here? I'm going to unmute you and then mute you and then unmute you again and then mute you and unmute you. Can you see how you're unmuted now? Do you see what the change happened on your phone? So you're and now you're muted. See this? So every time that you're muted, you have a little red dot or red circle, red microphone. Do you see that? So that means that you cannot talk and you will not talk because the microphone is red. So when it disappears, do you see that, how it just disappeared?
No, I'm watching chat.
So you can't see when... Okay, so you need to swipe from the left to the right on your screen, and you'll see the list of people that are in here. And every other lobby in the server.
Guys, I'm gonna...
Yeah?
Wait just a second. Wait, someone is bringing me to laugh, please.
I know. It's okay. Okay. So, John, I just want to make sure that we get that clear so you know when you're unmuted and when you're not muted. Okay? I just wanted to help you. So now you're unmuted. I just hope you see that red dot get unmuted so you know when you're unmuted. Okay.
Thank you for
so now what was, I'm sorry? Say that again.
I can't. I'm watching chat. Lake Baikal, Siberia, over 400 miles long. Says Seiya.
Great. So how does that happen on a globe?
No, I don't think that's possible on globe.
It's not possible. Okay, that's just the words I was I was wanting to hear. Great. Okay.
So when something is not possible on a globe, is that evidence against the globe?
Ooh,
yes, I don't know. I don't care.
You do know we're trying to help.
I understand.
I do care.
Guys,
I do care. Hold on. Say.
one second.
I do.
It's getting ridiculous. It's broadcasted on YouTube. You know that you are the one broadcasting.
Yes, but I am caring here, and you're not. You're laughing and smirking when I haven't laughed or smirked at all. Even at the ridiculous statements that you've said, I should be laughing on the ground and rolling around.
Yeah.
You clearly don't care for anyone.
Okay, but my answer.
Not even yourself, actually. At this point, I know you're laughing, Morpheus. I can hear you over here.
Is the world?
Guys, one second, just 1 second.
I'm trying to tell you that we know it's not a globe.
It's a simple question.
He's literally a child.
Actually, exactly. But just 1 second. I'm actually going offline right now. Thanks for the talk. Have a nice night,
later, buddy. Good night.
Have a nice day, nice night. I don't know what it's like right now in your country.
Yep.
Bye.
Peace out.
It was very pleasant talking to you. See you later.
Yes.
See you later too.
Yeah, it was not pleasant. You guys talk about
for Jean, it wasn't. All right.
Am I muted?
So, yeah, you keep smirking, you keep laughing, but yet none of us are laughing.
Yes, it's weird.
At the antics that you are doing, and we're laughing at you, but not with you. And you keep asking the same question, but we keep answering it. We keep answering it for you.
Okay, answer.
So
please.
the Earth is not a globe because it does not have the curvature in reality. Okay?
That's not your answer at all.
That is the answer. That is the answer. And if anybody else has anything else to say, they would have spoken up. But that is the answer that should be solidified in your mind, and you should now go test it. What do they give you for the Earth radius? Do you know the Earth radius of the globe?
Radius, it's the half or the whole thing of the Earth?
Because when you don't know what the radius is. Oh.
No,
okay.
I don't know.
So I have to teach you your own model that you believe in.
Yes.
And you laugh.
So
amazing.
Radius is
it's amazing that a flat earther has to teach you anything. Crickets? It's absolutely amazing when you can shut down someone with the truth. Because what do they have to come back with? Nothing. Once you speak the truth, what else is there? I'm not here laughing because it's the truth. I'm here stating it as a fact. We don't see curve ever, especially at the 8 inches per mile squared that we're supposed to at all times. We've never actually witnessed it ever in reality, but they've solidified it as it being there. What we are doing here is not proving flat Earth or flat. What did you call it? Flat world that no one fucking says at all. Only the trolls that want to just try to convince people they're not trolls. You're not convincing anyone in here. I tried it when I first got here over 9 years ago. And yeah, Discord wasn't around then. YouTube was. 17 of them got deleted. Or more. I just know for a fact 17 of them were deleted. That was before Discord. And then we had a problem in our first Discord. That's why this one's 2.0. Because of the trolls like you. Who think that they can just run anything they want. Oh no, you're not going to run anything here. What runs here is the truth.
So you can't tell me that if you're listening to journalism.
I just heard gibberish. So I don't know if anyone heard him. He's not speaking clearly.
Well, it's getting more fun.
I don't even think
something about journalism.
Yeah, I think I heard that at the end, but I like I said, I didn't want to reply because I didn't know.
Turn up the microphone, Jan.
He's at 200 for me. He still is just so low.
I saw the Globebusters logo on my screen. Is there anyone from Globebusters actually here? Please tell me that you are not.
Okay, I'll tell you I'm not.
No way.
He's an idiot.
Really?
Sorry, Globebuster. We've been talking to him for about 45 minutes. At least I know I have.
Am I listening really to the big... I don't know your name, but I know that you are big in the Flat Earth community.
Yeah, my name is Bob.
Bob. Yes. I like you, man. Like your videos.
Well, cool, I appreciate that.
Wow.
So Globebuster, he's still in the shocked phase.
Can I ask you, why
just
are you here?
letting you know
so
the shock
boring.
stage
Nobody
of
is
grief.
listening to this. There are 12 people right now watching. 14 right now watching this. Bob, why are you here?
Well, it's also being broadcast on YouTube and probably few other platforms as well.
Oh yes, I'm watching it right now on YouTube. There are 13 people watching this.
It hasn't exactly been very exciting with you on, Jan.
I think this is the most exciting thing that ever happened to this Discord, to be honest.
Yeah, see, that's the problem.
Well, you know what? Potentially, well, I guess maybe not so much potentially, but maybe I'm using that word. You know what would be the greatest thing that could happen to this Discord server? Which would be if a Glober came to us with a measurement of curvature, proving the Earth to be a ball. Because then we would shut down the server, and that would be the greatest thing to happen to this server. Us to have a good reason to shut it down.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. I mean, we've already falsified the radius.
Yeah, the globe is dead. I mean, it's hopelessly gone. They've lost on every front. I mean, and the rebuttals that they're coming back with now are nothing short of absurd. You know, they've had to completely dismiss the idea of a physical horizon, right? They finally gave up on that. And of course, the globe Earth model demands that you have a physical horizon, but because nobody can ever see it or can see so far past it, well, they just dismiss that. They don't want to. They're right now trying to change the rules on Coriolis. I mean, it's laughable. It really is how far they're backpedaling.
Bob, you do realize that I'm not doing this for free.
You're doing what? You're not doing what for free?
Well, this show for 14 people.
Somebody's paying you to be here?
I hope so.
Okay, well, good for you.
Wait, you hope so? What the hell are you talking about?
What's wrong with being paid? I'm going to work.
To be here? To be here in the Flat Earth Discord, you're getting paid. That's sad.
Why?
That's very sad. Because this is a free place.
Well, this guy's delirious. Let's not waste time talking to a delirious troll. I mean, come on. It's what this guy is.
I would much rather hear what Bob's been up to.
Yeah, I would too.
And I think he's trying to. I think he's trying to surreptitiously say to us that he's being paid as an agent to come here and disrupt us. Because, of course, and that's laughable because he knows nothing about the flat Earth model or the ball Earth model for that matter. So I mean, I don't know what your game is, dude, but you're really not fooling anybody.
Not one bit. I trying to help. I've been trying to help this whole time. I've said to him legitimate things, but he still just laughs, snickers. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, for some reason I don't have my mod wrench anymore. Or I would punt it, but that's just me. I get, I'm at the point now.
I got close. But it's very hard now. I gotta let him in and just continue to talk for just a minute. I gave him Globe Earther and Not Here to Learn, so it was kind of like, I need to help. I really do need to help some of these people, even if they're being tough like this guy is. I really need to help.
Yeah, Globe Earther Not Here to Learn equates to troll to me, and on my channel, I think everybody knows what I do with trolls on my channel.
100%.
You have a Discord channel?
Yeah, I do. We don't really use it much. We've been on break for the last.
It used. Oh yeah, man, there was so much live there.
Yeah, it used to be, and then nobody ever really took care of it because we get spread out over so many platforms, and of course now we're primarily on YouTube and Rockfin. So yeah, and we've been on break for the last 4.5 weeks, something like that, which we'll be back on Sunday live.
And if you want to post anything about it, please do it in the live, the lobby, whatever, wherever, so that we know we'll be there.
Absolutely. That's cool. Yeah, it'll be cool to get back. I've done a lot of research over the last month and a half or so, and I've got
I can't wait.
Thousands of hours of some of the most precious footage over the last 8 years, and I'm going to, bring it all up and review it, and I think it's going to be pretty amazing for a lot of people.
No, it will. I can already see it. That's why I say I can't wait.
Yeah, it's pretty great. How long did you say you've been in Flat Earth? 9 years?
Yeah, I'm going on my ninth year.
Wow, that's amazing.
I used to know ODD. I mean, I used to talk to him, like, not live, but in YouTube. Like, he used to. I mean, he's the one that first gave me my wrench in YouTube when it was up and rolling. But it was. It took me about, I would say, 8 months to go through the stages. Stages of grief. I'm still bumping back to the anger phase, of course, but that should be like interlaced with all the rest of the ones: the bargaining, the depression, the testing, and acceptance. Anger should just be like right next to them in like a little corner.
Yeah, for me it was pretty easy because I had already been studying conspiracy theories for 20 years before I tripped on the flat Earth. And at the time that I came upon flat Earth, I was reading this forum called Clues Forum, Simon Shack's forum, and they were basically debunking the space shuttle and all this stuff. And and because I was trying to figure out, I totally believed in NASA and they were doing this stuff, but the thing I could not figure out is why they were faking everything. Why couldn't they even augment a little bit with some real footage, something out in space? And, that never seemed to be forthcoming. Then all of a sudden some guy came on and made that flat Earth proposition. And I'm like, holy shit, could that be the answer? And, it didn't take me long after that. And I was all in.
That's awesome.
Yep, but yeah, Matt's a good guy. ODD. He was my neighbor in Denver. He and I used to play ping pong together a lot. We were teammates on ping pong, and I moved out to South Carolina since then, and he's still back in Denver, but he's doing okay. He's trying to get back into making videos, but he's just trying to get motivated. He's been doing it for so long. It's like there's a lot he hasn't covered, but there's so much going on right now. Other than flat Earth, it's really easy to get distracted. So he's just trying to find himself.
Yeah, that's awesome. I haven't heard much from him, but he's had his time. I mean, he'll come back. I know he will.
Oh yeah, he definitely will. I talked to him a couple weeks ago, and I'm also building a computer for Sean Hibbler. So, and
awesome.
He's going to be Hibbler's a great movie maker. So, somebody donated a really super high end video card. It was like a $3,000 video card, and so we're doing a GoFundMe to match the rest of the system price, so that we can get the system for Sean Hibbler, because he makes such good documentaries, and he's proven himself time and time again. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
Oh, it's good. That sounds great. I mean, wow. So some new stuff on the way. This is going to be good.
Yep. Yeah, new stuff for Sean. So, and he's all excited about it. And yep, and we're coming back, and we got Flattoberfest coming up in October. And yeah, we're just still chugging along.
This is great stuff. So, yeah, now we got some good things happening today. That's awesome that you joined us today. And Jan, we're sorry that you're muted, but he kind of brought this place to life without you. Sorry.
Yeah, I was actually listening on YouTube, and I'm like, who is this guy? He's got to be kidding, right? I mean, and that's the way they are too. They come in, they know absolutely nothing about it. they want to come in and laugh at you, and they don't have a clue of what they're talking about. They know nothing about the model. They know nothing about what they're defending. I mean, and they actually think that they are intelligent and look intelligent, and they have no idea how dumb they come across.
I'm flabbergasted that you just said that, because he just said in the chat you could learn something. Like, wait, what?
I can always learn something, but probably not from you.
Yeah.
Something. He means you could believe something.
Well, he hasn't even said anything about the flat Earth, though. Like, he just keeps saying, "How's the flat world? What's it like? How is it made?"
Oh, and then he said, is that him that said, "I don't believe the world is a ball"? Did he say that?
Right there in chat. Uh-huh.
Well, what does he think it is?
We never actually got that out of him.
Ah, the non-committal type. Well, yeah, gotta love that. And there's nothing wrong with being non-committal. A lot of people will say that. I mean, a lot of people won't say they're flat earthers, even though that they know full well that it's.
To be honest, though, even though you're right, there are people like that. I don't think that's what he was. I think this guy is legitimately just plain stupid. Like he's actually just delirious.
Yep. Well, it never ceases to amaze me, how trolls get off on doing this. Like they think this is so funny. And it's like, who's watching you? What do you get out of this? What kind of bizarre pleasure are you deriving out of this? I'll never figure that out.
Hey, Bob. So I've watched your show quite a bit the last year or two or so, and I just got to ask you: Are you familiar with the 3-point questions?
The 3-point question? No, can't say I am. What is that?
So it's something I discovered right when I was found this Discord server about a year and a half ago or so, and I think it may have been formulated by Miggy and a few other individuals here, but anyway, it doesn't matter who made it. The point is they're very useful. It starts out with this: is that you ask someone who you're in a discussion with about the surface of the Earth and whether it's conforming to one shape or another shape or whatever, or or I guess it's not shape, but you know what I mean, is one thing or another thing. And you ask them, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever made any direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that to come up with the radius value of 3,959 miles? And most people would say I'm sure someone did it, but I don't know how they did it. I don't know. But then you ask them, okay, but you believe it's a ball, right? And they'd be like, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I believe it's a ball. And then the second question is, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured axial rotation of the Earth and the method of how they did that? And most people will be like, I believe somebody did it at some point in time, but no, I don't know how anyone's ever done that. And it's like, oh yeah, but you believe it's spinning, right? You believe the Earth is spinning, right? Like, yeah, I believe it, yeah. It's like, all right. And so do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? And, because they say the vacuum of space is above our heads and we have gas pressure down here, and the gas pressure down here is caused by gravity. So do you know if anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? And they'd be like, no, I don't know how anyone's ever done that. I'd be like, but you believe it's the case, right? You believe that the gas is held to the Earth due to gravity. And they'd be like, yeah, they believe that. And so then from that point onward, you can, say okay, so we've established, it's just a belief, it's not knowledge, it's just a belief that you believe that the Earth is a ball and that it's spinning and the vacuum of space exists and that gas pressure can be contained by gravity, but you have no evidence for any of these things, and it's just beliefs, and it's just kind of, it's a good way to sort of establish that, what is knowledge and what is not. Anyway, the reason why I was bringing this up to you is because I thought you might want to say this on your show for a lot of the flat earthers that might be listening to your show, because I think there's a lot that may not know good logical techniques on how to talk to people about this. They might be afraid to talk to a lot of people about it because they don't know how to talk to people about it. So I thought this would be a good thing to bring it up, along with the base axiom. Just pointing out to them, at the base axiom level, we observe it as flat and stationary, and we do not observe gas pressure existing without a container. So yeah.
Right, and I think that's an outstanding idea. That's another segment that I kind of wanted to add was, not only dealing with the flat Earth model and all the nuances and all the stuff with it, but how to deal with people that are asking you questions. And I was thinking just that, of recruiting some people from this channel to come on as guests and review what you just did, as tips for a lot of people, because I think they'll find that really helpful. Because a lot of people really want to get in there, but they're not exactly sure how to go about the debate and what format, and they have something to start out with. I think that gives them a good foundation, and they can, kind of take off and get into the debate world. And so, yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Cool.
Yep. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of anxious to get back. It's been really it's been good to take the break off because God, this world is just so messed up. It gets depressing, it really does, and you kind of have to take some personal time to deal with it. But every day, my God, and I find myself checking the news, and I know I shouldn't do that, but you do, and then you're
Me
like, God,
too.
we're,
Oh my
we're all
gosh.
doomed.
Well, the next thing that Biden says, it's like, what did you just say? What the hell?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, everybody has literally lost their fucking mind. Everybody, congressman, senator, elected official. I mean, holy crap. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's like there's an insanity contagion going on around the world.
And it's them controlling it and making it bigger. It's just wow. It is spreading. It really is.
Yeah, it is. And, I understand. And when this first started over 2 years ago, I did a show called Endgame, in which we kind of outlined where this would go. And I pretty much called most of it right. But the thing that I didn't count on was, everybody seemingly losing their mind. But I knew that the elites were definitely, this was it. They were in it for keeps this time. And, but this technique that they're using is bizarre. I don't know if this is on purpose or if they're literally falling apart at the seams.
No. I think this is a purpose thing, and we're here just trying to are confused, trying to figure it out. Like that's literally their plan. But I don't. I keep praying that there's someone that is in the background, just knowing all of these steps and countering them in some way. I just pray that. I hope.
Yeah. Well, and if it is, and if they're that resolute about it, it makes me a little worried. But, when you got a president that's going around, talking about whether he's crapped his pants or not, it's like, really? I mean, who would have ever thought that would have even been a subject, that would ever come up in discussion, right?
It is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. But anyway, so yeah, I'll definitely, be back in here and probably talking to some people, maybe invite you guys on and do a show like that, panel show on how to help people, debate. I'm not a big debate fan. I'm not bad at it, but to me, especially debating the ball earthers, it is so tiresome because they are so stubborn, and most of them are ignorant. And if they're not ignorant, then they're plain out lying. Because if they're smart enough to understand your argument, and they turn around and say things like, "Well, the physical horizon, a geometric horizon, does not exist on the ball Earth," that's in direct contradiction to their own model. And then you have to say, well, what the hell are you talking about then? They're just completely turning everything inside out. And then, of course, they accuse us of doing exactly what they're doing, right? And this is
right?
Yeah, this is a complete satanic Luciferian J-trig protocol. This is what they do. They do shit, and then they accuse you of doing it. And it's like, it's absolutely amazing.
So I hate to ask this, but Jan said he's ready. If you gave him, he'd be honored if you gave him the 3 points that we just read, of course, but he wasn't listening. I don't know. Oh, Jonas? Or wait. I'm sorry, you just entered and I can't read that name. I'm sorry. My brain just had a fart. Jonas? Midgarder? I'm messed. Yeah, I'm gonna screw that up. You just joined. You have VC. How you doing? Hello, John.
And I have their audio set up right.
How did he get voice verification?
Oh, yeah, that would be a problem, huh? Forgot about that. Derp.
No worries. Jan just left. Or was he booted? No, he left.
Okay, cool. Well, anyway, I got to run anyway because my wife is coming home with dinner, and we're going to be eating here pretty soon. So just thought I'd drop in and say hey to everybody, and we'll see you guys on Sunday.
Yep. Thank you for coming in. It was wonderful.
You're
welcome.
welcome.
A wonderful night.
You too. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's always good to have someone that just comes in and just steps on those Globers and just says, no, this is how it is. Sorry. Oh, he's back. Hey. I'm all over, but I'm still trying to multitask and make sure that I see who joins. Jan, you're back. Hello?
Hey, man. I'm unmuted
John?
finally.
John? Finally.
Hello.
Finally, that's funny. You've been unmuted several times, but nothing comes out of your mouth that's truthful.
Well, I don't think so. Anyway, there are still 16. Wait a minute, 18 people. Since I came up, 6 more people join in. I think give it a year.
It wasn't because of you. No, it truly wasn't. You think it was because of you, but it was probably because of Glowbuster.
There is no reason why would anyone listen.
And you keep adding that it's all you. Yet you haven't said one thing here that's truthful.
Yes, people are eager to hear me. They are waiting. People.
They can't hear you because you're so muffled.
I don't care. So let them listen.
Wait, what? Did I just hear him correct? He said, "I don't care that they're not hearing me." That's awesome.
Yeah, take the bucket off your head and then try speaking again.
It literally is like lint in your mic. I'm telling you, that's literally what it is, or you're covering it with your freaking hand and don't know where the damn hole is.
Are we done with the insults?
You really know where the microphone hole is? You can't have anything in it, else it will not hear you. It will be muffled. Like if you put a blanket over your phone and started talking with that blanket over the phone.
Can you hear me now?
It would be muffled to the person that is hearing you because your voice is going through the blanket and then hitting the phone.
Hey, old dude.
That's how these covers work. Like I have a cover on my phone because I don't want you to hear my TV and the 2 fans that I have blowing in my room.
I don't have any fans. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to make sure that you understand what you have is muffled. It's like literally muffled. So you have something inside your phone. How old is your phone? Do you put it in your pocket a lot? Do you set it down on your bed? Do you? Okay, so there's some lint that has gotten inside. Do you know what lint is?
No.
Okay, lint is like very fine fibers. Okay, the fibers have somehow creeped inside, which happens all the time. I take phones apart all the time, and I see like hair in there. Where did that hair come from? We don't know, but it gets inside the phone.
I don't do it off. It's gone.
So what I'm saying is that that's literally what it sounds like. You have lint, which is like fine fibers that have creeped inside your hole where your microphone is. I don't know how else to say it logically. Now, you need to take it to a phone store and have them clear your microphone hole. Are you listening? You need to take it to a phone store and have them clear your microphone hole. That's like, I'm sorry, but that's the only thing I can say to you logically.
Okay.
Okay.
Have them clear the lint out of your ears, too.
Here's an alternative. Do you have another headset or a microphone?
And you can plug that into your phone. Wow, that would be great. Yes.
You believe the world is flat?
And then he keeps going off, the world is flat. Guess what, Jen? You just got banned for that. Bye-bye. He's gone.
Wait, he got banned for asking if you believe the Earth is flat?
No. The world is flat. He said it eight, maybe 10 times.
What's wrong with the word world?
You haven't been here the last 45 minutes, have you?
Yeah, Justin, hold on. So I think it'd be all right for an actual flat earther to say that, but yeah, he was just saying that to be a troll. Whatever.
Yeah, of course, clearly, but he's been trolling the whole time. It might just be a piece of crap. What's a piece of crap?
His mic.
Sorry, I was
about him getting his mic fixed or whatever.
Yeah, no. Yeah, like I said, I've been trying to talk to him this whole time about his mic, and I've been trying to help him with his mic, but yet he just keeps turning around and just saying that it's okay. His mic has been fine. I had him up to 200. Everyone else has been talking to him about it, and yet he was clearly here just to troll. Globebuster actually came in. He spoke about him coming back to the page here, as well as making his own videos. So he's getting back. He even talked about ODD. I don't know. Did you not hear any of that?
Oh, I mean, no. Like I literally was here. I just walked in the door, got home from work, and turned this on.
This guy, like I said,
I heard like 5 minutes of Bob before he left.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but he was trolling like before Bob even came, and actually Bob talked to him before, and before we muted him. But yeah, he was bad. He was really bad. I'm sorry, we can't listen to that anymore. He thought he brought in like 6 people into the YouTube chat. Like, what are you talking about? Bob probably brought them in because he was speaking.
First time I heard him actually talk, he wanted to have 2 hours on the live stream where no one but him was allowed to speak every week.
What?
That was the first interaction he had with us. That was him telling us that's what he wanted, and he wanted it now.
He wanted his own 2-hour weekly.
I never heard that. That was before I got
his own show.
Yeah, that was the first time when he arrived on the server and started talking.
Did you tell him that it's free to start his own server if he wants to do that?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, we told him all about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that.
Hey, I don't see the problem to giving the guy 2 hours a day.
We told him he's allowed to come on here. It's a free-for-all. He can come and make his argument. And, he came, and he did. And it was nothing. I even asked him...
It literally was
nothing. Do you
nothing,
have any arguments? Do you have any proof? No.
Especially if Lou and Justin are here, take those 2 hours around that time where they're here.
Oh, it was good. It was good. And then Bob came in. It was so much better. He took over.
I think Jemsy, I think you should give him the 8 hours or 10 hours that you're here every day.
Wow, look at all those rolls. Look at all those rolls. How many rolls we actually have? Did you give yourself every single one? I was thinking about doing that at one point, and then I was like, no, there's so many rolls. Oh my gosh.
Looks like a Christmas tree.
Every time I click on it, it's like, bling! He's got some bling on.
I just gave myself a few more.
Was there more? Oh, you missed a few? Damn.
I don't know what some of them actually mean, but like cat mean. I like cats. I have a cat, and I like like administrating cats.
Wait, you don't even have the gold one on. You can't give yourself gold. That's funny.
I can
You
give
had
myself
gold
gold. I
plus.
have gold plus.
I gave you gold because you didn't have it. That's funny.
Good, good, good. I like it. I like.
You don't
I
have
like
ladies'
gold.
night. You have
I
to
don't want
change
to
your
abuse.
name, of
I don't
course.
want to abuse. I don't want the ladies coming at me like, "What?"
Pop quiz winner. You don't even have that one.
I haven't won any quiz. So
Yeah, but you still got the quiz one already.
yeah. Okay, I'm a winner then. I thought it was pop quiz
But
winner.
there's the Spice Girls one. What the fuck, guys?
Spice
What
Girls.
is going on with these? She's blinded me with science. Science!
Did you complete the server? Did you get server complete yet?
Oh, there it is. I got it. There it is. Okay. It was at the very bottom. He's completed the server now.
What does that mean?
That one's pretty new.
It was all the way at the bottom.
What does that mean? Server complete.
You're completed.
That's actually a joke from Crack Villain was talking about it whatever. It's kind of a joke of his, like having. He wants to like work his way up to admin, someday get admin, and then just quit and be like, "Yep, I completed the server. I'm done."
All right.
You know.
I'll replace Jose since we share names. I'll replace Jose, and then I get server complete. Completed achievement.
But I wanna go in and record his live stream when he does it. So I have to go back and see what date he said.
Completed achievement. Completed achievement. Bruh.
I'm gonna do that when I completed an achievement in like a game with my soundboard.
Completed achievement.
Because no one knows, and no one knows you. You know, in like Call of Duty or anything. You know, completed achievement.
When I heard it, I was like, "Is my brother here or something?"
Yeah. It's like the one with QE that I have.
The dating game.
It's dating game.
But I'm just going back in the recording right now.
Good one, good one. I'll replace Jose since we share names. I'll replace Jose, and then I get server complete. Never mind that one because you already gave me server complete. So I don't know how.
He wants to like work his way up to admin, someday get admin, and then just quit and be like, "Yep, I completed the server. I'm done." All right, there's no reason for you to be retaking that recording.
It's the whole thing. I'm trying to get. Oh. Okay. I don't have to play it.
Please don't. No reason. I don't want to hear that ever again.
I'm not playing.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm going back into the recording here, and literally, I can't understand what he's saying. Can you understand this?
We are on 20 guys. If we keep it up, we can go. Sorry.
I mean, that's literally nothing.
Yeah, much of it was incomprehensible or just nonsensical. The lines are open. Any glober out there who would want to come here and prove the Earth to be a globe? We would really, really appreciate that.
I got a question.
What's your
I
question?
do. Does anyone know why they would lie?
Why do people generally lie?
For money?
Is that the only reason?
Power?
Yeah, so you answered your own question.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't really know why people lie. That's up to them to know and us to find out why they're lying and showing that they're lying. But we can't really know because it's something within them, and we would have to believe them when they tell us that they're actually telling the truth. I like your goblin voice though, Crit.
Thanks.
Okay, so we got a fan of Avril Lavigne. Maybe Justin wants to talk to him.
You are live, Avril Lavigne.
Is Justin an Avril Lavigne fan too?
I mean, I've heard, she's kind of sexy in her own way.
That wasn't really what I asked, but okay. That's
I'm
cool.
sorry. Was that not it? Oh, okay. I mean, I was younger when I first heard her. But I don't know if the profile picture goes well with the about me and the name. But anyways, fan, are you here? You have your mic unmuted. Welcome. Hello. I don't see any messages at all. Maybe they stepped away.
Well, they just popped in here and then stepped away. That's
Very weird, yeah.
Yeah.
But let's just do one thing. Just barely joined, but the account has been created a long time ago.
At least that's better than created at the same time.
And I don't the join order though. No one's joined after him. And CJ is talking to that hung in. In the lobby for the debate chat. So, some guy did something, so we don't have to. That's a Glober's message. Well, I mean, he's kind of replying like a Glober. That's funny.
We have another new person joining us, Lewis, who still hasn't gotten verified.
Hello, Lewis. You are unmuted. I'm sorry, Avril Lavigne, you have to be muted for right now. Lewis? Oh, I'm sorry. He left.
I mean, if the globe is true, it should be really easy to prove it. Why aren't they coming in here?
4, 6, and 2 has listening pass. You need to get yourself a mic so you can participate. But you should be able to chat in the live stream voice text. If you have any questions for 6 and 2. Or wait a minute, that's not an and sign. It looks like. It looks like an and sign, but if you click on his name, it's different. Huh, weird. Okay. Oh, who gave Johnny's victim of mod abuse and bird enthusiast? That just happened.
I did.
What happened? Where is he talking?
He's just talking in the normal live stream text. I'm just fucking with him.
But do you like birds? Is that?
Yeah, I asked him. He said he loves them.
Loves them. Oh, okay.
I also
do
gave
you
it to Karma,
have
and
one?
Karma also found the bird, so she wants to show it to you.
I know someone actually has birds because I can hear them all the time when they talk.
What's her name from Australia? Used to always have a bird in the background. Remember that?
That's right. Yes. I forget her name now, but
Becky K.
Yeah, there you go.
She had a canary, I think. Yeah.
Whatever it was always just chirping to beat all hell. I'll tell you that sometimes. Oh yeah, well, how come she never got hot micing? If it was my bird, boy, would I get shit.
Your
No,
mic is
because-
solid.
Just fucking with you guys.
We don't bitch about listening to a pretty bird singing. It's the bullshit going on in your house we don't want to hear.
Yeah.
Well, you might learn something if you'd listen.
Yeah. Take out the garbage.
It's not necessarily garbage. It's just truth. It's just life in general. Something that most of you guys know nothing about. Ha! Just kidding, guys. Come on.
You're good.
Life's too short to mute yourself. Right, God Rockin'?
That's right.
You gotta be open.
Well, it's a lively bunch around here today.
Oh, you missed. Just before you came in, actually. Unless, did you get the information about Glowbuster?
No.
Glowbuster is back. He came in. He spoke for a while, actually, and kind of put a Glober in his place.
Bob Nodell, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, Bob. I've got the recording, a little bit of the recording on him coming in, and yeah, he was speaking about him coming back, getting into more stuff, more videos. Even talked about Matt ODD.
Oh.
So he's doing well too. Matt is so.
Right on. Wasn't ODD was the one that started this channel way back? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I don't think I've ever spoken to the man. Yeah, I've never spoken to him, but I've sure heard a lot of his music. Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of his music for sure.
I never spoken to him either. I would love to get him in here.
Yeah, I actually watched a couple of his live concerts. Not live, but I mean, where he does performances. He's actually pretty good. You know what I mean? He's not too bad, really. I mean, he's not like mainstream, big time rock star shit, but he's like halfway there. Pretty good.
Well, I love his work.
Yeah.
I have all his songs in my car.
I'm just talking about as far as, he's not mainstream as far as the masses. And he really should be, but he's just, I don't know what it is. Probably, in order to get there, you gotta maybe sell your soul or something, maybe. I don't know. Seems to be the criteria for most of those to make it in that industry.
Yep.
And listening to the way he talks about those people in his songs, I really don't think that's going to happen. He's pretty well disgusted with the whole thing, just like we are. So. If he changed his genre and went mainstream genre, he probably could get signed and go mainstream. But, his genre, the flat earth, is just not something that Epic Records or somebody's going to sign and endorse. It's just not going to happen. Or Geffen Records or whoever there are. There's thousands of them now out there, but I like the meme. I like the meme with the Glober trying to put the square hole in a round hole, the square peg in a round hole. That's exactly what they do with their arguments. It's the same scenario, trying to put a square peg in a round hole. It's never going to work, bro.
Yeah, it's extra funny. It's from Idiocracy, and it was extra apt at the time it was posted last because he didn't know what a radius was. I also have a song by ODD. We could play it if you want.
Sure, I'm down.
Are asking what I'm so bad at. The human race is enslaved, I can't see past that. And I'm sick of being treated like a lab rat, turning all our lives into a joke that they can laugh at. Life is supposed to be an adventure where you're free to roam, but to most people having freedom isn't even known. Free-range humans that don't even know that their freedom's gone. When you start seeking a reason, all roads will lead to Rome. The Holy Roman Empire, it never really fell. They control everything under the dome in which we dwell. They want Earth to be exactly the way it is in hell. They stole your mind and they turned it into a prison cell. Kept in the matrix, you must beware of the agents. You might just stare in amazement once you're aware and awakened. All this deception is blatant, kind of embarrassing, ain't it? There is nowhere they won't take it, and now it's time that we change it. This is our world, and there is no change in the facts. We came to take it all back. It's time to reclaim it. This is our world, and we will go out with a fight. We will stand up for what's right. We won't tolerate it. This is our world, and we just won't take anymore. Ready to take it to war. No way to escape it. This is our world. There's nowhere to run or to hide. Plus we have God on our side. You ain't gonna make it. This is our world. Open up your eyes. Look where we are. The Zionists and Jesuits took it too far. The conditions that we live in are truly bizarre. Time to rip up this entire system and pull it apart. I knew from the start that this battle will not be easy. I try to wake people up to truth and they still don't believe me. They keep the poor people poor, meanwhile the rich just grow greedy. We're gonna have to stand up to them cause they will not go freely. Everything you think you know is wrong, I bet that's a surprise. They slapped a bow on top and sold us a package of lies. From ancient knowledge and true wisdom, they have us deprived. We gotta fight, the only chance that we have to survive. We're fed up, we've had it with this stupid ass establishment. Everything they preach to us and teach us is inaccurate. We have had enough of this, we're angry and we're about to flip. They don't know how crazy it's about to get. This is our world, and there is no change in the facts. We came to take it all back. It's time to reclaim it. This is our world, and we will go out with a fight. We will stand up for what's right. We won't tolerate it. This is our world, and we just won't take anymore. Ready to take it to war. No way to escape it. This is our world. There's nowhere to run or to hide. Plus we have God on our side. You ain't gonna make it. This is our world. This is our world. This is our world. This is our world. This is our world.
When the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
Welcome, AK Gamer 182. Do you have any questions, or maybe you wanna tell us about your journey to the Discord? Or you can sit there in silence. That's okay.
Be admiring our cat.
You can admire our cat. It's in live stream voice text chat.
They work. I don't know.
Yeah, it was just awesome, Justin. AK Gamer 182. Do you copy? Earth to AK Gamer 182. Why do people join voice chats and not say anything?
I don't know. It's like Roger Wilco, over and out. Okie dokie.
I mean, like, I joined this voice chat a long time ago, and I didn't, like, say much, but when people called me out and tried to talk to me, I would try to speak back.
Right. Yeah, same here. Someone summons me, says my name. I'm like, yeah, what? What's up?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna go get food while he gets the nerve to talk to us.
Grace, what kind of bird is that?
And I have returned to silence. So I see AK Gamer 182 arrived and left.
And then left.
Very sad. Is this the best you got, Globers? Yeah, it is. It is the best you got. So do we want to put a recording on, or?
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation. This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it? QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball and I can demonstrate all kind of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Touche, my friend, I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
Dude,
what would it matter what you do
you're
on a
too
beach
easy to
ball?
get along with, man. I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked.
By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon. Which a lot of Globers seem to make the mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly I might. Well, dude, I'm trying, man. It doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve. And when you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the Earth. By the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and I had nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. You're right. Flat and stationary, I agree.
You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, it finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Oh, the penny has dropped so long ago. I have elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's
I'll give you a hint.
a lot
I'll give
more.
you a
I feel
hint.
like there's
I'll give you a hint.
a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And you could call that
You were taught.
and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I.
So
No.
so they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well,
yeah,
listen.
I got nothing.
He's such a weasel. Years of conceding like that, and he's still here, repeating the same things. A bit of silence for the globe's death. And since we're not talking, and since Globebuster came in here earlier, I'm just gonna play a little recording of an earlier instance when Globebuster was in here when somebody tried to use him as proof of Earth rotation.
From the globe. So we could just say that it's a belief that you have from the measurement, right? That you trust whatever source gave it to you, that you're saying, okay, well, it's legit, right?
No, I could go out right now and test it if I wanted to, but
Right, but
now,
you haven't. Right, but you haven't. So it's still a belief at this point, right now.
Well, sure, but I mean,
Okay.
I'm listening to like the biggest scientists in the planet. They're not just lying to you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just gathering what you know. So point number one, the Earth's curvature being measured would be just a belief in your mind for right now. So we'll
Sure.
move off to point number two, which is axial rotation, either being measured or tested to be true. Is there any way that you know that axial rotation is a reality that can be measured, like that you know that the Earth is spinning?
Well, we know the Earth is spinning,
Okay.
because it spins at 15 degrees per hour. We already know that because of Bob.
Oh God, I knew that was coming.
Yeah, hang on, Bob. Hang on, Bob. I know you're in the chat. Just hang on. Let me get through here with this guy.
So he said he's not new.
Okay.
Well, I'm in high school, so I should know this now.
You name dropped somebody you didn't know was in here, but Mickey's gonna finish the conversation with you real quick. Please just be honest and concise.
Well, I didn't know this was filled with like the biggest flat earthers, but whatever.
Let
Miggy do it.
Just let me. Okay, so you said that because Bob presented some information, and you didn't get this from any source like a textbook or a teacher told you. This was strictly from a Netflix video that you saw. Is that correct?
From multiple sources, yeah.
Okay, so what would be the primary source of your knowledge from the axial rotation of the Earth spinning, Spooky?
Well, from the textbook, first of all, I already knew that from
right.
class.
So you read some. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was laughing at the physics class. My bad.
So a teacher told you this, or a physics class that you took, some information that you gathered that the Earth is spinning on its axis is how you obtained the understanding that it is spinning on its axis, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, your model, it doesn't really work out with day and
What
night.
model? Sure.
See, the sun.
Yeah, one second, guys.
See, the sound.
One
the
second.
Sun, the sun
Go ahead,
is
Spooky.
the sun is round. In your model, it only shows half the Earth illuminated, which doesn't make sense because the sun is a ball and
All right, cool. But yeah, I understand. But we're sticking to like what you know and information. Just give to me what you know from how you got the understanding that the Earth is spinning on its axis. That's all I care about. I don't really care about anything else but what you know, the information that you can give me, how you know the Earth is spinning on its axis. And from what I gathered, it's from some physics class that you took, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not any direct measurement that you have done, but somebody somewhere on that you got told from your physics class had gave you the information that you know that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So what I'm alluding to here is that it's a belief that was given to you that you haven't verified thus far. So right now, the understanding that the Earth is spinning on its axis was given to you from a teacher, through a textbook, however you got it.
Yeah, but
Sure.
those were done through experiments from other people. They're not.
Sure.
Right.
So what you're doing here is you're taking information, on face value that they've done their due diligence and they gave you that information via some kind of experiment or something. So right now you're trusting these sources, correct?
But why wouldn't I trust these sources?
No,
These are
I'm not.
scientists.
Yeah, I'm not. Hey, I'm not disputing that. So the information that you're gathering right now to you, as far as you're concerned, is just a belief because you trust them. It's a whatever you want to call it, justified belief or whatever. But the root of it would still be considered a belief because you trust whatever.
No,
source.
it's a known fact.
No. I'm
Well-
talking about what the information that you've gathered is a
But
belief.
the information that I gathered is a known fact.
Okay, sure, whatever, but it's still a belief because you haven't measured it. You haven't verified it yourself.
I don't
That's
have
what
to
I'm getting.
verify it. Other like
Sure.
10 other people
Right.
besides me verified
Right.
it.
Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not debating with you on this point. I'm trying to establish is either it's verified by you or it's a belief that you have. So right now it's just a belief because
You think
somebody
I-
else did it. So that's all I'm getting to right now, just the information that you know. Spooky, I'm not debating with you. I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
stop
okay,
trying to
so-
debate him. He's not trying to debate you, man.
Yeah. I'm just getting the understanding that from what you know, it's just all belief right now. It hasn't been something you verified. That's all I'm just getting to right
Well,
now.
yeah, I guess so because I
Okay.
don't have 15,000.
All right, cool.
dollars
Yeah,
to spend on
thanks.
a
No
laser
big deal.
driver
No big
for-
deal. You don't need a reason. It's all good.
All right. So point number
Let
two.
Miggy do it, will you?
Point number two is that axial rotation is just a belief you have because via whatever information you gathered that you think it's spinning on its axis. So point number three is that the vacuum of space is a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists. Now, is there any information that you could give me? Remember, no right or wrong answer, just what you know as to how far you can verify that when you look up at your night sky, that it's actually a vacuum that you're staring at when you look up.
Well, we could see that because we're not talking about a vacuum cleaner here. We're talking about vacuum means emptiness in our case. So there's nothing there.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a physical place we could travel to, yes. Because
Okay.
there's no,
Yeah, go
nothing, no air, no oxygen molecules, no nitrogen molecules, nothing like that. So,
None at all.
All right. So everything
well,
that
maybe one or two, like
all right.
per like 1,000 kilometers, maybe. floating
Sure.
around.
So all this information is verified by you. You said, like, you verified it to be true that when you stare up in your night sky, that's indeed a vacuum. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, because I have a telescope, like one of those 10-inch wide telescopes, and I've watched the International Space Station fly past the moon. I'm just saying it's
So
not
you're
fake.
right. So you're seeing things from the ground, and you're believing that the sky is a vacuum. Look, what I'm saying is, have you verified that it actually is yourself?
Well, geez, I haven't been to space, so no, I can't.
Okay. So no would be
you can't either.
Right. Well, I'm not disputing. But this is the thing, Spooky. I'm not debating you. I'm just gathering the information honestly from your point of view as to what you know. So yeah, you conceded. You said I don't know. So right now, the vacuum of space being a reality to you is just a belief. So it could be that you're trusting sources or astronauts or whoever it is, but it's just a belief that you have that the vacuum of space is a reality and it's a medium that people can travel to. So I'm going to go ahead and round off the 3 points that I propose to you right now, that the curvature of Earth being measured either in ancient times or now is just a belief. Axial rotation, that you trust some sources.
But now you're twisting my words. Now I didn't.
No, I'm not twisting.
Hey,
I'm
he's
not twisting
talking, man.
Let me finish real quick, Spooky. So this isn't, like I said, this isn't a debate. It's just gathering information from what you told me. So that's all I'm doing, repeating it back to you, and I'm kind of making it to where you can see all 3 points together. So the axial rotation point you told me is also something you learned from a physics class, and you trust those sources, so it's a belief. And the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists, is still just a belief. So the paradigm of the globe Earth as presented to you throughout your whole life has been a belief that you held strongly to, but it doesn't have any basis on known reality, as in it hasn't been measured, you haven't detected it, and you haven't been there. So there's nothing that you could actually say right now that would justify a belief that you have in your mind.
Well,
so when you would move forward in the conversation, because we're going to open it up so you can ask any questions you'd like about flat Earth. But if when we open up the conversation and you revert back to trying to justify it, we're gonna let it known that what you're trying to do is assert your belief once again when it's already been known that you just believe it to be true. You follow me, Spooky? So it's not something that you could test and verify because you haven't done it yet. So you're just asserting a belief. So when we get into a conversation, which I'd like you to have with us, don't revert back to like, well, what about pictures from space or something? Because all these things are just rooted in your mind as just beliefs. So,
well, I have a couple.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I'm just going to open up the conversation now, but just to let it be known to everybody here that you did concede and said it was just a belief. But so if you cannot, try not to go back and try to justify these things as if they're actual known reality, because just right now you conceded to yourself that it's just a belief that you carry. That would be it. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up, and you can ask any questions to people here who would take any questions for Flat Earth. And if you want to know,
you mentioned Bob, why didn't you start with Bob?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I have one question only.
I didn't
fast
mean to
question.
Bob here.
I only have one question fast about Bob.
Yeah, I think he's right. We should let Bob cover that attack on him if he wants to.
I'd be more than happy to cover it.
Without interruption, please.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. This is going to be awesome.
Okay, so obviously you don't know me, right? You only know me because of what you saw in Behind the Curve, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and from what I said in Behind the Curve, you took that and interpreted as, what I was saying is that the Earth was spinning, right?
Yeah, you said 1 hour and 15-degree drift.
That is correct. That's exactly what I said. And you know what? I wasn't lying. That's exactly what we registered. The problem is what the producer interpreted that and actually cut the editing to make it look like. So would it surprise you if I told you that, I completely agree with everything you just said. I absolutely did say that, but unfortunately, because of the way the producer twisted that around, I was not saying 15 degrees per hour of Earth rotation. Now, do you want to know how I know that?
Because your gyroscope, your like $40,000. What was like how much was it?
Well, first of all, it wasn't my gyroscope, and second of all, I didn't do the initial test, but I got credited with that, so I'm just gonna wear it, okay? But we took that gyroscope, and like I said, when we first plugged it in, we got a 15 degree per hour rotation, and actually, it wasn't specifically 15 degrees per hour. It would be an interpolated value, taking the sine of the latitude times 15 degrees per hour, which would kind of equate out to that, okay? So let's make that perfectly clear for one thing. But secondly, when I was in the movie, yeah, at that time when I stated that, I had no idea, I was just as surprised as anybody else. And yeah, I was very reluctant to accept it because I was trying to interpret, exactly what we were seeing. And I came to find out later on, and by the way, I did tell the movie producer this, exactly what we were seeing had actually been measured and discovered over 100 years before in what was called the Michelson-Gale experiment, right? The rotation of the luminiferous ether. So at that point, then what we were faced with is we had the challenge of, well, how do we prove that it is not Earth rotation and was in fact the luminiferous ether? Now, some people, and I'll even say even in this panel, don't believe necessarily that the luminiferous ether exists, but there's also a lot of Nobel laureate, physicists that say that it does, and it's, there's a big debate on it. Let's just put it that way. But by using that very same gyroscope, whether you believe in the ether or not, we actually devised a way to tell us whether or not it was in fact Earth rotating, okay? And it was really pretty simple, right? So first of all, do you understand at all how the fiber optic gyro works, how laser interferometry works?
Well, not really, but I mean, I get the
Okay.
gist of it. I get how a gyroscope works and how the gravitational pull works on it. And then when there are spins, there's different. It marks one spot, and then it calculates the time interval it takes. Then it calculates the angle, how much is the angle is like changed.
Well, that would be for a gyroscope, yes, but a fiber optic gyro works a little bit differently. It works on something that's called the Sagnac effect. And the Sagnac effect is basically, it goes under the assumption that if light is traveling through a medium, right? In other words, they speak of light as a wave, right? So you have to ask yourself, well, what is a wave? What is it waving, right? What is it traveling through to cause that wave? What is the medium that light is actually waving, right? Well, scientists have been saying for centuries that it is in fact this luminiferous ether. And that is what I actually wound up claiming that it was actually rotating, the luminiferous ether. Now here's how and why I came to that conclusion. So we went back and we looked at these experiments from over 100 years ago and the assertions about the Sagnac effect and laser interferometry. And it turns out that what they say about the luminiferous ether is that it rotates very much, or it behaves very much like a magnetic toroidal field. Are you familiar with a toroidal field in a magnet?
Yes.
Okay, so the ether very much behaves in the same way. It actually is moving. It's not a stationary thing. It is moving, and believe it or not, it it propagates vortexually, right? And it just so happens that that vortex rate is about 15 degrees per hour. Now again, how is it that we were able to figure that out and that it was not Earth rotation? And the answer is really quite simple. So if I'm taking, and this is, by the way, exactly what we did. So we took the fiber optic gyro and we went to a place in Colorado called Pikes Peak. And Pikes Peak is at 14,125 feet above sea level, okay? And we did our measurements there and we got essentially our equivalent to the 15 degrees per hour rotation rate from Pikes Peak. Now again, whatever you want to call it, you can call it the ether or you can call it Earth rotation, whatever you want to call it, that's fine. But what we're trying to prove here is that it was not Earth rotation that we were picking up. So we did that measurement at Pikes Peak and we got a value for it, okay? And then we went down to eastern Colorado following the exact same line of latitude, right? And why we followed the exact same line of latitude, I'm going to tell you here in just a second. But we went directly east in Colorado on the exact same line of latitude down to just over 4,000 feet. And then we did another measurement, okay? So would you agree that if I am measuring something that rotates, or that measures spin, right, or a rotational rate, that it should not matter whether I take that rotation rate at the bottom of a device or at the top of a device, especially a spinning ball. It would be the same whether you took it right on the globe or an inch above the globe. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and you would be absolutely correct. It would not vary at all because it doesn't matter where you would be, high or low, on that same latitude line. It is going to rotate at precisely the same speed. Well, here's the problem with that. What we found was that when we did the measurement with the fiber optic gyro at the 4,000 foot elevation, we had about a 1.3, 1.4 degree per hour variance from that done at the 14,125 foot elevation on Pikes Peak, okay? So we thought, well, that's pretty interesting because that actually equates to be 26, 27 degrees per day, right? That's a huge number. So we did it again at a different place, Guanella Pass, and again, and again, and again. And we did it in several different places in Colorado. And again, each time we then went to its corresponding latitude line at a lower altitude. And every single time we got a greater than 1 degree variance on the two measurements. Well, why would that be? Well, if you think